Hey guys, welcome to part 2 of What If Naruto Became the Black Wolf of Konoha. If you enjoyed the video, then like, share and subscribe, and also comment your thoughts as it inspires me to make more such videos, and remember to check out my playlist section for other interesting stories. So let's get started. Chapter 6, Jealousy. Asuma was seen in a bar, pouring sake after sake inside his mouth like a madman. He couldn't believe for 1 second that the Kyubi brat took Kurenai away from him. He is only 16, gotta admit, I'm her age and a bloody jounin. I started fighting before that brat was even born. What he has that I don't have. All of these thoughts passed through the bearded shinobi as he continued to pour sake. Meanwhile, Kakashi entered the bar in search for, at least a thing to do, since the ones he know, namely Uzumaki Naruto, Uzuki Yogao, Yamato, Anko were either in Anbu duty or torturing someone for gaining information, and Kakashi didn't want to hear about Fire of Youth speeches from his rival. He studied the bar for a while, seeing a few chunin celebrating the outgoing of their mission to Iwa, where they managed to disband an entire army of bandits away. Then Kakashi spotted Asuma near the bartender asking to serve him more sake, which Kakashi figured it was maybe the 10th round, since he could practically smell the alcohol coming out of Asuma. "Hello Asuma, what you up to?" asked Kakashi, before ducking one of Asuma's trench knives that passed on top of his head and hit a bottle on the other side of the bar. "Beat it, Kakashi, I don't want to talk about it," mumbled Asuma, showing a behavior typical of a pure macho, but inside he was fuming with rage. But the scarecrow was tough to convince. "Normally, I would leave, knowing that it would be too troublesome to hear it. Kakashi is lazy as well as Shikamaru, but since I don't have anything to do, I figure a little talk would be nice, seeing that I may know what you're so down about," said Kakashi, already reading his orange book much to Asuma's dismay and sigh. "It's your damn student, that Kyubi brat," said Asuma, applying a strong grip on his cup, not able to break it but to show how angry he was, just for Kakashi to sigh since he already foreseen such behavior from the bearded friend. Normally, Kakashi wouldn't even care about this, but since the reason of the guy's madness involved Naruto, he was going to try and ease the guy if things would go worse, and he decides to attack Naruto physically. "What about him?" "Oh, you mean his relationship with Kurenai-san?" said Kakashi, again evading the other trench knife. "Yes. What the hell did he do to her to brainwash her? I mean, I can't come with a reason for Kurenai to want to be with Uzumaki." "Well, he saved her life once when Kurenai went to a mission to Iwa to gather information. She was attacked by 2 Iwa Anbis and Naruto took them down and saved her. After that, they stayed with each other until her mission was to be reported to Tsunade-sama. I guess then they kind of felt something for one another, I don't know," related Kakashi, seeing Asuma's expression changing a little bit, but still wasn't enough. "So, only because he saved her, does that mean that she has to be with him? That's ludicrous, Kakashi. It's not some regular kunoichi who fell in love with her savior. Kurenai is a jounin, for Christ's sake. She was a jounin by the time he was a genin," scowled Asuma in a way that it looked like he was exhaling smoke through his nostrils quite like a bull. "True, but I don't think that Kurenai, aka the Ice Queen of Konoha, would melt for someone who just saved her from danger. But I don't know what happened between them after he saved her and her team. But I assume that was more to it than just her appreciation to Naruto for saving her," said Kakashi, knowing that Asuma would see what he was going to talk after that, without actually needing to. "I guess," said Asuma, now demonstrating the real emotion he was feeling, lack of pride. Asuma was a veteran warrior, so it was safe to say that his pride went to the roof after staying alive while enduring most battles. I bet that kid didn't see near as much as I did." Right now, Asuma was smirking, but to Kakashi he felt what the intention was, since Kakashi had the ability of reading everyone like an open book, well except Naruto, to whom he quitted trying to figure him out since they were jounin and genin. "If you're thinking, Asuma, that Naruto isn't as tough as you or as experienced as you in battle, you're quite wrong. I believe, Asuma, that a little word about Naruto is in order here if you want to hear." Kakashi took the silent as an authorization for him to start talking. "Apart from keeping the Kyubi trapped inside his body, which I believe that itself, it's a feat to be remembered, but he also had to take all Konoha's pain and loss from the Kyubi battle only to him for his own life. All his life he was hated for something he didn't do or asked to bear. So, on his 10th birthday, when he was running away from a mob of villagers and chunins, he ended up falling and was beat quite a lot. For no reason at all, he started to smile at the mob of villagers. Naruto was covered in blood all over his body, but he just offered the crowd one of the sweetest kid smiles I've ever seen, hoping that they would let him go, and surprisingly it worked. I know that because I was the one who took him to the hospital on that day. Since then, Naruto kept his smile mask as a way to divert attention from what he carries inside him, hoping that the crowd would just let go. When Naruto left for a training trip with Jiraiya-sama, he took off his mask and started crying for a whole month from so much bottled emotions inside of him. When he arrived, everyone that knew him could see that something was supposedly wrong with him because of his new face of determination and seriousness way beyond his age experience. After some time, when he managed to capture Sasuke and got him back, I don't know if you believe or not, but the council wanted to strip Naruto from his ninja rank since they thought that Naruto wanted to kill Sasuke, said Kakashi, seeing the wide-eyed expression on Asuma, who happened not to know about that. Asuma never stopped to see the mystery that was the Uzumaki Naruto. If what Kakashi said was true, then Naruto did have a tough life growing up. Asuma's pride was clouding his judgment on the boy, and he was surprised to see that, even though how much he's done to Konoha, nobody recognizes him as the village's savior. Asuma was fuming at what he could shiver at the life of deception and treason that the blonde endured, and even though he rescued the last Uchiha, the council used it as an excuse to frame him and kill him. Asuma interrupted his thoughts as Kakashi cleared his throat and began talking again. Because of such deception through his life, Naruto used the Hokage dream as also one kind of mask, so everyone would question his dream and he would prove them wrong. Naruto became Anbu after returning with Sasuke with a simple wish. Protect Konoha behind the curtains. He wanted to aid Konoha, not at all caring about names or legends, and that's saying much from who his father was, said Kakashi, earning a sad smile from Asuma while remembering about the Sandaime Hokage and himself growing wanting to be acknowledged in life, and Naruto was all alone in life. Kakashi, listen, I know that the kid had a tough life and I didn't know about the whole Sasuke thing, but the thing is, even though Kurenai and I dated, I could always see confusion and sadness through her eyes, and I thought I could change that for her. But now that I knew why she was like that, it was because of Naruto, and it pains me to see that Naruto was the one to help her, whispered Asuma, now feeling jealous at the blonde for being the one who was there for the red-eyed beauty. That's Naruto for you, Asuma. No matter what he does or how he does, he always ends help change everyone's heart for the better. Even though he no longer is the same as before, he managed to help people. I heard from Jiraiya about Naruto's training trip as he helped a group of little orphans in Kumo when he took his Chunin exams there. He is no longer a boy, he is a man. A man who embraced his destiny, a man who embraced his burden, a man who shall protect Konoha with everything he had, said Kakashi, finishing the short version of Naruto's life until now, to which Asuma calmed down and decided to go to sleep. I think I'll leave now, Kakashi, a little sleep may calm my nerves, said Asuma, leaving without wanting to hear Kakashi even if he wanted to say anything. On the next day, Asuma got out of his apartment and went to his team's training ground when he felt a strong presence coming near him in a blur, focusing more chakra. He was able to spot the one foe he was looking forward to settle some accounts with. Upon making his decision, Asuma started to follow him in order to confront him. Asuma's pride was getting in the way of rationality once again, even if did remember Kakashi's little story about the blonde. He only considered Kurenai a trophy or an instrument of conquer now, and his warrior side would as hell win the trophy. Suddenly, Naruto just stopped on the next building and watched Asuma passing by him in a quick blur. When Asuma realized what happened, Naruto was waiting for him on top of the building he stopped before. Asuma was pissed. He was lost in wonderings, and his opponent figured it out sooner than expected. Asuma wanted to go to a place that didn't bring attention so that they could settle some things. When Asuma landed on the building, he turned to stare at Naruto for a bit, studying his reactions. But so far he couldn't see any emotions on the blonde's hidden face, even his eyes were emotionless. Just who is this kid? Not even Itachi had such emotionless face. For a while Asuma continued to study the blonde's face, but to no avail. It seemed that the one in front of him was a mindless clone, one without feelings, without hot blood running down his veins. Asuma never faced an opponent like this before. Because of Naruto's zero display of emotions, Asuma couldn't tell when he would attack, where or how. Asuma was afraid of such a guy. The possibilities were endless. From Naruto's part, he continued to stare at Asuma with emotionless face. Such face was actually hilarious to the blonde. Whoever the enemy was, they always became hesitant upon seeing him like this. Naruto didn't know what Asuma wanted with him. He sighed knowing that he would reach Anbu HQ early. Even though he still had some time left, he didn't want to waste his time with the bearded jounin. Naruto's instincts were on, and he somehow thought that Asuma wouldn't come all the way here just to say hello. Somehow, Naruto figured that the jounin was upset about something, and deep inside his guts, he knew what it was, since he thought of the possibility of doing the same thing to Asuma in a desperate way to win Kurena's heart. But back then what stopped him was the fact that Kurena appeared to be happy with Asuma, so he threw the idea off the window. Now, Naruto was looking up to what could be him if Kurena hadn't appeared near the lake that day. Back to Asuma, his attempts of studying reactions were almost over when he saw the blue eyes of his opponent appear, letting Asuma know that the Anbu wasn't insane or lost his mind while serving with Anbu. So he decided that to have a little conversation with the teenager, show who's the grown-up here. Oh, so wrong he would be after it, but now he was overconfident. So, Black Wolf, what's with the hurry? Said Asuma, leading the conversation. Late for work, you know how it is, answered Naruto, not saying what Asuma wanted, like showing some guts to the bearded shinobi, or trying to attack. No, Asuma very well expected that an Anbu wouldn't fall for treat talks. Huh, I do. Actually sounding like a man, but still you has to take off the diapers, kid. Said Asuma, smirking from putting the Anbu down like he would berate Shikamaru or Chuji, being these two his students, but such attempt was to no avail. It's never wise to underestimate anyone, Asuma-san, so why don't you cut the crap and tell me why you were following me in the first place? Said Naruto, keeping his cool, actually sounding like Kakashi's coolness, who by the way was watching Asuma and Naruto's little confrontation, since he knew that Asuma wouldn't let go. Kakashi was right about following Asuma to see if he would like to settle things with his ex-student. He already went on a couple of missions with Asuma, and he already figured Asuma as a pride general, never admitting his defeat towards the enemy. Now Asuma is facing the most unpredictable opponent in Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto. Not even Kakashi could see what Naruto's all-out mean, since when Naruto was a genin, he wore that stupid emotional mask, hindering his actual skills, and Kakashi knew that Naruto's tests to get in Anbu was only a percentage of his abilities. But he wasn't concerned with the outcome of Asuma and Naruto's battle, since these two were the strongest wind users in Konoha, while they are the only wind user in Konoha. Back to the little argument, Asuma was getting quite irritated with the blonde opponent. His little psychological threat was not working on the supposed inexperienced Anbu. Quite on the contrary, Naruto remained stoic as ever, since he decided not to waste his brain on empty threats of a fellow shinobi, much to Asuma's light anger and Kakashi's smirk, since he figured Anbu training actually does that to people. So, quite tough you are, Black Wolf, or should I say Uzumaki, Naruto said Asuma as a last resort. He knew that Anbu were picky on hiding their identities, since they were in theory dangerous to foreign shinobi, and could be an extreme liability if the enemy knew the Anbu's identity. Upon hearing this, Kakashi closed his book and slapped his hand at his headband, cursing Asuma's ridiculous plot. If it were him, he would be sent to Ibiki for questioning, since that was Anbu protocol, and he was afraid Naruto would do just that. But upon seeing the Anbu's reaction, Kakashi was relieved a little bit. Naruto wouldn't do anything, that much was certain. Well, at least if Asuma doesn't attack him, there is. Asuma-san, you said you are a grown-up, yeah, a jounin, but with that ridiculously stupid attempt of yours to make me angry just shows how ill-equipped you are to handle a real life-threatening situation. Frankly, I would say that a regular chunin could have a better result than you did, don't you think? That did it. To say that Asuma was angry would be an understatement. He was very pissed. Who the hell does this midget thinks he is? I'll show him. Oh, Naruto, now you pissed him off. Now let's see if you have the abilities to back your words. Said Kakashi, already with his Sharingan active in preparation to see the fight. With chakra-enhanced feet, Asuma vanished and appeared in front of the Anbu with the intent to strike him, but to no avail, since Naruto already shined out of the way before Asuma could swing his wind-enhanced trench knife. When Asuma turned his back, he saw the Anbu staring at him with sad eyes, much to the surprise of Asuma and Kakashi. Tears were dropping on the black mask as if suddenly the weight of being in Anbu suddenly got a hold into his sanity. Is that sadness I see in your eyes, Black Wolf? Asked Asuma in confusion. Yes, it is. Sadness because the fact that I know the reason why you're doing this. It's about Kurenai-chan, isn't it? Asked Naruto, to which Asuma was taken aback by it. Naruto was sad with such display of emotion, and Kakashi sighed, knowing why Naruto was crying. Since Naruto returned from retrieving Sasuke, Kakashi figured Naruto would threat the bearded shinobi, quite like he was threatening Naruto right now, and the thought of doing something like this actually disgusted Naruto. To think that Kurenai was a trophy to be won after a battle was disgusting, and he would damn well show that to Asuma. Asuma, if you think that Kurenai-chan is just a prize for you to win after the battle, I can already tell you, I lost all respect for you. Said Naruto, now showing his signature feral grin that managed to stop Asuma from trying anything to Naruto. Naruto was showing a mix between sadness and anger, because of the Jounin's actions. If you wanted to fight with me as a way of testing your skills, trust me, I would be glad to spar with you, Asuma, but seeing that all you care about Kurenai-chan as a goddamn trophy for you to win in case you even win this battle, I can tell in advance, you already lost it. You see, when I arrived from my training trip with Jiraiya-sama, I was devastated upon seeing you with her, but then I figured she was happy, so I thought that you were a great shinobi that would be able to offer her protection and love, but seeing that all you wanted was to hold her as a trophy, I can say with all certainty, you stink as a human being, said Naruto, now with his feral grin at maximum, not only making Asuma shiver but also Kakashi was not feeling so well, since he didn't remember seeing that much killing intent in a long time. That's a lot of bold words, kid, face me then and show me that I'm wrong. Said Asuma, getting free from Naruto's killing intent as well as throwing one of his knives with Kase chakra at Naruto. Upon seeing the knife approaching, Naruto took off his katana and cut the knife in half with his Kase katana with an extreme swiping motion. Asuma, with a backup plan, raced at Naruto with his other knife, using Naruto's momentarily time dealing with the first knife and put the other on Naruto's neck, thinking he won the battle. Yields, kid, I won, said Asuma, smirking, never taking the time to notice that Naruto was with his free hands, holding a Foden Rasengan inches from Asuma's stomach. If I were you, Asuma-san, I would not say something like that and instead look down for a bit, said Naruto, leaving a confused Asuma and a wide-eyed Kakashi who only managed to see Naruto's Rasengan because of the Sharingan. What? Look, do. It was all Asuma could say, before he looked down to see the spiral ball surrounded by Kase chakra inches from his stomach, which would kill him instantly. Upon seeing this, Asuma turned to see Naruto's eyes and gasped with fear. Those were the eyes that made Naruto famous around Konoha as well as the enemies that survived his encounter. Asuma-san, I don't want you to be mad at me, for as I didn't do anything to deserve such a thing. As to Kurenai-chan, she is no trophy to be won after a battle. I love her deep down my heart and she chose the one to whom her heart belonged. Hell, when I arrived, I figured that she would choose you, seeing that you're together, and I would never mess with that, since I know that the heart of someone isn't won by competition. Minus, said Naruto, now showing his blue eyes, but never dropping the Rasengan until Asuma surrendered. It's hard for me to lose again, kid. But I can see that you're much stronger than me. At first, it was about Kurenai. But now I wanted to see just how strong you are, and I can see you grown a lot. I'm very sorry, Naruto, about what I did. Kakashi did tell awfully a lot of nice things about you. I guess I never got to know you like everybody else did. Don't worry about this fool before your eyes. Now, I want to see the face of my opponent if you would grant me this wish. Said Asuma, now feeling like a heavy burden just came out, and he, like everyone that Naruto came to encounter, was invigorated. Upon hearing the bearded shinobi's request, Naruto nodded and took off his mask, showing his features to the bearded shinobi, much to Asuma's utter shock. Naruto was literally Minato's clone, and he showed the eyes of an experienced warrior, one that Konoha was, is and will be very proud of, the once hyperactive knucklehead ninja Uzumaki Naruto. I can see that you're strong, Naruto, and don't worry about me anymore. I'm not going to disturb you anymore with this issue, said Asuma, already turning to leave, but stopped when Naruto spoke. Asuma-san, as I said before, if you want to fight as a way of testing your skills, I'll be glad and honored to, said Naruto with his foxy grin. Huh, Don't get cocky, kid. Just because you won this fight doesn't mean you'll win the next round. I'll be waiting for it then, Asuma-san, said Naruto before putting back his mask and leaving to Anbu HQ. Meanwhile, Kakashi couldn't be more proud of his student. Not only Naruto beat Asuma by performing one of the quickest racing gans Kakashi has ever seen, but managed to take Asuma off his thoughts as Konoha's stuck-up general who never lost a fight. Kakashi turned to read his book again when suddenly he addressed to another audience that was watching as well. You were watching as well, Yo-Gao-san, said Kakashi, never turning to see the cat Anbu. Kakashi-senpai, Hawk told me to go look for Black Wolf, so I came to look for him and found him here. I can see now what Kurenai-chan saw in him. He has a little bit of everything. Now that I finally saw what Black Wolf looks like, I can say that Kurenai-chan is very lucky to have a guy like Uzumaki Naruto, said Kat, earning wide eyes by Kakashi, but then a mischievous smile was noticeable. Jealous, aren't you, Yo-Gao-san? Just what would Hayate say if he knew about it? Teased Kakashi a little bit, earning a little blush of embarrassment from the cat-masked Anbu. Don't speak nonsense, senpai. I love Hayate, but I can see why Kurenai likes Naruto so much, and I can say that they are perfect for each other. Well, senpai, I have to go back to HQ. Black Wolf must be there already and Hawk-san must be looking for me, said Kat, almost leaving. Right. Say hi to Hawk for me, would you? Also, I heard that Hawk and Black Wolf made a little rivalry in Anbu, is that right? Actually, it is. Naruto and Hawk are very good friends and equally strong. When they train together, the windows in Anbu HQ always shatter and they vanish before taking responsibility for the damage. The chief knows that, but he chose to stay silent, figuring that's how the strongest Anbu in the force trains, said Kat, sending an audible laugh at Kakashi, who laughed as well upon remembering Hawk when he was Anbu captain. Okay, see you, Yo-Gao-san. After that, Kakashi went to reading his book in private, while Yo-Gao was racing towards the Anbu HQ, trying to beat Black Wolf there, but set it aside, figuring he would be already there, seeing that he left about 10 minutes ago. While rushing through the buildings, Yo-Gao was remembering what Black Wolf looked like without the mask, and she had to admit that the blonde was indeed good-looking, very experienced, and an actual splitting image of the deceased Yondaime Hokage. Thinking now about Kakashi's little comment, Yo-Gao couldn't help but feel ashamed in her head about thinking of betraying Hayate like that. No, Naruto is Kurenai's boyfriend. Naruto and Kurenai. Damn it. Such perverted thoughts again. What's wrong with me? Ever since Kurenai told me how they got together, I couldn't help but imagine the scene every time on my head. She was losing her mind so much that she didn't even notice that she was already inside Anbu HQ when she lifted her head and saw the one that was passing through her mind constantly, Black Wolf. Now seeing Naruto with his mask on, she was relieved. She was afraid of seeing him and start imagining him and Kurenai together and get in the way of their squad's missions together. Now, Black Wolf and Kat were in the same squad, along with Bear and Hawk as the squad leader. But since Naruto was a chunin, he would have to take the Anbu Jounin exams shortly, not that he wasn't already elite Jounin level, this was just pure formalities. Upon seeing Kat arrive in Wonderings, Hawk only sighed, since he sent her to see if Black Wolf was alright, but just when she left, Black Wolf arrived, and ironically it was now Kat that was late. Kat, where were you? Black Wolf has arrived 10 minutes ago, said Hawk in a chief sort of speaking. Sorry sir, I bumped into Kakashi-senpai and we ended up talking about some aspects. I lost the flow of time, it won't happen again, Hawk Takeo, said Kat, with an army salute manner, grasping in fear of knowing that Black Wolf was staring at her suspiciously. At ease, Kat. Alright Squad 3, wait right here. I'm going to assess the chief for a mission for us. With that said, Hawk vanished in a swirl of leaves, leaving Bear to stare at nothing with his arms crossed, and Black Wolf to turn and approach Kat, much to her dismay, since she didn't want to talk to him when she was getting perverted images. So, Kat, my suspicions were correct. It was in fact, you there with Kakashi-sensei on that tree, looking at me and Asuma-san, said Black Wolf, earning a little shock coming from Yo-Gao. How did you know it was me with Kakashi-senpai? Said Yo-Gao, taken aback at the accurate sense of awareness displayed by her teammate. At first I didn't, I was only able to hear someone whispering somewhere, so I channeled chakra through my ear and managed to hear you and Kakashi-sensei's voice. Now, tell me what were you doing there? Said Black Wolf, wanting to know the motive behind the little stalking from the cat-masked Anbu. Hawk Takeo asked me to see what happened to you, figuring you're always the first one to arrive at Anbu HQ, that's all, Black Wolf-san. Said Yo Gao in a polite manner, since she hadn't met him personally. Oh, I apologize about the interrogatory part, Cat-san, I guess I was just curious, that's all. Said Naruto, not wanting to press the matter further, but he knew that his teammate saw his face and he was again curious as to why she didn't say anything but let it slide. It's alright. Tell me, Black Wolf, if you don't mind me asking, why don't you take off your mask inside the Anbu HQ? Your identity wouldn't be harmed in any way, right? Asked Yo Gao, to which Naruto lowered his head, since he didn't have such a luxury. Quite the contrary, Cat-san. I'm sure you saw my face back there, and I'm well sure you know of what I carry inside of me. Another point is that fellow Anbus lost a lot of their families because of it. What would you think they would do if they found out who I am? Said Naruto, surprisingly, demonstrating zero emotion upon his usually sad statement. You think people still judge you for it? Said Yo Gao, taken aback by what the black-masked Anbu said about still being guilty by what happened almost 2 decades ago. It would be foolish not to think so, when you spent your whole life being looked down upon by almost everyone in the village, including some shinobis as well, Cat-san. Because of that, I only take off my mask when I'm guaranteed not to run into someone that doesn't judge me, because of it. It may be sound as a pursuit complex, as I'm sure you must think about me like that. But I got plenty of reasons not, so show myself the same way as the others do. Said Naruto, as he turned his back at Yo Gao, since he sensed Hawk returning from the chief's office. Well, at least our squad should know about this, don't they? Hawk is my best friend here in Anbu and Bear was the one that made my assignment interview, so he knows as well. With you now seeing it, all the squad knows about it. Well, okay then. Sighed Yo Gao in defeat. After a while, Hawk arrived with an A-ranked mission scroll that happened to be an investigation mission for tonight. It seemed that around the south region of Konoha, there have been strange reports of an old mansion being cursed, since the ones who entered never got out, so the Hokage thought best and sent Squad 3 to go check it out. Upon arrival inside the house, Bear suddenly felt a chill ran up his spine when seeing what was inside the house. Inside, they were core lying on the ground motionless, bleeding all over the place. Squad 3 surveyed the area up to a place when Hawk's eyes came in contact with a mirror that somehow was reflecting a different image of their surroundings. As anyone would have guessed, Hawk thought that was a genjutsu casted all around the place by some ninja who wanted to scare everyone. With Black Wolf and Ace, the wolf was sniffing around. Black Wolf and Ace, just like Hawk, were suspicious of a genjutsu, but this genjutsu was somehow different from a normal one. Ace could very well sense a huge amount of chakra being used, and he concluded that not even Naruto had that amount of chakra, who could only be a summoned animal or even a demon. Black Wolf, can you sense the amount of chakra being used here? It's like someone wasn't eager to have visitors at all. Said Ace, to which Naruto retorted. I can sense the presence, but not the amount of chakra being used like you, Ace, but somehow it looks like in order to dispel the genjutsu here, the dispel technique would have a similar amount of chakra in order to fully cancel it, and we can see who or what's causing this, said Naruto as he was reading the drawings on the wall and thinking. After some time, Squad 3 surveyed the second and last floor of the mansion, coming near a rather big scroll displayed inside on the master rooms of the mansion. When Kat did her last step, a huge roar could be heard and the squad knew it came from the scroll. What are the chances of this contract being a summon contract and the boss animal just doesn't want any visitors? I once read the story about the wolf boss directly before Fenrir-sama saying that he as well didn't want any visitors, so he hid the contract inside a cave and protected it with his life until Fenrir-sama came and took his place as wolf boss. Explained Ace. Well, in that case all we have to do is to burn the scroll and release this stupid mass genjutsu. Said Black Wolf. Step aside, Bear and Cat. Black Wolf, joint attack number 1, Katan Photon combination. Right on it, Hawk Takeo. Said Naruto with enthusiasm as he was once again working with alongside his friend and rival. Photon Daitapa, Wind Style, Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Katan Gaoyakyu no Jutsu, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. What could be described as a loud explosion, it was heard from Hawk's fireball in conjunction to Black Wolf's gust of wind, making the fireball grow in size and power. The results were visible, and a huge hole behind the scroll could be seen, turning the scroll to ashes. Upon seeing that, Tsunade, while walking beside the haunted mission to see if the Anbu squad would solve the problem, suddenly saw the huge hole on the top and Squad 3 appearing. She sighed, thinking that they went a little bit overboard, but at least managed to solve the problem, completing the assignment. After seeing the Hokage staring at them, the Anbu team jumped and kneeled in front of her, letting her know that the mission was complete. Upon seeing Black Wolf's mask, she smiled and greeted the team for a job well done. "So Hawk-san, good job on the mission, but couldn't your team be a little less noisy? I believe the entire city heard the explosion created," said Tsunade, rubbing her head, wanting to send the bill for them to pay. Again. Since Naruto entered the Anbu, there has been numerous requests for window repairs from inside Anbu HQ, and somehow she figured that Naruto would have a part in it while training. "Our apologies, Hokage-sama. It's just that Black Wolf and I used our combination in order to eliminate the threat as soon as possible. Actually, the summon contract held a giant lizard that just got in our way and we had to destroy it," said Hawk. "I'm sorry, but I heard you say that you and Black Wolf used your combination. What's up with that?" asked Tsunade, intrigued, cause she never heard of Anbu's and combinated ninjutsu attacks. "Certainly, Hokage-sama. Black Wolf and I have been coming with combined attacks in order to maximize the power of our jutsus. For instance, what you witnessed was a mix of mine Katan, Goikyu no Jutsu and Black Wolf's Foten Daitapa. Together, the gust of wind literally doubled the fireball in the results. Well, you witnessed firsthand." "I certainly did, so as half of Konoha." "Well, good job, congratulations." Now dismissed, said Tsunade, before seeing different kinds of shunshin performed by the members of the team. Hawk did the Ho Shunshin no Jutsu, Fire Style, Body Flicker Jutsu, Black Wolf did the Foten Shunshin no Jutsu, Cat made a regular Shunshin, and Bear used the Doten Shunshin no Jutsu Earth Style, Body Flicker Jutsu. Tsunade walked then to her home to rest. She thought about how Naruto's Anbu team handled their missions and considered a little commendation was in order for them. Since Kakashi and Itachi's team, no other team was so successful in missions, and she was proud of the fact that Naruto belonged to that team, and not only that, but also the fact that he and Hawk could destroy an entire army with their combined jutsus. "I can see why Kurenai had fallen for you, Naruto. You are quite a guy indeed." "Oh, if I was younger," sighed Tsunade, actually started to become jealous of the Genjutsu mistress. Chapter 7: A Little Change of Plans. After Naruto settled his way with Asuma, he was flying to the Anbu HQ in record time, and Ace had just reached up to him. At the Uchiha compound, Sasuke was cursing his luck. It has been a year since Naruto almost killed him with his Wind Shuriken Jutsu, and he still had scars around his chest. Sasuke was pissed by the fact that Naruto beat him. Even though he was on his curse seal level 2, he was remembering that little chopper jutsu of Naruto's, dragging him to the center of the slicing tornado, and he couldn't move when Naruto landed the strike. He was cut so badly, he thought he was going to die, but something was not right with the Naruto. He thought he couldn't see the dead last, the always smiling person. It was like someone else. 1 week after he was saved by Tsunade, Sakura wanted to punish Naruto for trying to kill her Sasuke-kun, and he was angry towards Sakura, because even though Sasuke saw Naruto as his rival, he also saw him as the only one who could understand his pain. He was the only one that could save him from the delusional power of Orochimaru. But Sasuke couldn't find the blonde anywhere. It seemed like he vanished from Konoha. He went to talk to Tsunade about where was Naruto, and all she said is that Naruto was no longer a part of Konoha's normal shinobi program. Tsunade decided not to punish Sasuke in a severe way, even though he didn't come back by his own will. It was Naruto who nearly killed him and brought him back. Sasuke eventually changed to Chunin right after his return, and now was listed with a new team of Chunins under the tutelage of a jounin named Yamashiro Aoba. Tsunade made Sasuke swear on the Uka's name that he would no longer run away, and he said to her that, since Naruto became so strong, he thought about it and realized that the village could be strong after all. When the answer came, Sasuke was taken aback. Uchiha, sure, the village raises damn strong shinobis, but Naruto trained on his own to get where he is now. After he discovered his affinities, all he did for a while was going to the library and to the training ground to train until exhaustion appeared. After a while, Sasuke convinced Anko to help him control the curse seal up to the point that he, with the help of a few ninjutsu casted by Kakashi, the only thing he needed to do was keep his emotions in check when in a mission. Nowadays, he was living a normal shinobi life in Konoha, doing some missions and training his Reitan and Katen affinity. Sakura couldn't leave him alone for more than 10 minutes, and this was starting to piss him off to no end. He never liked her. He still remembered Team 7 and her asking him for a date countless times. Sure, Sasuke intended to revive his clan at all costs, but he should as well find someone who liked him as well as he liked her. Also, it had to be a strong kunoichi. Right now, he was at the Uchiha main garden, just staring at the sky when his Sharingan eyes caught two signatures, coming his way really fast. When they passed flying through his yard, all that Sasuke could see was a black-masked Anbu and a big wolf with a leaf high-tie ape. Even though the Anbu was blonde, Sasuke dismissed the idea of Naruto entering Anbu, but then again what Tsunade told him would have made sense. Normal shinobi program would be Genins, Chunins and Jounins, but Anbu were special, they were a part of military and he couldn't believe that Naruto joined the Anbu. Just how strong he became and how fast are he now. Sasuke somewhat couldn't figure out how Naruto improved in a short period of time, but little did he know that the Naruto he knew would never appear again, since that one was an emotional mask in order to call attention to him. Sasuke, due to his pride, couldn't afford to lose to the once dead last Naruto, but something was different between Anbu Naruto and his teammate back when they were Team 7. First, was the fact that his eyes never bothered to look down and notice Sasuke, which would normally enrage him, since he didn't like being ignored. Second was that wolf next to him. Sasuke was wondering if the wolf was Naruto's summon or some sort of partner like Kiba's Akamaru. What happened to you, Dobi? Just who are you and where is that idiot who kept screwing everything up? All these thoughts kept circulating his mind like chakra inside of a Rasengan. Worst was that Sasuke couldn't come up with an answer to these questions. He wanted them answered so to see how he became strong like he did. Sasuke was thinking about to whom he could ask about Naruto when suddenly, he remembered about Team 7's sensei, Hatake Kakashi. Just when he was about to leave the compound, a pink-haired Chunin appeared, being a pain in the ass. Sasuke's line of thinking. "Hi, Sasuke-kun. Want to have lunch with me?" asked Sakura, genuinely oblivious to the fact that Sasuke preferred to be on the end of Itachi's main Jinkyutsu Tsukiyami than actually saying yes to a date with her. "No, Sakura, I'm busy at the moment." Sasuke just didn't want to talk with her. He was 2 steps of putting some senses into her mind in a way that she stopped talking to him, like wanting to go out with him. He didn't like her. Although Sakura was a persistent woman. "Why don't you go out with me, Sasuke-kun? I'm buying," pleaded Sakura, enraging Sasuke to his very soul. But since Anko and Kakashi practically drilled on his head to control his emotions, so he had to cut this short. "Sakura, I'm asking you, please stop pursuing me all over the place. Go find someone else. I can't stand you asking me again, would you?" asked Sasuke, trying to sound as normal as he could, before seeing Sakura look towards the ground in shame and walk away. After that, Sasuke went to search Kakashi. He went to his home, but couldn't find him. He went to the bookstore where his old sensei's perverted mind would normally lead him to, but nothing. After quitting the search, Sasuke caught a glimpse of his old sensei, just passing by with Sasuke's new sensei Aoba, and they were gossiping a little bit, remembering old times. Out of the blur, Sasuke in a Chunin outfit appeared, starting a conversation with the 2 Jounins. "Kakashi, I need to ask you about Naruto," asked Sasuke, making the lazy Jounin divert his look and gauge Sasuke's intention for wanting to hear about Naruto. "Ah, Sasuke, what do you want to know about Naruto?" Kakashi answered, already suspicious of his old student's intentions. Aoba for his part was pondering on who the hell was this guy Sasuke was talking about. "Naruto. Tell me, Sasuke, who is this Naruto?" "Uzumaki Naruto, Aoba-sensei," answered Sasuke, shifting his eyes towards his new sensei and then shifted back to his old sensei in search for answers. "Why you want to know, Sasuke? Oh, and most important, why now?" asked Kakashi while trying to see his old student's intentions. "I think I saw him flying by my house today with a wolf on his side and he was wearing an Anbu uniform. Tell me what happened to him?" asked Sasuke, not telling the entire truth since he didn't know that it was Naruto or not. "Humph, okay, then I'll tell about Naruto for the 2 of you, but Sasuke, I assure you that the Naruto you meet wasn't the real one." You see, before he left Konoha in order to train with Druyasama, his face and attitudes were what you can call an emotional mask, a cover-up of himself. Naruto was alone his entire life and wanted to call some attention to himself. Seeing that no one gave him what he looked for, his mask was taken off and the true one appeared. Now, determined as he is, he vowed to train to exhaustion in order to grow in the paths of a shinobi and be of service to Konoha and his precious people. I can tell you guys that he is already Jounin level according to a friend of mine in Anbu, and I can very well guarantee that his techniques improved to a whole new level. The reason why he joined Anbu, well, no one can answer him other than himself, I'm afraid. Said Kakashi, just waiting for them to sink the new information. Sasuke for his part smirked knowing that he knew about Naruto's mask, but he paid no attention to it, since he wasn't fond of the idea of hiding his abilities. But now that Sasuke was back in Konoha, he would find his way just like the Dobi did. He was thinking among the lines of a hunter nin, since he would have the freedom and be able to revive his clan when the time was right. But he thought now that he knew next to nothing about this new Naruto, since he already knew him with the mask on. So, if you could point some characteristics similar between the old and the new Naruto, what would that be? Asked Sasuke, though Kakashi already tried to ask that question himself, but to no avail. I can't do that, since I can't think of any. Now excuse me, guys, but I have some things to take care of. With that said, Kakashi vanished with that smile of his, leaving Aoba and Sasuke wondering about Naruto's little history. At Team 8's training ground minus. Kurenai was jumping from rooftops to rooftops, hoping to arrive not so late, but her thoughts were directed to her beloved blonde. She couldn't stop thinking about the way he looked at her eyes, like he owned everything. In fact, that look of his was what turned her on the most. Kurenai was the submissive kind of woman, so her ideal men would be a dominant type, and so far Naruto's look was enough for her to literally melt on his couch. Kurenai described it as a mix of deep blue with feral yellow eyes, something she never saw before, and it was so damn hot. She was wondering how he could show such purity in his deep blue eyes, and then display such feral yellow eyes, just like a night wolf. She felt slight pity for his enemies, but she never felt his killing intent before, not that she wanted to anytime soon. Just by remembering his look made her crumble inside, but she shook it off in order to arrive at the training ground. She was just hoping to see it again on their date tonight. Oh my god, I hope neither of us has any missions. I'd really like to go out with him again. After 20 minutes late, she arrived at Team 8's training ground only to see Kiba and Shino doing some spar and Hinata watching the two of them. Gomenasai, sorry, everyone, I see you guys are already training a little bit. Said Kurenai, smiling while scratching her head hoping for an excuse to appear. Kurenai-sensei, you're late? You're never late, asked Kiba, smelling something wrong in the air, which if he were somewhat older or at least had found a girl to be with couldn't know that Kurenai was in fact releasing some pheromones in anticipation to her date with Naruto. Oh, I met an acquaintance of mine and I lost track of time, a little bit. Don't worry about it. Said Kurenai, hoping to fool her students, a little bit. She didn't want them to know that she was slightly aroused at her night with the blonde Anbu. Oh, okay, come on Shino, let's continue. Said Kiba, receiving a nod from Shino, who by the way knew about Kurenai's pheromones from his Kaikai bugs. Hinata for her part smirked knowing about Kurenai and the black-masked Anbu, deciding to tease her sensei, while also hoping on some story as well. So, Kurenai-sensei, tell me how was it? Asked Hinata, seeing some blush appearing on her face. What do you mean, Hinata? Asked Kurenai, though she couldn't keep off the blushing any longer. Quite the contrary, as she was relieving the images, she had to cast a quick genjutsu to hide her blood-blushed face from everyone, who could conclude easily what happened. Kurenai-sensei, I may be young, but I know that face expression anywhere. Said Hinata, earning a sigh from her sensei. Is it that obvious? You don't need to hide, Kurenai-sensei, it's alright. He grew so much these days that none of us would be able to recognize him anymore. In fact, I believe no one ever knew him, if what you said about his emotional mask the entire time. I bet not even Iruka-sensei and his old teammates knew him, said Hinata, receiving nods from her sensei, who was thinking among the same lines, and also thinking about who would know the real him other than her. Well, Druyasama got to see the real him on their training trip. Kakashi seemed to know him quite well and his Anbu team seemed to like him as well. According to Yo Gao-chan, her Anbu captain had taken a liking to Naruto, even up to Hawk as they call him, make a rivalry of Naruto. That's for sure. Okay, enough talk, Hinata. Let's begin practice. At Anbu headquarters minus. After the completion of Squad 3's mission, they returned to the Anbu HQ, and Naruto received a communication saying that Tsunade-sama knew about the little explosion on the haunted mansion and wanted him to fulfill another mission. Now thinking about it, Tsunade-sama never called him like that before. Whenever she wanted a mission of his squad, the Anbu chief would call them all together. Maybe it was a solo mission or a co-op mission with a Jounin or a Chunin group. Naruto dismissed his thoughts, so not to get disappointed of what Tsunade wanted to say to him, but deep inside he wanted to spend some time with Kurenai, since they were going on a date tonight. At Tsunade's office minus. Tsunade was discussing some important aspects with the Anbu chief when Black Wolf shuned to her office with some breeze to alert them of his presence. Needless to say that the low breeze ended up blowing all the paperwork scattered to the ground, earning grumbles from Tsunade, who had Shizune helping her to gather the paperwork, and now they had to do it again. The Anbu chief's sweat dropped at seeing a vein pop out of Tsunade's face, showing some clear bottled-up anger. Was that necessary, Black Wolf? Asked the Anbu chief, watching Tsunade's eyes twitch of slight anger. My apologies, Tsunade-sama, Tenzao-sama. He became the Anbu chief after some time. I just did that, so you can be aware of my presence. Forget about it, Black Wolf. We have a mission of great importance you'll be performing along with an elite Jounin. In fact, she was just contacted 20 minutes ago, so she should be arriving soon. This will be an A-ranked mission. You along with your co-partner will retrieve an S-ranked document made by Drea, the Toad Sannin. This document is a reconnaissance and gathering information on Iwa and its meetings with Kumo. According to his message, he suspects an alliance between these two villages, and since we had some mishaps with Kumo the next few days, it's safe to say that this document is of high importance. Now the reason you were called, actually it was two. First, Drea requested your presence, and second is there is a high possibility that enemy ninjas would try to put their hands on the document. Any questions? Actually, I have two. Why Yamato is here and what are my partner's abilities? Naruto was never known for extreme formalities, and he was not so thrilled to know that he wouldn't be able to go on a date with Kurenai, but mission is a mission, so she would understand, but there wasn't reason for him not to curse his luck at this situation. But before they could answer Black Wolf's question, his partner showed up, reporting for duty. Kurenai was cursing her luck as well as Naruto for having to go on this mission, but little did she know that their date would have to be somewhere else. Actually, Kurenai was to be Black Wolf's partner on this mission, and Tsunade was smiling inside. Before we ask these questions, Black Wolf, I'd like to introduce your partner on this mission. She is an elite Jounin, expert in genjutsu and high-level reconnaissance and information-gathering missions, Yui Kurenai. Actually, Tsunade knew they got back together, so she planned this from the beginning, not Drea wanting Naruto to be on this mission part, but his partner. She could fix it. Naruto, inside his mask, exchanged looks with his lover for a minute, before showing a small grin behind his mask. It seemed that it wouldn't be like he thought it would be, and their date was going to happen after all, but it would have to be outside of Konoha's borders, and in the middle of a mission. Kurenai was thinking the exact same thing. She was at first cursing Tsunade for ruining her date with Naruto, but now that she was on a mission with him, things would be much better. Now, since Naruto didn't want to show that she was his girlfriend, he decided to introduce himself in a polite and emotionless manner, hoping that she would see the underneath of his tone. Pleasure to meet you, Yui-san. We will be teamed on this mission. Tsunade-sama was just briefing me on it. Greeted Naruto, receiving a nod from the Jounin. The pleasure is all mine, Anbu-san. Kurenai wasn't Jounin for nothing, and she was able to see what Naruto intended when he approached to her in a formal manner. As I was saying to Black Wolf here, your mission is to retrieve an S-ranked document from Drea. This map here will pinpoint his location and the rendezvous point. Any communications with you and him will be through Black Wolf here, since he and Drea worked together once and established a secure line of communication with each other. You are to leave in 4 hours from now and are scheduled to arrive at the location at noon tomorrow. As to your questions, Black Wolf, the reason I'm here is to discuss with Tsunade-sama about your Jounin test that you'll be qualified to take after the completion of this mission, and your partner's abilities. Well, Tsunade-sama has already briefed you when she arrived. Said Tenzao, perching Naruto and Kurena's interest because of their conversation the previous day. Okay, then, said Naruto as he and Kurena vanished and appeared on top of the Hokage's tower. It seems that our luck improved, Naru-kun. I was just about to curse the whole world because of our date, but now I'm going on a mission with the legendary Black Wolf of Konoha and my boyfriend, said Kurena, smiling towards the blonde, who said among the same lines regarding Kurena and her Genjutsu mistress title. Then Naruto and Kurena went each for their apartments for packing. Naruto, being an Anbu, was kind of ready for any type of mission as he packed his stuff inside a storage scroll. Kurena for her part needed to pack since she still had a team even though they were all Chunin level ninja. 3 hours later, both of them met at the Dango shop for a light lunch and then head up for their mission together. At the Dango restaurant minus. As they entered the restaurant, both of them got to see Anko eating dangos like crazy and pouring sake like a maniac. Upon seeing that, both of them sighed. Kurena, since she very well knew that Anko could be like that, and Naruto for his part was confirmed his suspicions about the snake mistress. Hello, Anko-chan, what are you up to? Asked Kurena, earning the woman's attention and devious smirking. Hello, Kurena-ch, who is your Anbu friend? Said Anko as she was checking the man out head to toe, much to Kurena's displeasure. Oh, this is Black Wolf, we are going on a mission together. Kurena winked to Anko, letting her know just who Black Wolf was. Much to Naruto's dismay, he appreciated his identity hidden, and he saw that Kurena's friend Anko was a former Anbu Black Ops of Assassination Squad, therefore her reputation was well known throughout Anbu HQ. Suddenly Naruto's prank side got the best of him and used a seal-less henge, changing his face appearance to test these two. It is nice seeing you again, Anko-san, how have you been? Asked Naruto, keeping as stoic as before. Okay, Black Wolf, let's go to the table on the back, so you can take away your mask and eat with us, said Anko, to which Kurena was worried for her boyfriend's identity. Anko-chan, I don't think that is wise idea. I began to open her mouth but was stopped by Naruto. Do not worry about my identity, Kurena-san, let's go. When they arrived at their table, Anko was eager to see Naruto's face since she wanted to see her friend's lover. When Black Wolf took away his mask, Anko was confused at first. On Kurena's part, she was studying her lover's complex henge for a bit as well as giving some time for Anko to recognize it. Honey, please drop the henge, I don't think that Anko can see through that double-layered henge, Kurena said, much to the surprise of her friend. She didn't think Naruto would be so proficient at illusion techniques. Hey, Kurena-chan, I should have figured you wouldn't fall for the henge, since you already knew it was me, but I managed to work your knowledge a little bit, didn't I? Said Naruto, dropping the henge and showing his face to Anko. Anko was blushing at his looks like she wasn't in a long time. She haven't seen him in a long time and his face resembled the face of a man, and a very handsome one, she wondered. From inside, she was cursing Kurena with all her might, because of the fact that she took him all for herself. Sure, he was only 16, but when Anko saw his eyes, she immediately raised his age to at least 25 to 28. Until now, Anko had been skeptical when Kurena told her about how his eyes gave him more experience than his actual age, but now she could see why he was known as Konoha's Black Wolf. Those eyes, even though the yellow, feral grin wasn't easily noticeable, it was there and she could see it. For Kurena it came to a surprise that Anko would drool like that for Naruto, but then again he was handsome as hell. She was actually worried that he could get a fangirl club in Konoha and she would receive death glares from them, since she was his girlfriend and everything. Now come to think about it, she was glad that Naruto was an Anbu, since they would wear a mask, hiding his face from everyone. Now back to seeing her friend drooling over her boyfriend, a little piece of jealousy rushed her mind and decided to poke her friend a little bit. Anko-chan, would you please stop drooling over my boyfriend? I'm right here, you know. What? Oh, I'm sorry, Kurena-chan. It's just that I didn't expect him to grow this much, that's all, said Anko, lying out on the open to both of them. She was sizing him up and just appreciating the view of such a man. It's okay, Anko-san, I didn't expect to change this much as well. You see, when I decided to change, I would figure that being an Anbu, I would see many bad things as I heard from Kakashi-sensei, but eventually I realized that in order to become stronger and more experienced in the battlefield, the mission and my teammates was all that mattered, so I acquired a great deal of experience, being an Anbu and talking to Ace, said Naruto, Noticing that Anko didn't stop drooling over him, much to Kurena's dismay, and Naruto was beginning to think about doing something to prevent an eventual catfight between the two of them. Ah. Naruto, who is Ace? You've never mentioned him to me, who is he? Kurena actually had a feeling she knew who Ace was, but she wanted to be sure of it. Ace is my personal summon and partner on missions. Well, he is a scarred black wolf who came from the mountains of Wind Country, said Naruto, earning some more questions. Oh, I see, so only you can summon him, then, but why do I usually see your partner along with you even inside the village? Actually, Kurena wanted to ask just what she and Hinata were chatting before, was he as a summon or a partner like a Kamaru, but Naruto already knew he would have to introduce Ace to Kurena, but thought about how tough would be for him to get acquainted with anyone other than him, and that only happened since Naruto knew better than anyone Ace's situation, since he is a lone wolf, even though he now has Kurena. To answer your question, Kurena-chan, he is a summon, but he stays by my side like a Kamaru does with Kiba, since he doesn't have anywhere to be, so he stays with me, and the reason I summon him inside the village is the fact that he is the only one who understands my lonely situation, said Naruto, now showing his deep cerulean eyes that showed them just how much he suffered through his life, since he didn't have much people who liked him or wanted to be with him, except for Kurena and Kakashi. What do you mean lonely situation? Asked Anko, beating Kurena since she was about to ask that as well, but she only sighed and looked at her boyfriend with explanations. She was intrigued by the way Naruto said, showing such sadness in his eyes. Oh, don't get me wrong, Kurena-chan, Anko-san, I love Kurena-chan so much and I couldn't be happier just to be with her, but both of you know that, because of my burden, I pretty much have to fight it all by myself. As you both know, never in my life I was wanted or liked by anyone other than you, Kurena-chan, the third Hokage, Kakashi-sensei, Jiraiya-sensei, and the Godame. Ace came to me once, while I was on a mission, and he saw in my eyes the ferocity as well as the loneliness that he as well had. So we bonded easily and he agreed to stay with me, said Naruto with a small grin on his face at seeing the eyes of the two girls wide with little tears, Kurena more than Anko, since Anko's situation was similar but not to that length, and Kurena being his boyfriend. He wasn't sad by any of it, since he long ago surpassed it, but scars remains on the soul, even though that damage was entirely healed. Kurena and Anko could see it. They now knew just how since he was born, he was controlling the one who most likely destroyed half of Konoha inside of him and keeping it from getting out. And Naruto, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were like this growing up. I can't begin to imagine what it must have been to you. And from the events that came before your entrance to Anbu, now it's no surprise as to why you changed so much. You had every right to just abandon everything, said Kurena, now understanding her boyfriend's painful life and the fact he came all this way. It was astonishing to watch. It's okay, Kurena-chan, I surpassed it, but you know, scars do not only stay on your skin, but on your soul as well, but as every pain, mine will vanish within time. I have no regrets of my decisions so far, and I have true companions in my life, and that's more than I can ask for. You see, one of the reasons I joined Anbu, and I think that no one knows about it, but Ace, is that I wanted to leave whatever bad happened to me behind, and being Anbu was indeed helpful for it. With missions after missions, I was beginning to let go of that past of mine and focus on the present. So Kurena-chan, you got yourself one hell of a guy, I have to say, though. I didn't expect you to be like this at all, Naruto-kun. When I saw you at the Chunin exams that time, you're very much an annoying brat, who keeps saying meaningless things like wanting to become Hokage and everything, but by taking a look at you, I now see you've grown exponentially, saying Anko, earning a proud smile from Kurena and a strange foxy grin from Naruto, which worried her a little bit. Oh, that wasn't me, Anko-san, you see back there, I was like that only to drive attention for myself, so as trying to compensate for the fact that I didn't have any of that back then. That's why I presume is very difficult to try and compare me now with the one back then, but believe you me, when I say that the Hokage position isn't my dream, which in fact it never was, said Naruto, to which Anko nodded. Anko indeed was trying to compare, but like Naruto said, she was having difficulties. Apart from the yellow hair and the whisker marks, he was completely different. Even his eyes were now different, which according to Anko, wouldn't ever change, but it did. His blue eyes now resembled a dark blue, instead of the clear blue ones he had as a child, and his eyes every now and again would change to pure yellow feral grin when he displayed his killing intent technique. Kurena-chan, we should be going, it's almost time. Right. We are going, Anko-chan, see you around and take care. As she said goodbye to the couple, Anko remained inside the restaurant lost in wonders about the couple that was in front of her. She was remembering how down Kurenai was before, and now she seemed happier than ever, as if they went back together. As to Naruto, she didn't know what to think of him. She didn't know that a person could change so much, and yet in front of her was the blonde who a few years back was a pain in the ass, now is an Anbu and quite a good one, from what she heard of the Black Wolf of Konoha through Yogao. Add the fact that he melted the heart of the Ice Queen of Konoha, which no one could do before. Outside Konoha's walls minus. Right now, Kurenai and Black Wolf were jumping from tree logs, like they were on the ground. They were heading for the rendezvous point where they would meet with the Toad Sannin near the border between the Fire Country and Rice Country. Naruto, now with his mask on, was traveling along with his girlfriend Kurenai, who by the way was looking intently at her now masked boyfriend. She was remembering the first time she saw him wearing the mask when he rescued Team 8 along with Yogao. They were traveling for a good 3 hours before the full moon appeared, showing some stars on the sky. Seeing this, Naruto aka Black Wolf made a sign for her to go down to the ground and rest until tomorrow. Once they stopped, Naruto's Kage Bunshins prepared the location, making the tent and starting some fire for them to stay. Once that done, the Kage Bunshin went to different directions along the jungle for guard duty, since they could warn Naruto of possible threats, covering more ground than if one ninja would keep watch. When they entered the tent, Kurenai saw Naruto take off his mask and didn't lose the opportunity. She kissed him, throwing him to the ground while landing on top of him. A few minutes later, they broke the kiss only for a quick break, then after some time, they started all over again, being certain that each of them was moaning sounds of pleasure through their mouths. So do you think your Kage Bunshins will protect us, Naruto-kun? This area can be quite dangerous, and possibly packed with enemies. Asked Kurenai, just waiting for a clear signal for her to launch in his neck and start licking it. Do not worry, Kurenai, I've already performed co-op strategies with the Kage Bunshins, so they should be alright. After all, when one is dispelled, his memory comes to me, so I can figure out that an enemy is close. Answered Naruto, taking off his Anbu vest and his mask as well as putting them near, so that he can be comfortable alongside his lover. Oh, in that case, I wouldn't mind falling asleep on your chest, Naru-kun, whispered Kurenai, passing her fingers throughout his chest. A few miles away, close to the rendezvous point minus. A few miles away from Naruto and Kurenai's tent, 8 Kumo Jounins were waiting for Konoha's Anbu Black Wolf to come and meet Jiraiya and fall for the ambush they prepared. It was a work of right by one of the Kumo shinobis, and they fooled Konoha by falsifying the Sannin signature, informing them to send Anbu Black Wolf here to meet the Toad Sannin. They would just surround the black-masked Anbu, since according to their intel, he came pretty much alone, which meant that the odds would be against the black-masked Anbu. Kumo already placed the Black Wolf Konoha Anbu as a B-rank shinobi on their bingo book, and that represented order to kill on sight. Seeing that Kumo had already lost 20 high-ranked shinobis to the masked Anbu, he sent a small army of mid-level jounin, so to deal with the new threat by killing him and sending his head to Konoha, sending a clear message to not mess with Kumo. Yeah, Naruto was quite famous around Kumo shinobi, since everyone from rank Chunin or above was aware of Black Wolf's ability in taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu and kenjutsu, and frankly, no one wanted to take him alone, well, most Chunin and low-level jounin. The rest were too stubborn to realize that they weren't strong enough to deal with him. The next day minus. On the next day, Black Wolf and Kurenai were traveling faster, now in order to reach the rendezvous point, but Naruto was worried, since normally either Gamakichi or Gamatetsu would appear and say that Jiraiya would be meeting with them. Now thinking, Naruto was expecting one Toad summon quite a while ago, and the latter hadn't come yet, worrying him to any sort of traps being planned by enemy shinobi. Even if Konoha had a bulletproof document analysis system, if the enemy were to possess knowledge in Fuinjutsu, Konoha would be easily fooled and send him in a suicide mission by mistake. Knowing that was better not to gamble the mission, 1 for Konoha and 2 for Kurenai, he immediately summoned 2 Kage Bunshins and henged them into Kurenai and himself. The reason was to send the Kage Bunshins, not only fooling the enemy, but also learning their position and where to strike. Kurenai, upon seeing the technique, were interested as to what Naruto was thinking. Black Wolf, why the Kage Bunshins were henged into us? Asked Kurenai, seeing the serious face on his boyfriend's face expression. Something's off, Kurenai. If Jiraiya were to wait for us, by now, he should have sent a toad summon to locate us and brief his precise location. I don't know, something is not right. These two will scout the area out for us. We are approximately 10 miles near the supposed rendezvous point. If my guess is correct, my hinged cage buncheons are going to be surrounded by enemy ninjas, explained Naruto, worrying his girlfriend. Are you sure, Black Wolf? I mean, if what you're saying is true, then the letter sent by Jiraiya was false. Yeah, even though Konoha's system is almost 100 effective, a few ninjutsu seal could alter the letter content, making it look like it was from an important person. What shall we do, then? Shall we contact Konoha? Yes, Ace. You called, Black Wolf? Yes, go to Tsunade-sama's office, tell her that we believe that the letter was false and that we suspect of an ambush. Please transmit that message for me, asked Naruto, while writing it all down on a scroll. I'll be right back, Black Wolf, wait right here. Right. At Tsunade's office minus. Then Ace poofed away and appeared at Tsunade's office, catching her sleeping, almost drooling on the paperwork. Seeing that, Ace sighed, seeing the resemblance that ran in the family of the Senju clan and the goofing off at the Hokage's room. Not having time to waste, Ace barked with all his might, scaring the shit out of Tsunade, making her jump out of the chair. Tsunade-sama, glad you're awake. Black Wolf told me to deliver this message to you. He is waiting a reply, said Ace, earning Tsunade's attention, making her forget to send the wolf back to where he came from. What? A message from Naruto, give me. Tsunade-sama, I have reasons to suspect that enemy ninjas copied Jiraiya's signature and sent the letter, seeking me to meet him, since so far my way of contact with Jiraiya-sama, either Gamakichi or Gamatetsu, haven't shown up yet. Me and Kurenai-san are hiding 10 miles near the meeting point. Being that, I request that a test be made on the document to check if a few ninjutsu seal that altered the letter. Awaiting instructions on the manner. This is bad, Ace. If Naruto's right, the enemy wants him dead. Shizune, bring me Jiraiya's letter now. Ace, take this to Naruto, ordered Tsunade. Right away, Tsunade-sama. Back at the forest minus. Naruto and Kurenai were hiding behind the bushes, waiting for the cage buncheon's memory to come to Naruto, while Ace delivered the message to Tsunade-sama. Suddenly, Ace appeared out of nowhere, handing the message to Naruto. Black Wolf, this is serious. If it's another village, it can be dangerous in a political way. Do not go to the rendezvous point. You have a new mission. It's an investigation mission. Try to investigate who's the enemy that is supposed to wait for you to arrive, but do not engage the enemy. The evidence, if you're correct, will be revealed by the paper. I already sent a message to Jiraiya. I haven't received any response yet. Be careful. Godame. What did Tsunade-sama say? Kurenai asked, unable to see the message. She changed the mission to an investigation one. We have to see who's about to ambush us. He laughed. Naruto, since he was about to do that with his cage buncheons anyway. Why are you laughing? Investigation mission are tough. We have to do it, and not get caught, said Kurenai, scowling her lover for his supposedly lack of maturity when handling such a mission. Oh sorry, it's just that my cage buncheons are already heading for the ambush. The minute the cage buncheons take a look at the enemy's height, he will be dispelled and transfer all the information we need to cover. Wait. They dispelled. Kumo trapped us. Hurry Kurenai, we have to go. Focus chakra on your feet. We are in for quite a run, said Naruto as he ran, and Kurenai followed just behind them, quite enjoying the way the mission turned out to be. After 5 hours of travel, Kurenai showed to Naruto that she couldn't take any more, but Naruto knew better than to stay and rest since the enemy might be coming to get them. Not seeing other alternative, Naruto turned to Kurenai, saying her to get on top of his shoulders so as to carry her at least until they were near Konoha. Kurenai, get on top of me. We have to continue. The enemy might come to us, please, said Naruto, almost as an order. You're not tired? We have been running for 5 hours and you suggest you carry me until Konoha. This is insane. After some time, Naruto convinced Kurenai by saying that he would take a soldier pill in the middle of the way, and they both went towards Konoha's direction, with Kurenai enjoying every minute of the ride with her boyfriend, seeing his hair flying with the wind in a rather smooth way. Just how can Naruto land so smooth on a tree like that? Wait, he's not only focusing chakra on his feet, he is creating a barrier around his boots, so as to not only land without making any noise or sudden movements, as well as not leaving any footmarks on the tree. Anbu can teach all sorts of things, can't they? thought Kurenai, as she was enjoying her ride more and more. Naruto-kun, this is wonderful, we should do this again, sometime, said Kurenai, never remembering a day that she had this much fun. I'm glad you like it, Kurenai. On the things that Anbu's chakra control program teaches you is to travel fast by not leaving any footmarks on the trees or any solid, said Naruto, grinning at his girlfriend's happiness with the ride. After 2 hours more, Naruto zipped a soldier pill and the couple arrived at Tsunade's office, 3 hours later. Upon arrival, Naruto and Kurenai entered Tsunade's office, well more like Kurenai dragging her boyfriend and putting him on a chair to gather his breath a little bit. Tsunade upon seeing this decided to grin a little bit, since she thought Naruto would never be tired. So, Black Wolf, I thought I would die first then see you ever become tired, said Tsunade, smiling a little bit at her surrogate son and subordinate Anbu, much to Naruto's dismay since he traveled twice, since he had to carry Kurenai as well. Tsunade-sama, you'd be just as tired traveling for 5 hours pumping chakra through your feet to go faster, and I didn't say I was exhausted. I just needed to catch my breath a little bit. Thank you, Kurenai-chan. I feel better now, said Naruto, rising from the couch. If you were traveling for 5 hours, then why isn't Kurenai tired as well? Said Tsunade, seeing Kurenai looking around and became suspicious. Actually, Tsunade-sama, after the first travel, I was really tired, so Naruto-kun, Black Wolf carried me here on his shoulders. Not that I complain though, it was one hell of a ride, said Kurenai, earning a sigh from Tsunade and Shizune that upon hearing Kurenai, they turned to look at the infamous Black Wolf and wondered where the hell he got such energy from. Oh. So Black Wolf, it seemed you're right, Kumo did set you up, we analyzed the document and it was fake, just like you suspected. Also Jiraiya sent me a letter explaining about your suspicion, a little time ago, explaining that his contacts in Kumo warned him about it. Also, it seems that you are quite famous in Kumo, you're in their bingo book, listed as an B-ranked shinobi, with the order to kill on sight. Congratulations, it seemed you got the attention you deserved, so to speak. Now we have to give you a nickname that can serve your reputation and scatter the information to the shinobi countries. Any ideas? Said Tsunade, to which Naruto scowled, since he got into Anbu since they got to be behind the curtains, not have names on the bingo book. I don't care what the enemy name me, put whatever you want, said Naruto harshly, earning some glares from the girls present in the room. Naruto-kun, don't underestimate such names, take Kakashi for example, Sharingan no Kakashi, his name is feared worldwide, just like you are in Kumo, said Kurenai, and Tsunade decided to add her side of the story. And do not think that the names are only for yourself, because it's not. It's for the village. Once your name got spread through the shinobi nations, the enemy would think twice before attacking, not counting the fact that we will have more clients hiring us for missions, said Tsunade before managing to hear a sigh from the black-masked Anbu, knowing that he couldn't go against 3 women when they are settled. Okay, then, but I'm only doing it for the village, not for myself, because that would be a total waste of time. So my nickname will be Shippo Okami, Hurricane Wolf, said Naruto, though again he couldn't care less about his fame along the shinobi countries. Konoha's Shippo Okami sounds deadly and it matches to you quite nicely, Naruto. Having a natural affinity for wind, as well as some wolf qualities yourself, okay, I'll spread the word. Shizune, be sure to take care of this and also send Kumo our regards from trying to deceive Konoha, said Tsunade, managing to hear a devious grin coming from behind the Anbu's mask. Like father, like son. Your father was feared in Iwa, you will be feared in Kumo. Chapter 8, Living by the Mask. After Naruto and Kurenai's mission report, the couple left the Hokage's office. Since Naruto had to make his appearance at Anbu HQ for him to handle his mission report, when an Anbu participates on a mission, not only the Hokage needs a report, but also the Anbu member has to fill a report at Anbu HQ. Kurenai was sad but complied anyway. She knew Anbu's life from Yo-Gao and Anko, so she bid him goodbye with a peck on the cheek before putting his mystery black mask on and see him jump to the nearest rooftop and simply disappear from view. After, Kurenai went towards Anko's house for a little visit, seeing that she didn't have anything to do. Since her team was sent on a mission together with Shiranu Genma, she figured some girl's night was in order. She hoped that Yo-Gao could make it as well, but since she was on Naruto's Anbu team, she wasn't sure if she would be able to attend. Nevertheless, she guessed that if she couldn't make it, at least Anko would never dismiss such an invitation. At Anko's house Kurena arrived at Anko's place and rang the bell of her door. A few seconds after, Kurena managed to hear noises of someone tripping and slightly falling on the ground, mumbling a wide list of curse words to which Kurena didn't know some of them until now. When Anko opened the door, Kurena found she wasn't surprised when she saw Anko with just her fish netwear, showing a lot of skin. My if it isn't Kurena-chan. How was your romantic mission? Asked Anko before grinning deviously upon seeing Kurena blush. Kurena for her part remembered the word romance with Naruto. Anko-chan, I still don't know why you answer the door dressed up like that. What if it was some man instead of me? Asked Kurena, not at all aware that Anko was once again thanking Kami for more blackmail material to use against her friend. Scared of the fact that Naruto-kun may see me naked and prefer me over you, Kurena-chan. Said Anko, emphasizing the kun in order to irritate the genjutsu mistress. Huh, you wish. Naruto-kun would not do such a thing. Besides, with the way we did it together, we were both so sweat that I believed for a moment that Naruto was making a Suton jutsu. Said Kurena, making Anko drool at the prospect of such information. Get in here now, tell me everything. Yo-Gao is coming over as we speak. Really? I thought she was busy at Anbu. Said Kurena, to which Anko nodded her head saying that Yo-Gao's team was on leave as a reward from 100 completed missions. Kurena responded with a smile, since she was happy Yo-Gao would be able to come to their girls' night. Okay girl, come in here and tell me everything. Where? When? How? Details, I need details, asked Anko as Kurena stepped inside. Hold on Anko-chan, I'll gladly tell everything, but not before Yo-Gao-chan arrives. I don't feel like repeating it. Said Kurena, although the reason was clear in her mind. Man, if I tell twice, I might have to go look for Naruto. Anko was slightly angry about not hearing about it firsthand, but she shrugged it off, since she would eventually hear it. As Kurena and Anko fetched for a sake bottle, Yo-Gao shunshined inside, greeting their friends who were already opening the bottle of sake. Hello there, right to the point, I see. So, Kurena-chan, how was the mission with Naruto? Asked Yo-Gao, to which Kurena turned to greet the purple-haired Kunoichi. It turned out that Kumo tried to ambush Naruto by sending a falsified letter signed by Jiraiya-sama. They were going to ambush him when he arrived at where's supposed to be the rendezvous point. On the way, Naruto-kun found strange that no Toad would appear to contact him, so he sent a Cage Bunshin ahead for information. Turns out that Kumo sent a team of Jounins to take care of him. Knowing this, we returned. Said Kurena as she helped fix the table together with Anko. Kumo. What would Kumo want to do with Naruto? Asked Anko, entering the conversation, to which only Kurena and Yo-Gao knew the answer. Naruto ended up frustrating them on some of his many missions as an Anbu. He and Yo-Gao rescued me and my team from some Kumo shinobis a little while ago. The Hokage even gave Naruto a reputation name so as to stop Kumo from their attempts, seeing as Naruto is now on their bingo book as an A-ranked shinobi, said Kurena, to which Yo-Gao voiced her disapproval. Why would she do that? Anbu uses masks for a reason, you know? Tsunade-sama did it as a way to improve the village's reputation. I don't see the whole problem with entering an Anbu on the bingo book. It's not like she said who he is underneath the black wolf mask. I'm sure Kumo will think twice before attacking my boyfriend, Konoha's Shippo Okami, Hurricane Wolf, said Kurena, proudly about being the girlfriend of the next famous shinobi since Kakashi no Sharingan, much to Anko's smirk and Yo-Gao's dismay, since she couldn't do anything about it, since it was an act from the Hokage herself and she respected Tsunade's decisions. How did Naruto respond to such an act? Asked Yo-Gao, with the secret hope that he would take Anbu's life serious and that Hokage forced him to accept. He did the same thing as you. Although he managed to express his anger towards Tsunade, not only for the same reason you said, but also for ruining his behind-the-curtain kind of life, said Kurena, earning looks of surprise from Anko and Yo-Gao as well. Behind-the-curtain kind of life? That's it. The brat I met was a different person. Said Anko, showing that she stopped thinking of Naruto from his first Chunin exams and the new one. That's quite interesting, Kurena-chan, but I can see why he preferred such a thing. When I asked him about why he didn't take off his mask when inside Anbu HQ, he remembered me of his burden, as himself called it, and said that some of the Anbu members would instantly remember what happened 16 years ago. At first I figured that he was just being paranoid, but now I'm not so sure about it. Sometimes I even hear some villagers murmuring something about the demon was gone or something like that. Said Yogao, to which Kurenai sighed, thinking of all the hardship he faced growing up. Sometimes I wonder if they would never forget it. I mean, Naruto can't wear a mask forever. Anbu has a 3-year service after that. The ninja's mind starts shattering after seeing stuff. Said Anko, instantly feeling sad for him, to whom Kurenai decided to step in. Since she knows how strong her boyfriend is both physically and mentally. Anko-chan, Naruto-kun will succeed, I believe in him. But enough with the sad stories. Naruto-kun is going to thrive as an Anbu and rise as a jounin. Now, as I recall, Anko-chan here wanted to know something, didn't she? Said Kurenai, winking at both of them, immediately getting Anko's attention. Yogao for her part somehow knew that she would need to have some time with Hayate. Well, it all started when, with Naruto minus. After saying goodbye to Kurenai, he was heading for Anbu HQ. On the way, he was cursing Tsunade for doing what she did. Sure, he wanted to protect the village, but he didn't want to attract attention to himself anymore. Doing this is what caused people to look down on him or treat him the way they did, simply because they thought that he was weak and couldn't back any eventual threat. Now, Kuma was targeting him and he didn't like it. As he was jumping through rooftops and rooftops, a woman's shout reached his ears, actually hurting it a little bit. When he looked to see to whom belonged the voice, he wasn't surprised to see Yamanaka Ino shouting at Nara Shikamaru for being so damn lazy. Upon watching the display and utterly grateful from not being on the receiving end of the voice that could send the entire Inuzuka clan to the ground, Naruto mumbled his disapproval of the ones that he graduated with. Shikamaru was okay, perhaps Shino and even Chuji. But the rest of them were a lost cause. Ino and Sakura were the worst of the bunch with their somehow voice enhancement jutsu. After a little time watching the two, he spotted Chuji arriving with a bag of chips on his hands. Naruto's mind immediately shifted to his time as a genin under Team 7 with Kakashi, and just the thought of it unnerved him to no end. Too much egos to battle against, he thought. But he could only sigh and move forward, since there was no sense in dwelling on the past like that. So he got up and started jumping straight forward the Anbu HQ. Shikamaru for his part thought he sensed someone watching his team, but shrugged it off when Asuma arrived with a B-ranked mission near Iwa territory. Asuma for his part got to sense Naruto watching his team's antics at the same time, wondering when he would get to fight against him again. Asuma was actually considering Naruto as a future sparring partner, so as to not become stagnant since he practically led his Chunin team with all the fighting. Asuma cursed the fact that his team didn't bump into ranked missing nins like the one Kakashi's team bumped into on their first C-ranked mission. Naruto, maybe I'll hold on to that offer. Back with Naruto, he was already inside Anbu HQ. As he went to the hallways, Naruto met with some Anbu members that he got to meet at least the name of their masks, since he didn't want to risk exposing his identity from fear of people recognizing him as the demon vessel. As he walked, a voice suddenly talked to him, much to his dismay. "You seem paranoid, Naruto. You seem tense, relax." "Ku," said Kyubi, though he was furious of being ignored by his vessel. "Hey Kyubi, long time no see. How is going?" said Naruto inside his mindscape after entering inside a bedroom for Anbu members to sleep after missions inside of Konoha. Ku. Ignoring me again, aren't you? I wonder how much time can you do that, Naruto? No matter how much stronger you are still just human. I'm the king of demons," whispered Kyubi with his strong voice, licking so much killing intent that Naruto was barely managing to hold his cool about the whole thing. But in order to control the demon, one must show him that either didn't care or forcefully shoving him inside the cage, which Naruto still didn't have strength to do. "Right, you're king of demons, yet not only you're trapped inside a human stomach, but also putted it here by another human," said Naruto before hearing Kyubi roared, leaking more killing intent than before. "One day, Naruto, you will succumb to me, and when the day comes, all of the people you hold dear will be killed by my claws. Just you wait," shouted Kyubi after seeing Naruto's mental image vanish. Now looking at the room's door, Naruto took off his mask and started breathing heavily. Since he became a part of Anbu, Kyubi made sure to leak some killing intent from time to time in order to let Naruto know the real enemy. Orochimaru and Akatsuki were just little enemies compared to the almighty demon. Speaking of the snake and the red cloud pain in the ass, Naruto was wondering about their whereabouts. He knew that Akatsuki didn't know about his Anbu status since he refused to remove his mask when inside the HQ. His report only indicated his mask and his name, as Konoha's Shippu Okami and Drio was keeping tabs on the snake Sannin to see who he would choose to switch bodies. Now regaining his breath, Naruto put on his mask again and went out of the room. As he went through the hallways, he bumped into Hawk saying that their team would do a scout throughout the village, seeing as Anbu's information, gathering squad found rumors of an S-ranked missing nin by the name of Raiko Shinomaru. He fled from Iwa after a failed attempt in killing the Earth Daimyo. Hawk also said that after this mission, his team would take 2 days off. Oh, and Black Wolf, Cat won't be joining us. She had the choice of not coming to this mission and took an extra day. I don't know, probably wanting to catch up with her friends or something like that. She didn't want to talk to me about it. Oh well, we'll scout the village in 2 hours. Meet me and Bear on top of the Anbu HQ, said Hawk, before heading off to whatever he was supposed to do. Naruto for his part bowed in respect, while thinking about the red-eyed beauty. He figured that Yogao would get to talk to her as well as Anko. I wonder what they talk about. Little did he know that he happened to be the center of attention right now. At the girls' night minus. Right now, Kurenai was on the part when she and Naruto lost all their inhibitions, and just let their hormones take over. Anko was using her kunoichi's experience just to not take her hands and begin to touch her body. She already heard the first time Naruto and Kurenai had sex, but that was just foreplay compared to this time. Either that or Kurenai was just exaggerating. Either way, the red-eyed kunoichi was telling with such passion and lust on her eyes that it was difficult not to believe her. Yogao was rendered speechless once again, and she tried to reach her mask to hide all the blushing which sadly was no near her at the moment. Kurenai for her part was now in trance for remembering the sex scene. At first, she began explaining of the romantic scenery when she and Naruto kissed under the full moon. Then she told them about the couple's teasing, and afterwards all hell broke loose. After some time, Kurenai finished describing the scene, wondering about the sudden wet sensation she felt near that area. Anko and Yogao were in serious need of some male company at the moment, but since Anko was still single, and they got news that Hayate got a mission, neither of the girls would be able to release the sudden tension that rose after Kurenai's detailed description that happened to destroy a certain Orange Book's reputation. Somewhere, a certain white-haired man felt the urge to giggle. "Anko-chan, give me that bottle, right now," shouted Yogao, earning a nod from the snake mistress as well as a blush from the red-eyed kunoichi, who regained her conscience after being in slight trance. "Sorry, I got carried away," said Kurenai, to which Anko decided to add a little comment. "Gee, you think? God, Kurenai-chan, if I didn't know you, I would think that you are the hidden author of the Uchiha series. I know. I've never felt like this before. I think I had a little orgasm after telling the story," said Kurenai, still blush that happened to match with her eyes. "I'll say. You were practically moaning Naruto's name on occasions. Damn it, Kurenai. How do you expect me to take you and Naruto out of my mind if you keep describing like that?" said Yogao before slapping her hands, covering her mouth so as to try to keep Kurenai from suspecting something, but sadly Kurenai heard it. "You do what?" screamed Kurenai, mentally cursing her friend for such a thing and herself for being the one who caused it. "I'm sorry, Kurenai-chan, but the way you described it, I was surprised that you didn't ran away just to find Naruto and ravage him." "No, wait. Kurenai, it's your entire fault. I'm on his team, you know," shouted Yogao, blushing madly while hearing Anko laughing her ass off. But that wasn't what scared Yogao though. After the laughter stopped, Anko was smiling deviously, which according to Kurenai and Yoga's experience with the snake mistress, such smile only mean trouble. "Oh, I have an idea for you guys to solve this problem. Why not share him, how about it?" "Huh?" whispered Anko, earning blushes from Yogao and shouts from Kurenai, who once again was not only cursing Anko but herself as well for once again being the cause of it. "Have you lost your damned mind, or the sake is tampering with your brain? There is no way in hell that I'd even consider such a thing. Naruto-kun is mine and mine alone. Besides, Yogao has Hayate, right Yogao-chan? Asked Kurenai while looking for Yogao for reassurance, only to see Yogao still blushing, while zoning out for a moment. Yogao screamed Kurenai, waking the purple-haired Kunoichi from her thoughts. Ah. Yes, Kurenai-chan, you said something? Said Yogao, earning looks of anger from Kurenai, who thought that her friend Anbu was considering the idea, and enjoyment from Anko, who just needed to do one more push for hell to break loose. Nah, Kurenai-chan isn't Naruto a stamina freak. I'm sure he can handle two women at the same time, said Anko smiling, before sensing a sudden chill up her spine that could make Orochimaru cry like a little girl after losing her favorite doll. Anko screamed Kurenai while starting to make hand seals, before screaming Tsukiyomi, just kidding, even though would be funny as hell, Magen Jubaku Satsu, demonic illusion, tree binding death. Before Anko realized, she was being held by a tree, falling in Kurenai's genjutsu. At Anbu's library minus. Not having anything to do since he had to wait for his scout mission. Naruto headed for the Anbu's library in order to learn a new technique. Going through the Foten Ninjutsu section, Naruto managed to find a scroll with an A-ranked Foten Jutsu called Foten Kyomo Shippu no Jutsu, Wind Style, Fierce Hurricane Jutsu. After that, he sat on a table nearby and started reading the scroll. As he was reading, he learned that in order to perform this technique, the ninja must know how to expel Foten chakra from his body and then spin in order to create the hurricane. After that, the scroll said that the hard part of the technique was to actually control the hurricane once formed. No wonder this is an A- ranked technique, the chakra needed to control the hurricane would be quite large. Thank Kami she blessed me with high chakra capacity. After finishing reading the scroll, Naruto got up and headed for a training ground after registering his name and the scroll he took with the librarian. Anbu's hidden training ground number 5-. After a little search for an empty training ground, Naruto found this one and marveled at the sight of what appeared to be a forest inside the building. Damn Yamato Takao, do you need to go through this trouble? Naruto dismissed the thought and rushed to his new technique. Focusing Foten chakra, Naruto waited as the wind traveled through his chakra coils until he could feel it reaching all his tenketsus. For this to work, Naruto had to expel the Foten chakra through his body at the same time. As he proceeded, he felt little gusts of wind leaving his arms, legs, chest, and stomach. Well, first part completed, now with the spinning. Naruto figured that a little copy of the Hyuga's heavenly spin was in order, but with Foten chakra instead of normal chakra. However, as Naruto tried to spin, he found it hard to focus on the expelling part, since he also needed to spin very fast for the hurricane to form. After some attempts, Naruto was getting dizzy from all the spinning, and yet the best that he could do was to create a little typhoon which lasted only 5 seconds. Man, the control needed for this technique is amazing. Not only you have to keep the hurricane spinning, but also you have to throw at the enemy. Naruto learned from the scroll that this technique could also be used for defensive purposes by only needing to control the hurricane spinning. Naruto once learned from Jiraiya about how much chakra was actually needed for each technique, and he remembered the old pervert saying to him that in order to see how much chakra is needed, one has to attempt the technique with a specific quantity of chakra, so as to see if the technique needs more or less chakra to perform. Seeing that the technique was ranked as an A-ranked one, Naruto decided to pump more chakra and hopefully the hurricane would form. Already spinning again, Naruto focused on expelling Foten chakra, but this time using way more chakra than before, making the hurricane spin around Naruto, keeping him inside while he stopped spinning and kept controlling the hurricane's spin velocity. Naruto enjoyed the feeling of controlling Foten chakra. He actually felt like a wind god upon seeing that he could control the speed of the hurricane like that. But now was the real challenge. Spin the hurricane was one thing, but manage to move the hurricane at will was another. Since the scroll didn't mention anything about how to move the hurricane's position, he figured that he not only needed to keep the rotation, but also needed to force the huge tornado. But then again, in order to control Foten ninjutsu, the ninja must not use force to control it, but rather actually go with the air current. If Naruto managed to use another air current and simply push the hurricane, he would be able to complete the technique. I can do the Daitapa without seals, but this takes a lot of chakra to proceed, but then again maybe, I can do the hand seals, since the tornado is already created, I just need to push it. Now willing to test his theory, Naruto ran through the hand seals needed for the Daitapa, managing to send the hurricane forward. The result was quite amazing and quite destructive at the same time. Naruto was glad that the hurricane dissipated after he stopped applying Photon Chakra for two reasons. One was because he knew how to dissipate, and two, because if the hurricane didn't dissipate, it would cause more destruction to the training ground than it already did. Damn, even without Hawk with me, I can still manage to destroy like this. Maybe I should pay a visit to Anbu's demolition core. See if I feel at home there. Feeling the need to flee the area so as to not be held responsible, Naruto left the training ground and headed for the library in order to return the scroll he took. Little did he know that Anbu have several hidden cameras around the training ground so that the Anbu chief as well as the Hokage can keep track of the members' training. Tenzao wasn't surprised to see the hurricane since he knew about Black Wolf's unnatural stamina and chakra capacity, but Tsunade was speechless upon the image that was being transmitted. Naruto literally created a hurricane. 1 hour later, on top of the Anbu HQ-, Hawk and Bear were waiting for Black Wolf to arrive. Currently, they were engaging in a conversation about some Anbu member who manages to do a lot of damage to one of the training grounds, and the only clue they had was that the member used a lot of Photon ninjutsu, from what they've sensed when arriving. Deep down, they already knew who the Demolisher was, since the only one they knew that uses Photon ninjutsu was Black Wolf. Speaking of the devil, a little tornado appeared in front of them and Black Wolf made himself known. It's about time. Say, you wouldn't know about what happened on training ground number 5 now, would you? Asked Bear, though both him and Hawk already knew the answer, but just wanted to tease the boy. Naruto, for his part, upon seeing that he got caught, sighed in defeat and decided to tell the truth about it. Sorry about that, I was testing a new technique that I learned, but I didn't know that it could do such damage to a field. But then I guess that if you guys know about it, so does Tenzao Takeout and the Hokage know as well. Man, another bill I have to pay. If I continue like this, I'll be broke before I know it, said Black Wolf, scratching the back of his head, to which Hawk and Bear just looked at him for a while. Both of them knew that was Naruto who did this, but they didn't know that only one technique managed to do that. Feeling the need to ask, Hawk turned to Naruto. "Ah, Black Wolf, what was that technique you tried?" "According to a scroll I took, it is called Photon Kyomo Shippu no Jutsu, Wind Style, Fierce Hurricane Jutsu. It's an A-ranked jutsu, used against large crowds of enemies. Not very useful technique, unless we're fighting a war or against high number of missing nins. However, if I were to use it against a single enemy, it would be better to sign a death wish," said Naruto, managing to satisfy his comrades' curiosity but not their astonishment. "Man, Black Wolf, have you ever considered joining the Demolition Corps? I believe they have an opening for you," said Bear, earning a scowl from Naruto and laughter from Hawk. "Okay, team, let's proceed with the scout. In case we find Shinomaru, do not engage alone. He is an S-ranked missing nin, and as such, we have to at least consider him Sannin level," said Hawk, earning nods of recognition from Bear and Black Wolf, before they vanished in a blur. After half an hour, the team reached all of Konoha's territory and no signs of the missing nin or any indicator of his presence. Hawk, seeing that it would be futile to simply do laps around Konoha, asked Black Wolf to summon the team's tracker. Right away, Hawk, Takeout, Kochios no Jutsu Ace, summoning technique, Ace, said Naruto as he slammed his hand on the ground before a huge wolf appeared in front of the team. "Hello Black Wolf, what can I do for you?" asked Ace, to which Naruto responded. "Ace, we need to find an Iwa missing nin called Shinomaru. Our reports showed that he might be within Konoha's territory. Try searching for someone with Master on Earth affinity close by," said Naruto before seeing Ace close his eyes and start sniffing around the perimeter. "Black Wolf, how far can Ace track someone?" asked Hawk, instead receiving the answer from the wolf. "By focusing simple chakra through my nose, I can sense anyone within Konoha's territory. By applying Photon Chakra, the area is expanded, reaching Tanzaku City as well, since the air current makes it easier for the smell to reach my nose," said Ace before getting back to sniffing. "Black Wolf, I sense a presence that fit the description, although I cannot say for sure that is our target. This person's chakra is comparable to a Sannin, and I can sense Doton chakra around him," said Ace, instantly getting the team's attention. "Ace, show us the way," Black Wolf and Bear follow me, screamed Hawk before the team vanished once again in order to follow the wolf. The team was moving fast since Ace was kind of used to the fact that usually once Naruto was following him, so Hawk and Bear needed to channel some chakra through their legs in order to keep up. Black Wolf, can't you tell him to slow down a bit? I can barely see where we're landing, asked Bear, to which Naruto responded with a scratch on his head. Sorry about that, Ace cannot control his speed like we do. He uses wind chakra for everything. Therefore it's safe to say that he travels using the air current. Be ready, I believe we are about to arrive at the destination, said Black Wolf, after receiving a nod from Ace that said the enemy was nearby. As the Anbu team arrived, they came in contact with the intruder. Shinomaru was 6'4", with blonde hair and black eyes. Being known throughout the shinobi countries as it was Diamond Fang, Shinomaru had quite a record. Being an S-ranked missing nin by his 20s, the man's Doton ability was rival only to the Tsushikage. In fact, he was next in line to succeed the cage position, but Shinomaru got fed up with the way the Earth Daimyo did things without even bothering to inform the Tsushikage, so he took upon himself to kill him, being only stopped by all the Daimyo's guards at the same time. He received the nickname because of his taijutsu style that happened to focus on hardening his arms and legs with Doton chakra, making each attack seem like being hit by a ton of bricks. Konoha's Anbu is here to greet me, how nice. I heard great things of you guys. Come on then, I will take care of the three of you. Show me why Konoha's Anbu are so feared, said Shinomaru, to which Hawk was already deliberating a strategy with his team. Okay, team, listen up. This guy is dangerous and like Ace said, he is Sannin level, therefore we can't underestimate him. Bear, taijutsu against him, but remember, do not engage him face to face, he got his nickname for a reason. Wait for his attack to come and counter-attack. Ace and Black Wolf, once Bear managed to distract him, used the K's no Yeba win/slash sequence. Bear, when you see the attack, use Shunshin to get away. The timing must be perfected. I'll be back up in case the plan is ruined, said Hawk, before earning nods of recognition from the team. Being the first to attack, Bear channeled chakra through his legs, giving him a boost and appear fast in front of the enemy, who seemed surprised that the giant Anbu had such speed. Channeling chakra through his arms, Shinomaru countered Bear's attacks and also tried to land a few on his own, but sadly to no avail. Proof of Hawk's ingenuity, Bear was only counter-attacking Shinomaru's attacks, infuriating him to no end. Come on, attack, you coward, screamed the missing nin, receiving no reply from the large Anbu, who happened to be smirking behind his mask upon seeing that the opponent was hot-headed. Bear, after dodging one last attack, making the missing nin lose his footing for a second, shunshined out of the way, 1 second before seeing Black Wolf, and Ace started rotating around the enemy while making hand seals, Naruto's case initiating the sequence. Foten-K's no Yeba Kiba no Jutsu, Wind Style, Wind Sword Fang Jutsu, said Naruto and Ace at the same time, throwing multiple wind slashes at the enemy while running around him. When the dust cleared, the Anbu's team paled upon seeing that no harm was caused. Shit. He used his ability to harden his whole body, deflecting the attack. Damn it, said Hawk, to which Shinomaru laughed and responded. Ah, that was indeed a nice attack, congrats. It seems the rumors about Konoha's Anbu were true then. But you will need much more than that to penetrate my defense. Black Wolf, any ideas? Asked Hawk before seeing Naruto, making hand seals, which he didn't recognize it yet. I'll try this. Reiton Denkau Hukao no Jutsu. Lightning Style, Lightning Roar Jutsu. With that, Naruto sent a wave of lightning chakra towards the enemy, transforming into a lightning lion, roaring like a wild beast towards the opponent, making Shinomaru focus more chakra through his body, just waiting for the blow. While seeing the huge lion approaching, he was cursing himself from underestimating Konoha's ninjutsu variety. He only traveled throughout the countries that didn't have Reiton users, which was obvious. His defense was made by high usage of Doton chakra, so Reiton would be his only weakness, and this blonde Anbu discovered that. When the lion reached Shinomaru, he managed to hold the attack for a while, but he was flying, along with the technique and the chakra needed for maintaining his defense was huge. Barely able to cancel the technique, Shinomaru was panting on the ground. Man, I never thought I would have to take a chakra pill for this fight. Since he was a little far away from the Anbu team, he managed to recover at least half of his chakra capacity and feared that he wouldn't be able to beat these guys. Hawk and Bear was looking at Black Wolf like he was a mad person. Black Wolf, after this mission, I would like to talk to you. Now, the enemy must be weakened, but be aware. He could have taken a chakra pill, therefore Black Wolf and I will finish him. Remember when I give you the signal for our combined ninjutsu attack? Said Hawk, earning a nod from Black Wolf. As they arrived at the clearing, they saw Shinomaru now slightly tired, which meant that he took a chakra pill. It was Diamond Fang, we hereby declare your death sentence. May your soul rest in peace. Black Wolf, initiate the sequence, said Hawk as he and Black Wolf started, making hand seals. Bear and Ace took a step back out of fear of being caught since they knew of the technique, but Shinomaru wanted to see the power of this jutsu. Come on, Konoha's Anbu. I can take it, even Raiton can't penetrate my defense. Said Shinomaru, cocky of his ability, to which Black Wolf and Hawk said at the same time, while molding the necessary chakra. As you wish. Katan Kiryu Enden, Fire Style, Fire Dragon Missile Jutsu. Photon Chakra Daitapa no Jutsu, Wind Style, Enhanced Breakthrough Jutsu. Bear and Ace was taken aback by the new combination. The last one they did was a combination of C-ranked jutsus, but this one was a ranked jutsus. At least Hawk's attack was considered an A-ranked, but Black Wolf's was an enhanced version of the Daitapa, upgrading the technique to at least a B-ranked. The combination turned out to be a blast of white flame that engulfed Shinomaru instantly, burning him to a crisp. His defense could only hold Hawk's technique, but with Photon Chakra enhancing the flame, it was nearly impossible to block it. As a result, the team couldn't prove the man's death until Ace sniffed some ashes that happened to have Shinomaru's scent. Good job, team. Mission accomplished. Said Hawk before seeing that Black Wolf was kneeling on the ground, panting from what looked like chakra exhaustion. Upon seeing this, Hawk and Bear could only nod, since they remembered that Black Wolf wasted some chakra on his new Photon technique before the mission. Bear, let's go back to Anbu HQ, so we can fulfill the paperwork, and carry our little powerhouse over there, will you? Gee, Black Wolf, I never thought I would get to see you suffering from chakra exhaustion. Said Hawk, earning laughs from Ace, Bear and Black Wolf. Haha, Tsunade-sama said the same thing a while back. I guess this little vacation will be good after all. Said Black Wolf, to which Ace appeared by his side and nodded to him. Okay, let's go, team. After we take care of the reports, Black Wolf, we'll talk about your abilities. Said Hawk, gaining a nod from the black-haired Anbu. And then, they took off towards the Anbu HQ, completely oblivious to the fact that they beat Iwa's second most powerful opponent. With Kurenai minus. After calming down and releasing Anko from her genjutsu, Kurenai said goodbye to her friends. Kurenai was thinking about Anko's teasing and Yoga's red face after she told them about lovemaking with Naruto. How would I know that Yoga would be so turned on by the story? Didn't Hayate satisfy her? Thinking rationally, Kurenai blamed herself from putting too much emphasis when telling the story. It wasn't that she lied about it, but she could omit some parts, as well as not moan Naruto's name when telling. Dismissing the thought, Kurenai arrived at her place, before trying to search for her keys. Now, remembering that she left her keys on Naruto's apartment, since they were on a mission together, she hoped that he would at least be inside his apartment. As she arrived quickly, she knocked some times, but sadly no one answered. Oh, the poor guy must be on Anbu duty. Man, don't they ever rest. I wonder if the door is open. To her luck, when she touched the doorknob and turned, the door opened. Huh, maybe I will make a surprise for him when he arrive, a bad Kurenai. At Anbu HQ-. After arriving at the HQ, Hawk and Bear left Black Wolf at the infirmary, so as to recover some of his chakra, and went to make the last team report for at least 2 days vacation. On the way, Naruto and Hawk discussed about his abilities. Hawk learned that Black Wolf had mastery over 3 elements, being Suton, Photon and Raiton. After that, they talked about Naruto's techniques and were shocked to see a not very wide list, but only useful and powerful techniques. Naruto got clearance from the Anbu medic Nin and went back home. On the way, Naruto was feeling the stray of the fight, since now the adrenaline left and only pure pain reached his muscles. That lightning jutsu he used took a lot of chakra to use, but since the guy's defense was impenetrable, Naruto thought that it would work. As he arrived in front of the door, Naruto managed to see that the door was slightly open, which could only mean that someone was inside of his apartment. Inside Naruto's apartment-. Already inside and closing the door slowly, Naruto was suddenly overpowered by a strange, yet comforting aura. It was filled with so much lust that Naruto's hormones were awakening faster and faster. As he was walking towards the direction of the aura, he was sensing which seemed to be coming from the bedroom. Naruto found that his inside temperature were increasing dramatically. As he arrived, his eyes caught a sight that he would forever cherish. There lay on his bed, the one to whom his heart belonged. Red eyes that looked more like two sparkling roses looking at him, accompanied with a smile that could make any man crazy just by looking at it, and a body that could make any woman jealous. There she was, the woman of his dreams, lying down on his bed. Naruto just stood there worshipping every part of her body. Kurenai, for her part, was enjoying herself right now. She loved to cause these reactions on her boyfriend. It made her feel wanted and it made her feel special. The genjutsu she casted on his apartment was just one of her inventions to when she found someone to provoke him with, to arouse him. The genjutsu involved the creation of a lust aura that could make a person go nuts in desire. Now she saw the results of her creation, and she was thrilled with seeing the blonde was fighting his hormones not to jump on her and start pleasuring her. Seeing that Naruto was caught in a trance, Kurenai lifted from the bed and started walking slowly towards her boyfriend, while swinging her hips sexually, eliminating any source of willpower that Naruto was having at the moment. As she arrived in front of him, she moved her hands and started caressing his whisker marks softly, relaxing Naruto after such a strenuous mission. As he closed his eyes and smiled, Kurenai could only think about all the times she saw her boyfriend smile and just made her feel calm and warm inside. "I love you, Naruto-kun," said Kurenai, before she started kissing his lips passionately. As she kissed him, she felt his arms embracing her body firmly and bringing her closer to him to a point that her nude body touched his Anbu armor. After they broke the kiss, Naruto just looked at her eyes and said, smiling to her, "I love you too, my Heim," said Naruto before carrying her bridal style to the bed, while never taking his eyes off her broad smile. As he landed her on the bed, Naruto started pleasuring her, licking her neck and with his hands, caressing her entire body, making Kurenai tremble in pleasure. After a while, she couldn't take it anymore and whispered closely to his ear, "You wearing too many clothes, why not take this armor off?" said Kurenai, to which Naruto smiled. "Care to help me?" said Naruto, receiving a nod from his lover. Kurenai took off his chest armor and started licking his open chest, sending waves of pleasure towards the blonde. After a while, she went downhill and took off his leg armor and Anbu cargo pants, leaving him with only his boxers. Kurenai looked at Naruto with a devious smile and took off his boxers, freeing his cock. Wasting no time, Kurenai turned to pleasure Naruto by sucking it gently. To say that he was losing his control was an understatement. Kurenai at that moment was in charge of the situation, by giving him pleasure while caressing his arms and chest with her hands. Since Naruto was the dominant part, he ushered her to move the position so that he could do the same thing Kurenai was doing to him, making her smile so deviously that could make Anko look like a joke. As Naruto initiated, Kurenai was finding extremely hard to continue what she was doing, seeing that she was already moaning his name out of extreme pleasure. After a while of pleasure on both sides, Kurenai moved to lay down looking up and Naruto landed on top of her, thrusting it inside slowly while making Kurenai surrender to whichever inhibitions she would has at this moment. As Naruto was pounding it inside, Kurenai was losing her mind while repeatedly calling his name, desperately wanting more of his cock inside of her. Attending her request, Naruto initiated more deep insertions, making Kurenai moan ever louder and her hands squeezing the bed's mattresses, almost to the point of shredding the fabric. But this was not compared to when Naruto moved to kiss her passionately, while pounding her, increasing her body temperature dramatically up to a point that the couple was now sweating like animals in heat. Only in what could be described as a perfect love scene, both of them had orgasm at the same time. After it, Naruto was lying down with Kurenai's head resting on his chest, smiling like never before. "So, Naruto-kun, now that you have a 2-day vacation, what do you intend to do?" asked Kurenai, though she was hoping that she would be in his plans of rest. "Well, I've never took a vacation, but I was hoping if maybe you'd be interested in having a picnic near the lake with me tomorrow," asked Naruto, to which Kurenai smiled and nodded at the invitation. "I'd love to. I only have to see my team in the morning and then we'll go. It's a date, then. Now, I would be glad if you'd like to sleep with me, I rest much better with you by my side," asked Naruto, to which Kurenai responded by coddling with him and embracing him with her arms, while smiling. Of course, I'll stay silly. Your chest is much better than any pillow I've ever had. And so, Naruto and Kurenai fell asleep together. Next day minus. As soon as the sunlight engulfed Naruto's room, the couple awoke after a wonderful sleep. Since Kurenai had to see her team, they made some breakfast for Kurenai, took a shower together, and left his house, going on separate ways with the promise of meeting at the lake at midday. While Kurenai went to see her team, Naruto went to Ikirakus to meet Kakashi for breakfast. At Ikirakus minus. At Ikirakus, a silver-haired jounin was patiently waiting for the blonde to arrive while reading his all-time favorite orange book, much to Iam's anger. The stand owner's daughter, along with all women across the shinobi countries who happened to learn about the infamous Uchiha series published by one of the legendary Sannin. Even though Iam knew Kakashi because of Naruto, she was still angry at him reading the book in front of her, which didn't get unnoticed by the silver-haired scarecrow. No one knew this, but the reason behind Kakashi did read such a book in public was to provoke such reactions on women. He enjoyed seeing the look of anger on her faces upon looking at him with the book. But there was another reason to his acting like this, but the second reason was connected to the first. From reading it in public, he could as well analyze all the women who kept staring at him in hopes of finding someone who wasn't at all affected by the book, but he had yet to find such woman, and while he couldn't find. Not to mention that if such woman was to not be affected by the book, it could very well mean that she could be as pervert as the silver-haired shinobi. After a while of analyzing Iam's anger, Kakashi was awake from his thoughts when a blonde man took a sit next to him. "Hello Iam-san, give me 2 bowls of miso ramens please," said the blonde, to which Iam nodded and proceeded to make while the blonde turned to talk to Kakashi. "So Naruto, how is life in Anbu treating you? I heard from Hawk that your team managed to take care of Iwa's Diamond Fang," said the silver-haired shinobi, never taking his eyes off the book, which unnerved Iam to no end, almost burning her arm since her arm was near the cooking oil. "Yeah, the guy was someone else. It took our strongest combination so far to finish this guy," said Naruto, before picking up his chopsticks and eat the noodles with gusto. "Oh yes, I heard about the combination. It's a shame though that Konoha don't house much wind users. Such a force would be well recognized and feared," mumbled Kakashi, before sucking the last noodle. After that, they ate in silence for a while. Naruto was pondering over telling Kakashi of Kyuubi's killing intent occasionally, and since Kakashi could be around Konoha when the Kyuubi attacked, he could have some answers. "Kakashi-sensei, were you here when Kyuubi attacked?" asked Naruto, making Kakashi divert his eyes from the book from the sudden change of topic. "Yeah, I was. Why? How was its killing intent aura?" asked Naruto, making Kakashi sweat a little, remembering. "It was enough to start breathing for a while. You were practically immobile. Your body protested each and every moment. At the time, my Sharingan could actually see the Kitsune's killing intent." "But why do you ask?" asked Kakashi, though he knew somehow that the answer would be troublesome to say the least. "Ever since I entered Anbu, it has been sending killing intent through my whole body on occasions. At first, I didn't recognize the source, since as an Anbu, we're constantly fighting strong opponents, but last time I was inside Anbu HQ at the time, so he addressed to me with killing intent, challenging me to see how long I could control his urges," said Naruto, rather stoic, but Kakashi could see the weight of such responsibility clearly through the blonde's cerulean eyes. "You're right when you said that the Yondaime chose you to bear such a burden, Naruto. Anyone would already be killed or succumbed to the monster's desires. You've said it yourself that such a burden is yours alone to carry. I respect that. But if it turns to be hard to handle, don't fear turning to others to help you. Remember, there are others that suffered as well. If they could overcome their sufferings, so could you," said Kakashi, before lifting from his seat, leaving Naruto to pay the bills since it was his turn. With Kurenai minus. After arriving on her team's training ground and seeing that no one had arrived, she sighed, since that meant she could have rested a little longer with her favorite pillow, aka Naruto's chest. Remembering the sensation, Kurenai smiled greatly. Even though it was rather comfortable to rest her head on his chest, there wasn't the only reason why it was so good. Kurena always found quite strange that Naruto's body could exhale such warmth from within, and while her head rested on top of him, she could very well feel such warmth, sending waves of tranquility and peace. Not to mention that Kurena could hear Naruto's heart beating strong, telling her all that she needed to know about the man she loved. 15 minutes later, Shino was the first one to arrive at the training ground, only to see that Kurena-sensei was the only one there yet. As he was walking towards her, he felt that her aura had another presence within, as if she was in contact with someone he knew before, but couldn't figure out who this person was. "Ohio Kurena-sensei," said Shino, awakening Kurena from her daydream that resolved basically on Naruto's chest and the feeling. "Oh. Hello Shino, where are Kiba and Hinata?" asked Kurena, to which Shino responded by shaking his head, signaling for her that he didn't know where they were. As soon as Kurena started pounding about tardiness and the fact that she beat her team about being on time for everything, especially now that they are chunins, a huge white dog landed hard on the ground, making a little earthquake as a result. Upon looking at the late Inuzuka, Kurena and Shino were surprised to see that not only Kiba was on top of Akamaru, but also Hinata was behind him with her arms around his waist. Upon seeing this, Shino only raised his eyebrows, showing his surprised face, while Kurena smirked at the supposedly new couple. Kurena grinned even more upon seeing that, even though they had arrived, the couple was talking with each other, and Hinata was smiling heartedly towards Kiba. Kurena remembered about Hinata's crush on Naruto when she graduated from the academy, and also remembered Hinata saying that it was just a crush and that the only thing she felt for Naruto was respect from him, never losing hope. But after some time, it seemed that the couple was literally ignoring both her and Shino's presence. She thought of letting the love birds know of her presence. "It's not that I don't mind seeing you love birds like this, which I do, but we have training to do," said Kurena, making the couple turn towards their sensei and blush from the insinuation. "Gomen," Kurena-sensei said both at the same time. "Excuse me Kurena-sensei," said Kiba, getting Kurena's attention, to which she responded. "Yes Kiba?" asked Kurena, although a little suspicious since Shino looked her like that as well when he arrived, which could mean only one thing. "Why do I sense Naruto's scent on you?" asked Kiba, making Kurena blush on the outside, but inside she was cursing her scout team because of their bloodline abilities. Shino for his part looked at Kiba now, remembering what he felt different about his sensei. Hinata already know about Naruto and Kurena going out, but she wasn't aware of the fact that their relationship was evolved up to sleeping together. "Well, it's no use trying to hide the truth from my team. Damn knows, Kiba and Bugs," Shino minus said Kurena, although mumbling the last part so that her team couldn't hear. "As you all may or not know, I and Naruto are seeing each other right now," said Kurena, to which Hinata nodded, while Shino and Kiba were surprised to say the least. Kiba for his part was wondering if something happened to Naruto since he didn't see the blonde for a year now. He figured that he went on another training trip or on a long-term mission. "You're with Naruto? I can't believe this. Sorry to disrespect, but aren't you a little old to be with him, Kurena-sensei?" asked Kiba, before receiving a punch on the head from Hinata from his commentary. Kurena for her part remembered of herself thinking of such petty differences and the fact that she would deprive herself from her happiness, just to satisfy some social standards. "If you would consider numbers, Kiba, you're right, I'm much older than him. But taking experience into consideration, Naruto is on par with me, if not older in that regard," said Kurena, satisfying Kiba's curiosity, but he felt like answering another question. "Kurena-sensei, since you've been seeing him, you can tell where is he? It's been 1 year since I last saw him," asked Kiba, earning looks of surprise from his team from not believing that Kiba didn't know that Naruto was the one who saved them for Kumo's hands. "Kiba, don't you remember the Anbu who rescued us from Kumo?" said Kurena, to which Kiba got to thinking and almost instantly paled upon remembering that day. He remembered the Anbu glaring at him with feral yellow eyes that resembled so much of wolves, and the shiver that went up his spine. He was flabbergasted on thinking that Naruto could have such a menacing look when irritated, but if he was seeing Kurena, then why he was angry at the time, instead of being happy that Kurena was safe. "Wow, I thought that guy to be a super elite Anbu captain from the killing intent aura," he licked back then. "I would never thought of Naruto like that," said Kiba, receiving a nod from his team, but something was still amiss. But Kurena-sensei, if the Anbu was in fact Naruto, then why wasn't he happy of seeing you safe and sound? Asked Kiba, seeing that such question made Kurena look down on the ground in shame from remembering what she did to him that caused him to act like that. Kurena remembered of what Naruto said after she showed gratitude from him saving her as the scene now materialized it inside her head, showing Naruto with his Anbu armor and mask looking at her after she said thanks and said, "It's our job." She knew that he was in deep pain from seeing her together with Asuma, and that comment made her heart crumble. Now she felt that her student didn't need to know the whole details, so she just elaborated the relevant part. "Let's just say we weren't on our best terms, then, and just leave it," said Kurena, to which Kiba was going to retort, but controlled himself since he didn't mean to get into his sensei's personal life. "Now, team, today we'll begin elemental manipulation ninjutsu. I don't know if Kekkei Genkai users can or cannot do such techniques. Your family techniques are very powerful, but if the enemy finds how to counter them, you all need to have other abilities. Now I took the liberty of taking this 3 chakra papers in order to see which element are each of you aligned with. As you all know, there are 5 elements: Katan, fire; Reitan, lightning; Sutan, water; Doten, earth; and Photon, wind. Now every shinobi have an affinity with one affinity, but there are those who have more than one, although they are the exception. Now imbue this paper with chakra and let's see which element are you aligned with." Doing what they were told, all 3 focused chakra, and result appeared. Kiba's paper turned to dust, while Shino's crumbled and Hinata's got soaked. Seeing that her team only had one affinity each and the fact that Kiba wasn't entirely happy, she told them that, even though being aligned with 2 elements gave the ninja some advantage, it didn't mean that his skills would be better just because of it. "Now, I'm passing an assignment for you 3. Head for the library and try looking into the theory behind each elements, as well as pick at least 2 techniques from C to B level for us to practice. Unfortunately, since I chose to be a genjutsu user, I'm not qualified to teach elemental ninjutsu, but in case you need extra help, I can ask either Asuma or Kakashi-san to help you guys," said Kurena, but just as she was about to dismiss the team, Kiba turned to ask, "Kurena-sensei, do you happen to know which Naruto's affinity is?" asked Kiba, remembering that the blonde won their only match and thought of him as a worthy rival even now that he made Anbu. Kurena for her part wondered why he wanted to know about her boyfriend so much, but she remembered that Naruto won against Kiba on their first Chunin exams, so she smiled and decided to answer not only his affinities, but also his other skills. Naruto is an exception. He has Sutan and Photon affinities as well as proficiency, if not mastery on Reitan element, answered Kurena, though she felt a little guilty of doing this since Kiba thought of him as a rival, and by listing Naruto's skills, it would blow away Kiba's confidence, but also it could help him in case Kiba viewed Naruto as a model to surpass and become stronger. "Wow, he isn't Anbu for nothing then. Alright Akamaru, let's get going to the academy. We need to reach Naruto's level then. Let's go my boy. Hina-chan, would you like to come as well?" asked Kiba, to which Hinata complied and jumped on top of Akamaru, leaving Shino and Kurena behind. "Gee, I forgot to explain about the element cycle," said Kurena before slamming her hand on her forehead. "Don't worry. I believe we know about it, but if what you said about Naruto's abilities are true, then his elements can beat ours," said Shino, merely stating a fact more than trying to get stronger than Naruto. "I believe so. But since you have Reitan affinity, he can aid you if you want to. He also can help Hinata since she has Sutan affinity," said Kurena, though that was a thought for later as Shino addressed to her. "Since my presence is no longer required, I'll be heading for the library. See you Kurena-sensei." After Kurena waved him goodbye, she turned to look at the clock and sighed in relief from having 15 minutes time to reach the park for her date with Naruto. With Naruto minus. After paying the bill from Ikirakis, Naruto walked towards the market area in order to buy some food for his picnic with Kurena. Since he already knew what he needed, he went quickly inside using a henge, so as to not arouse suspicion from the salesman. Naruto, now with black hair, black eyes and without whisker marks, slowly picked the items of the store's shelves and went in line to pay. As his turn was up, the salesman looked at him suspiciously, somehow recognizing his face with the demon brat, much to Naruto's dismay, since he thought only to change the most obvious, like the whisker marks. As the salesman was adding the price of the products to the vendor machine, he was looking at Naruto trying to associate him with the demon brat. Naruto for his part figured that, at least he could pay the man quickly so not to be recognized. Fortunately for him, the man seemed to shrug it off, giving Naruto the bag with the items while Naruto gave him the right amount. After he left the store, he dismissed the henge and closed his eyes. 1 year using the black Anbu mask, Naruto forgot how it was to simply walk around without it. With the mask, nobody recognized him, and those who found his appearance suspicious instantly dismissed the thought, thinking that he was an Anbu. Now that he remembered again how it was for him to buy things, Naruto sighed, wishing that people would put aside what happened 16 years ago. Dismissing the melodrama kind of thought since it wouldn't help dwelling on the inevitable, Naruto looked at the time to see that he was supposed to meet Kurenai in 20 minutes. Seeing that he was just a few miles from the park, he would make there in time for his date with the red-eyed beauty. At the park minus. As the Anbu arrived at the park, his eyes caught yet another photographic vision. Kurenai was laid below a leafy tree, seemingly comfortable while lying on the grass. Upon looking at the tree, some sunbeams were visible, making the picture even more beautiful. As he approached the red-eyed beauty, he landed the goods slowly as to surprise the kunoichi. I come here to meet with a beautiful woman only to see a goddess lying on the grass below this leafy tree while bathed in sun beams, said Naruto, instantly getting Kurenai's attention as she smiled from the compliment as well as the man's warmth smile. You always had a way with words. I'm glad that you arrived on time, but being an Anbu meant having to arrive on time, so I'm not surprised. After that, Naruto fixed the little picnic for the couple while taking the items he purchased at the market, including fruits, cheese, sushi, sashimi and some tea. Kurenai was surprised to see the items Naruto bought for their date, seeing that he managed to bring some good stuff along. She was worried about leaving shopping to Naruto, not because of him, but more because of the fact that he was a man and she knew that men and shopping never went along. While eating, the couple was discussing about missions, ninja training, genjutsu techniques that were Kurenai's favorite subject. After a while, Naruto asked if Kurenai known of any genjutsu technique that could be used to alter the enemy's perception, to which Kurenai, after a considerable pause, thought of one C-level genjutsu technique called Heki Shuyukai no Jutsu, false surroundings jutsu, that happened to do just what Naruto described. Kurenai was more than pleased to see that her boyfriend was demonstrating such interest in genjutsu, but she felt the need to ask why he needed this particular genjutsu. Naruto responded that he wanted to create a new taijutsu style called Genkaku Genkatsu, Illusion Fist, which consisted of disorienting the enemy with genjutsu while attacking with taijutsu or even kenjutsu. Needless to say that Kurenai was impressed with the creativity, but also knew that such a feat had yet to be done. She didn't know of anyone who managed to mingle genjutsu with taijutsu like the way Naruto described, and suddenly, she got interested on her boyfriend's project. After the lunch was over, Naruto was lying down on the grass with Kurenai, resting her head on his chest, being both in deep rest. As they closed their eyes, two teenagers were passing by the park since they were to go to the hospital. On their way, the girls watched the couple below the tree and saw heart on their eyes from the romantic scene, oblivious to the couple's identity. Haruno Sakura and Ino Yamanaka, both proud members of Konoha's gossip club, decided to see for themselves who was the new couple. As they arrived closer, they spotted Team 8 Sensei Yui Kurenai lying on top of what seemed like a beautiful blonde man with whisker marks well defined on each cheek. Sakura found the man's appearance strangely familiar, but she couldn't remember. Sakura, this man looks like Naruto, doesn't he? Asked Ino, making Sakura go wide-eyed in realization of who the blonde man was. Naruto. And Kurenai-sensei. Together. Sakura was visibly fuming at both her ex-teammate and the red-eyed jounin. Since Sasuke rejected her, Sakura was however confident that Naruto would eventually claim her and she wouldn't be alone anymore, but now that he and Kurenai were together, she felt that he lost her only hope of being with someone. Kurenai was older than him, it's not fair. Why can't she be with people of her age? Sakura couldn't control herself anymore and stormed off to other way, leaving a happy Ino for two reasons: one, that she simply adored romantic couples on the park, and second, that Sakura was visibly angry with him. Since Sasuke rejected Sakura, she kept going like Naruto will eventually want to date her and marry her, since she thought that he still had a crush on her. To say that Ino didn't agree was an understatement. She made it quite clear to Sakura that she disagreed full-heartedly with Sakura's thinking of trying to manipulate Naruto's crush on her to get what she want. And now seeing that Naruto was with Kurenai, Ino couldn't help but smile at seeing that the couple seemed to fit with each other rather nicely. Naruto was always a strong person, so he needed a strong companion both physically and mentally. Sakura was physically strong, but inside she was weaker than an academy student, having a wide number of insecurities to deal with. "I'm happy for you, Naruto, Kurenai-sensei," thought Ino as she walked away, leaving the lovely couple. As the couple woke up, each of them went to their homes, with the promise of a sleep over tonight from Naruto, who figured that since Kurenai slept in Naruto's apartment, then now it would be his turn to go to her apartment, much to her delight, since that way she could show her apartment to him, but at the same time scared to death if Anko or Yogao decide to appear, but she thought that they wouldn't show up. Right at Kurenai's apartment minus. After some time, Naruto knocked on Kurenai's apartment, while taking a look at the building his girlfriend lived in. The building was for shinobi only, and only chunin rank or higher could rent one of this apartments. After a while, Kurenai opened the door to reveal the blonde man smiling at him, accompanied with a greeting and a quick kiss on the lips, to which Kurenai gladly returned it and then ushered him in. Her apartment, although small, was rather comfortable. Since Kurenai lived alone, the need for space was irrelevant next to the real necessities, like bed, bathroom, kitchen and living room. While Naruto was familiarizing with the place, Kurenai went to the kitchen and fixed some tea to relax a little before they went to bed. Kurenai knew that Naruto's body still didn't recover from Anbu's strenuous activities, and she was worried since this would be his last day off from Anbu duty. Although he did rest a while, he needed at least a full night's sleep in order to keep up. After drinking the tea, Naruto found the herbs, making its desired effect as his shoulders visibly relaxed. Kurenai, feeling the need of helping her boyfriend to relax, led him to an armchair while giving him some chakra-induced massage that, when applied correctly, it can relax the guy's muscles. As she initiated the massage, Naruto felt like every part of his body wanted him to surrender at the woman's touch and just let go, so he gladly surrendered and devoted himself for the touch of his goddess. Kurenai, for her part, was enjoying the feeling of relaxing her boyfriend to no end, and also a little turned on from his moaning for her name. "Okay, Naruto-kun, let's go to bed now and rest for tomorrow," said Kurenai, to which Naruto nodded, rising of the chair and lying down on the bed. As soon as Kurenai was about to turn off the lights, she could hear a familiar sound coming from the living room and cursed while heading there. As she arrived, she saw Anko and Yogao inspecting the place and finding some men's clothes near the table. "Guys, I have company here today. So," said Kurenai, making Anko and Yogao turn her heads to the voice, only to see Kurenai wearing no more than bra and panties. Anko, for her part, was enjoying the feeling of further blackmail against Kurenai, while Yogao was thinking about who was inside the room. "Kurenai-chan, could this belong to Black Wolf?" asked Yogao, showing Naruto's shirt for Kurenai, who yanked off Yoga's hands. "Yes, this is his clothes. Today is his last day off, so he's sleeping with me today. Because of that, I would appreciate if both of you shine somewhere else, maybe to Hana's place," said Kurenai, waving them off, to which Anko and Yogao complied, but not without Anko leaving a dirty comment. "Don't work him too hard, Kurenai-chan. You said it yourself, it's his last day off." After that, Kurenai got back to the room and lied down next to Naruto, who was watching intently to Kurenai's lingerie and her beautiful body. "What was that all about?" asked Naruto, to which Kurenai answered by placing a wet and passionate kiss on his lips, initiating the makeout sequence, which would after lead to love-making sequence. On the next day minus. The next day, Naruto woke up earlier than Kurenai since he needed to be at HQ in less than half an hour. Since he brought his equipment with him to Kurenai's house, he was able to sleep a little longer with the woman of his dreams. Now, with only the mask left to put, Naruto looked at the figure sleeping peacefully behind him and smiled. Before he left, he wrote a note to her and gave her a kiss on the lips, whispering softly, "Sleep peacefully, Red Rose," said Naruto, before seeing Kurenai smile and embrace herself even harder. Now on the way to the door, Naruto heard a door knocking. Being a little afraid of being discovered, not knowing that her friends already knew about him, he was taken aback when a familiar voice called for him to open the door. "Black Wolf, it's me, Cat. Open the door," said Yogao behind the door. When Naruto opened the door, his team's second-in-command was there with her arms crossed, but without the mask, leaving the two of them to face each other without the mask since Naruto joined the force, to which Yogao was finding it hard to hold the blood from fall from her nose, even though she already saw his face once, but not so close. Yogao was feeling quite lonely lately, since Hayate always made excuses saying that he had a mission or that his friend Genma invited him for something. To tell the truth, Yogao was jealous of Kurenai for having a boyfriend like Naruto, who not only is an Anbu, therefore missions day and night, but also he made time to see Kurenai. Not to mention that he is hot as hell. But since she's supposed to be the second in command, she turned to professional mode and ushered him to present to Anbu HQ immediately, to which he complied before putting his mask. At Anbu HQ-, taking nearly 5 minutes, Black Wolf and Cat arrived at the location, only to find that their team had yet to arrive. Feeling the need to get to know Naruto a little better, Yogao turned to ask him, "Well, since our team has yet to arrive, why don't you and I get to know each other, since we not only are on the same team, but also have a common acquaintance?" asked Yogao, to which Black Wolf turned and said, "Ask away, then. How are your feelings for her?" asked Yogao out of the blue, taking Naruto by surprise, since he didn't know he was being tested here. "Direct to the point, I see. Well, I won't get into the whole history, since I believe you already know. Every time I see her, I feel the need to smile. Every time I see her smile, I feel warm inside. Every time I see her sad, my heart crumbles. I love her," said Naruto, making Yogao smile behind her mask, but sad since she wanted to hear someone say stuff like that to her. "She's very lucky to have a guy like you, Naru." "I mean Black Wolf," said Yogao, who now was crossing her arms more firmly close to her heart region, trembling a bit. Naruto for his part was confused after seeing such reaction from the vice captain. Sure, Anbu can be brutal, but then again he knew from Kurenai that Geku Hayate was dating Yogao, so why she was feeling like this? "Cat, is something wrong?" asked Naruto, now concerned for his teammate. "Ah, well, you gave me an honest answer, so I'll give you one as well. I've never told this to anyone, not even Kurenai or Anko, and I'm not even sure I could tell you," said Yogao, clearly on the verge of tears right now. "You'll never know, unless you try," said Naruto, now taking away his mask, just to show her that she could trust him. "Why did you take away your mask? Aren't you afraid of people seeing you like this?" asked Yogao, now taking her mask as well. "2 days ago, I went to buy some groceries, and for the owner not to recognize me, I hinged my face so not to be recognizable. After I left, I realized that living behind a mask can only hide you for some time. I wore a mask my whole life, sometimes a break from using one is needed. Now, tell me what's wrong," said Naruto, now turning serious. "Well, I guess you know who my boyfriend is. For the past couple of months, Hayate has been avoiding me with missions and friend hangouts, and now I feel lonely," said Yogao, looking down on the ground in shame for showing such weakness. "Yogao-san, do you like him?" said Naruto, making Yogao look at him with surprise, since she didn't expect such blunt and extremely personal question. However, after thinking a little bit, she couldn't find the answer, mumbling the following. "I don't know anymore. I thought I did, but now I don't know," said Yogao, to which Naruto turned away, putting his mask and saying, "Face him and be open with him. It worked for me and Kurenai-chan. Now, put on your mask." Bear and Hawk arrived, said Naruto, making Yogao put hers almost instantly. Hawk and Bear entered HQ to find Cat and Black Wolf already there. "Let's go, team. A ranked mission towards Tanzaku Gai. Missing nins approaching from the north in 2 hours. Let's move." Anbu HQ's training ground minus. After the completion of the mission, which sadly the Anbu team had to dispatch only 20 C-ranked missing nins from Suna, Naruto was found inside one of Anbu's hidden training grounds, fighting against 5 cage bunchins using all forms of ninja arts. Right now, he was training combinations using physical skills together with chakra-type abilities. Naruto once heard Kurenai tell him that genjutsu wasn't only to deceive the opponent for a finishing blow, but also to diffuse the opponent's sense of space for a while. Naruto could deliver not only taijutsu, but also kenjutsu strikes, if he ever took the time to use his Foden ninjato. As the clones attacked, the real one made the hand seals for a genjutsu he learned from his girlfriend, called Heki Shoyukai no Jutsu, false surroundings jutsu, and messed with the clone's perception of the real Naruto's position, making him kick the air, receiving a direct punch on the face, therefore vanishing in a puff of smoke. The others followed suit with a combined taijutsu combo, with 2 on each side, attacking the real Naruto. The real Naruto did a roundhouse kick on the forest clone from him, sending waves of smoke towards the others, making the clones lose their eyesight for a moment. Needing to dissipate the smoke, one of the clones started, making hand seals for the Foten, Daitapa no Jutsu, Wind Style, Great Breakthrough Jutsu, using little chakra just to clear the smoke, but it was no use since the real Naruto went behind them, landing some serious hits on the clones, dissipating them and gaining what minimal experience. The clones gathered about his new style of fighting while using genjutsu as a supplementary technique. Meanwhile, Tenzao was watching Naruto's training with interest clearly behind his mask. He was to give Naruto a message, but as he arrived at the training ground, he got to see the genjutsu being used as a way of deceiving the clone into thinking that the real Naruto got the hit, while instead the clone ended up hitting an imaginative opponent, leaving the clone wide open for an attack. Tenzao only did one mission with the now black-masked Anbu some time ago to retrieve the last Uchiha, but he never thought of seeing Naruto fighting like that. Black Wolf, report said Yamato, Anbu chief, with authority, to which Black Wolf appeared instantly in front of him and bowed. Sir. Black Wolf presenting for duty, said Naruto, saluting the Anbu chief. Black Wolf, at ease. I'm here to tell you that your Jounin exam is in 2 days, be prepared. Report at Hidden Training Ground number 2 at noon, said Tenzao, but inside his mind, he was thinking of the irony in the situation. When he first met Naruto he was a genin, now he got nominated for Anbu's Jounin exam with recommendation from all his peers, including Bear, who happened to be most skeptic member of the Anbu when it came to measure other members' abilities. Oh, and Black Wolf, said Tenzao, to which Naruto turned his head in order to pay attention to what the leader had to tell him. Good job and good luck on the exams, said the leader, not even waiting to hear whatever reply the black-masked Anbu had, to which Naruto smirked behind his mask. Oh, I am to please Yamato Takeout. Chapter 9 Jounin Exam. After Naruto's brief talk with the Anbu chief about his scheduled Jounin exam, he returned to his training regarding his new genjutsu style of fighting. So far, he seemed pleased to know that he could create katas that not only disoriented the enemy's senses, but also land a considerable hit. Summoning more clones, he charged against them now by using offensive-type genjutsu, which consisted of disorientation as well. However, this time what Naruto wanted to do was to confuse the enemy of his attack position. Upon approaching the clone, Naruto used the Hekishiyukai false surroundings technique, causing the clone to suddenly turn his head towards the imaginary opponent that was charging on his left side, therefore distracting the clone so that the real Naruto could attack him, while he had the momentum. After getting rid of the clone, Naruto decided to head home since he heard from Hawk that his team wouldn't be having missions today. However, he was supposed to present himself tomorrow at sunrise for probably his last mission as in Chunin Anbu. After some dismissal papers courtesy of Anbu's bureaucracy, Naruto left Anbu HQ towards his house. On the way, he was thinking about how a good night's sleep would be and also wondering on how his Jounin exam was going to be like. Naruto often spent time reading something about Anbu's Jounin exams over the course of time and knew that such exam was not to be taken lightly. After all, the last one that underestimated it ended up falling badly and would be dead had it wasn't only a test. On the way, he shifted his eyesight to a most welcoming visage. There to the left was a red-eyed beauty, looking at the mirror, while brushing her hair as well with a deep smile on her face. With that, Naruto felt waves of warmth through his heart, making him smile and thank Kami for allowing them to stay together. At that moment, Naruto realized that although a good night's sleep was necessary, a comfortable stay with Kurenai would be much better. Therefore, he changed his course towards Kurenai's house, intending to surprise her with his sudden presence. With Kurenai looking at the mirror, Kurenai was smiling, however not without a reason. Currently she was thinking about the blonde of her dreams and how much she likes to stay pretty for him by taking good care of her lustrous hair and smashing looks. Kurenai would always squeal in delight when Naruto took his time to admire his view of her prone and sexy body, just like every woman would be towards her husband or boyfriend. Now taking her time, Kurenai was thinking of what Yougao told her after she returned from her little vacation. Apparently, Naruto's team took care of an Iwa's S-ranked missing nin by using high-level Reitan ninjutsu as well as coordinated type ninjutsu from Naruto and this guy that happens to wear a hawk mask. Knowing that her boyfriend was indeed being of good service to Konoha's welfare, she couldn't help but feel even more proud of how he came along in his life. Kurenai remembered Kakashi expressing his doubts regarding Naruto's abilities some time ago when they shared the position of Jounin Senseus. At the time, Kurenai, although concerned for him as a genin, couldn't do much else other than sympathize with Kakashi. When Naruto managed to beat Kiba at the preliminary exams, even if his method was unorthodox to say the least, Kurenai acknowledged his presence. It didn't help that later she came to know that Orochimaru interfered with his chakra control, making his fight even more difficult to win. She was amazed by her boyfriend's exponential growth, being a part of Anbu's special forces while only being a chunin. Also, she giggled on the memory of Naruto expressing his discontentment at her over the expression only a chunin. She admitted that such a phrase escaped from time to time, but little to Naruto's knowledge, she somehow enjoyed showing some humility to Naruto by saying that although he had skills, he was still due to apply for Jounin. Kurenai couldn't be happier, knowing that she could have such a relationship with her boyfriend and for her, Naruto was a whole package. Feared from his enemies but loyal to the ones precious to him and his village. Serious attitude, albeit sarcastically funny at times, constantly expressing such remarks which made her laugh. Powerful but humble regarding his abilities. However, what Kurenai feared was that her boyfriend didn't befriend much with people his own age, which at first it wouldn't be too much of a problem. However, in the future, while most of Naruto's new friends would be retired, he would be still in active duty, therefore leaving him with no one to talk to in order to share some histories. She figured that perhaps Shino and Shikamaru could relate with him, since like Naruto, both of them showed maturity way beyond their age as well, and since Shino would be having training in Reitan ninjutsu, this could be Naruto's chance at bonding with someone his age for a change. Shikamaru for his part would relate best with Naruto, since he had also a slightly sarcastic humor when he's not mumbling words like troublesome, before having to do things. Keeping these thoughts to herself for the moment, she lifted from the chair she was seating and moved towards her bedroom, so she could get some sleep. However, upon looking at the mirror, she witnessed an Anbu standing there, apparently just admiring his view of her. If we're just someone, she would be glad to cast a genjutsu on the man that would make him want to cut his balls off after such a perverted act. However, she recognized that mask anywhere. Slowly approaching and opening her window, she turned to speak to the masked Anbu with a sweet smile on her face. "You know, I once had a dream like this," said Kurenai, to which the masked Anbu nodded and inclined his body in a way as to ask if he could enter her apartment. After an affirmative nod from the red-eyed mistress, the Anbu entered the room and took off his mask. Without even saying anything, Kurenai embraced Naruto now without the mask and engaged in a deep and passionate kiss, to which Naruto returned without even thinking. After they broke apart for a little bit of air, Naruto smiled and turned to speak. "Tell me more about that dream of yours," said the blonde, to which Kurenai blushed a little bit, but decided to enter the game. "Ah, but if I told you, it wouldn't be nearly as good as showing it, now wouldn't it?" asked Kurenai, now adding her sexy voice, which made Naruto's body tremble in anticipation. Inside, his body temperature was rising exponentially, therefore reducing his hormones control as a result. Kurenai was also slightly horny, from the kiss and from the realizing one of her fantasies, which consisted of her boyfriend in his Anbu attire appearing at her window and start pleasuring her. "You know, Kure-chan, while I was outside, I couldn't help but admire your beauty," said Naruto as he used his arms to embrace Kurenai, and with his hands, he slowly and smoothly massaged her skin, making Kurenai close her eyes and slightly moan, while feeling Naruto's somewhat soft hands caressing her skin. "I didn't know you're such a pervert, Naruto-kun, but then I guess it's hard for you to resist me, isn't it?" said Kurenai, while inside she loved every minute of not only the touching, but also their sexy conversation. Naruto for his part found it hard to have an argument for what Kurenai said, since he knew that she was right. However, he didn't have to counter-argument her, since that wasn't their intention at all. Instead, he turned to compliment her with a little sarcasm. Understatement of the year," said Naruto, now slowly bending his head towards her neck and gently kissing it, making Kurenai release some air that she didn't know she was holding, and instantly her brain started processing images of what will follow after this. After a while, Kurenai used her hands up to his shoulders and released his upper body armor before caressing his upper body in order to feel every bit of his well-toned muscles, traveling from his chest and then to his arms. "Your hands are so soft, Kure-chan," said Naruto before embracing her once again and such, her neck now with a little bit more intensity, tempering with Kurenai's last bit of control over her body. Because she was getting ready to go to bed, her clothes were limited to her panties and a top shirt, so Naruto had little to no effort to take the shirt off and start licking her body while gently pushing her to the bed. Understanding her boyfriend's intentions, she didn't even bother to show some control over what happened, since this was what she loved most about her boyfriend in situations like this. She loved when her man took control of the situation and just pleasures her in more than enough ways to make her lose her mind in the process. Already on the bed, Naruto was gently caressing Kurenai's tits with his hands while using his tongue to lick her belly, sending waves after waves of pleasure to Kurenai. "Oh my. Naru-kun, you do know how to pleasure a woman. I still wonder where you see half the stuff you do to me," said Kurenai before moaning once again. "Actually, I just think of ways of better pleasuring you. And hearing you moaning just makes me want to pleasure you even more," said Naruto as his hands now were caressing her below region, making her body now tremble in anticipation for what was about to begin. "I can see that. But I don't know how much I can hold before I explode. You keep teasing me like this and I can't control myself," said Kurenai as she was now using her own hands to massage her body in an attempt to feel even more pleasure, to which Naruto smiled and took off her panties before making Kurenai literally explode from the inside out. Right now, Naruto was licking her inner walls, making Kurenai bite her lip from screaming his name out of pure pleasure. After a while, Kurenai was already convulsing because of what Naruto was doing to her. "Please, Naru-kun. Stop teasing me and put it on, I can't take it anymore," mumbled Kurenai, now begging for more pleasure. Without a comment, Naruto took his pants off and attended to Kurenai's request by sticking it in deep and slowly. Because of this, Kurenai was now constantly moaning after each thrust from Naruto. She loved it all. She loved the feeling of his body on top of hers, she loved his turned-on face, looking at her with passion, and above all she loved his presence there with her. However, while Naruto was thrusting his manhood inside her, Kurenai's walls were starting to convulse, sending to Naruto the signal that she was about to have an orgasm, to which Naruto became aware since the insertion's rhythm increased. "Naru-kun, I'm. Oh my god," screamed Kurenai in pure bliss, while Naruto's manhood was still inside, increasing the orgasm feeling. "I love you so much, Kure-chan. That was amazing," said Naruto as he landed near her exhausted form. However, he failed to miss Kurenai's devious smile on her face. Suddenly, Kurenai grabbed his cock firmly, making it thick yet again, and began sucking it, this time giving him pleasure, to which, although surprised, he smiled and just relaxed while Kurenai did the work. "Now it's your turn to come, Naru-kun," said Kurenai as he swallowed down to half of Naruto's cock and kept the rhythm. It was not long until Naruto started convulsing and warning his lover that he was coming as well. Because of this, Kurenai turned to use her hands, making Naruto unleash some fluid in the process. After a while, Naruto and Kurenai laid naked on Kurenai's bed, embracing each other and exchanging loving words with each other. "I was thinking about you before you came in," said Kurenai as she rested her head on top of Naruto's chest. "After I left HQ, I left to go home, but then I saw you brushing your hair and I couldn't resist not visiting." "I'm glad I did, by the way," said Naruto, to which Kurenai smiled and nodded in return. "So, how was work today?" asked Kurenai, wishing that Naruto wouldn't throw the whole "it's confidential" crap that either Anko or Yoigao usually said to her. "Nothing major. Our team took care of a couple of missing nins near Atafuku-gai and I went back to train. I'm proud to say that I'm creating a new taijutsu style with the aid of genjutsu," said Naruto before seeing Kurenai suddenly lift her head off his chest violently and started screaming. "You made it. How? Could you teach me? Please?" "Easy, Kure-chan. Of course I'll teach you. However, it isn't finished yet. I was wondering, though, if you knew of any other disorientating genjutsu other than the Hekishayukai, so that I could use it as well." My style focus on disorienting the opponent in the middle of taijutsu attacks. With the Hekishoyukai, the opponent suddenly doesn't know where to hit, then I move for the counter strike before the opponent can disable the genjutsu. Said Naruto, to which Kurenai turned to think about it. I know some, but I don't think they would be good for your style, since they require quite a number of seals to work. However, tomorrow I will be at the library with my team, I can look for one. Said Kurenai, earning a smile from Naruto. I'd appreciate it, Kur-chan. If you don't mind me asking, but why are you going with your team to the library? Asks Naruto, more like thinking in terms of academy excursion. Very funny, Naru-kun. No, I'll be teaching them elemental ninjutsu. I gave them the test to see their elemental affinities. Kiba is Doton, Earth, Hinata is Suton, Water, and Shino is Raiton, Lightning, said Kurenai, to which Naruto nodded. Interesting combination. Shino and Hinata could use their elements for combine their attacks, since water conducts electricity, and Kiba could use his Doton affinity to defend them while they attack. Said Naruto, now entering in Anbu captain mode, even though he still isn't one. Yeah, although they don't even know how to use their element yet, that's what we're doing tomorrow. I was wondering if perhaps you could provide some help for Shino and Hinata with their elements. Asked Kurenai, now reverting to her initial plan of Naruto bonding with Shino. Do you really want me to? Couldn't Kakashi do this or something? It's been ages since I talked to any of them. Said Naruto, not even seeing a glint of evilness licking out of Kurenai's smile. Why not, Naru-kun? I'm not saying for you to talk to them. I was just saying that you help them with their affinities. I'm a genjutsu type and I know a few katen jutsus, just in case I have to use it. I'm not a ninjutsu specialist. You, on the other hand, has knowledge in 3 elements. You would be perfect for them, well, Hinata and Shino, since Kiba is a Doton user. Said Kurenai, to which Naruto sighed, since Kurenai was very adamant of him helping her team. Okay. I'll do it. But what about Kiba? He will bark at you for not helping him. Said Naruto, to which Kurenai turned to look at her boyfriend's choice of word to describe Kiba's complaints. Yes, I still have to find someone to help Kiba with Doton ninjutsu. Don't you have someone to help him? Asked Kurenai, to which Naruto just laughed about it. Why are you laughing? I don't recall saying anything funny, said Kurenai, to which Naruto turned to speak. Oh, is nothing. I have a Doton user on my team. I was just imagining his face once I asked him to teach Kiba. Said Naruto, making Kurenai flinch since she knew of certain Anbu members and their violent behavior. How would he react? Asked Kurenai, only to confirm her suspicions, before searching for another Doton user. Oh, no, don't worry about him being violent, well, not to a fellow Konoha nin anyway. It's just funny to see his face after I ask him to teach a chunin, said Naruto, now laughing once again at the face displayed by Bear after hearing someone asking him to teach. I guess he's not the teaching type then? Asked Kurenai, now a little relieved. Yeah, although he's one of the best Doton user in all of Konoha, he has a few problems against teaching others. Other Anbu members already asked him to teach them, but he declines them without even thinking about it. The reason is because he learned Doton on his own through hard work, so he believes in learning on your own. Explained Naruto, to which Kurenai sighed since she had to find for another Doton user. Although Kiba's history may be different, Bear hold a grudge against Konoha's big clans for not teaching other types of attacks other than those peculiar to the clans. Maybe if Kiba could convince him that he want to use Doton, then maybe he could teach him. Said Naruto, to which Kurenai wondered for a bit. I don't know if Kiba would like to use Doton ninjutsu. I was just thinking in terms of teaching him other abilities, in case his clan techniques are useless. Well, I can tell him that Kiba wants to learn Doton ninjutsu. How he'll use it, it's his problem. Said Naruto, to which Kurenai nodded in affirmative since Kiba was already a grown-up and very tough together with Akamaru. Oh, I forgot to tell you. My Jounin exams is in 2 days. Said Naruto, earning a smile from Kurenai. Really? Congratulations, Naruto. Would I be able to attend? Asked Kurenai, earning a nod from Naruto. Of course. All Jounins will be able to attend. Also the Hokage and its apprentices would attend as well. That means Shizune, Sakura and Ino as well. said Naruto, to which Kurenai started looking at him at the mention of Sakura and Ino, but she shrugged it off, since the way Naruto mentioned about them was the same way Anko mentioned someone that was sent to the hospital after trying to mess with her. Someplace very far from Konoha minus. Inside a cave, 5 figures were gathered to discuss certain issues concerning their next objective. Pine, the group's leader, after seeing their entire group reunited except for Sasuke, Deidara, Haiden and Kakuzu since both were already killed, turned to speak. We still need to capture the next 2-tailed demons. The 8-tailed and the QB are proving to be more of a hassle than I've originally thought. Zetsu, what can you tell us? Said Pine, to which everyone turned to hear the Venus plant man known as Zetsu. The QB Jinchuriki disappeared out of a sudden. After he was able to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke from Orochimaru, everything about him in the village remains a deep undercover secret. Our spies can't find him, said Zetsu, to which Itachi turned to speak. It's possible that Konoha exiled him. Their council never approved his career as a shinobi, said Itachi to Kasami, chose to discuss. The longer we wait to find the brat, it will be worse. Sasuke, with the aid of the curse seal level 2, was a to S ranked level, and Naruto was able to nearly cut him to pieces with his new Foten ninjutsu, said Kasami, showing fear at the first time from the look of pain towards him. Yes, the Foten Raisen Shuriken proved to be a nuisance to our plans. If I remember correctly, Kakuzu was defeated because of it, and that was some time ago. The Jinchuriki could have become stronger by now, said Zetsu, finishing his report to Pain, who was in deep thought about the next course of actions. Itachi and Kasami, I have a strong feeling that the QB Jinchuriki is still inside of Konoha. The Godame and the Toad Hermit could easily hide any files with them, therefore being impossible for our spies to know his whereabouts. You two are to go there for reconnaissance purpose. If you manage to locate him, try to gauge his abilities. I don't want any of you to engage him as of yet. If either the Godame or Drea finds the two of you there, you won't stand a chance. Now go. The rest will pursue for the 8-tailed demon, said Pain, earning nods from everyone present, and then everyone disappeared except for the leader, who chose to stay and wonder a little about his situation. If Zetsu is correct and this Naruto character managed to kill Kakuzu, then we must not underestimate him. I've never seen a Foten attack manage to pierce Kakuzu's defense, but still, if he improved his abilities, then I would have to step in. Kasami may not return if my guess is correct, and Itachi is limited to the Sharingan more than anything else. Maybe Itachi can lock the QB Jinchuriki with his main Jinkyu Sharingan's technique, Tsukiyomi, thought Pine, before also vanishing like the others. Minus at the Hokage's office. Minus. Tsunade was busy doing the boring paperwork when suddenly, she caught a peculiar paper. It was an invitation by the Anbu to be present at Black Wolf's Jounin exam in 2 days. After reading it, Tsunade got up and looked at Konoha from her window. Naruto grew up a lot since he left to train with Drea. However, from what Drea told me about their training, he didn't mention Naruto having knowledge in different ninjutsu elements. Not only Foten and Suton, but also Reiton. I wonder how much he hid from us all this time. And now he's going to become a Jounin at age 17. Nicely done, Naruto-kun, of course I'll attend. While Tsunade was reading the invitation, Sakura and Shizune entered her room, and from what Tsunade could see, Sakura was quite angry about something. Quite frankly, Tsunade wasn't so much in the mood of wanting to know what made her apprentice so mad about, but she knew that Sakura would voice it even if she didn't ask. What happened that got you like this, Sakura? Asked Tsunade, to which Shizune quietly thanked Kami that Tsunade took Sakura's attention away from her. Shizune heard from the pink medic Nin that she saw Naruto on a date with Kurenai at the park and started bitching about the fact that Kurenai was twice his age and that it wasn't fair. Tsunade-sama, Sakura is like this because she saw Naruto-kun and Kurenai-san on a date at the park and started mumbling things about not being far or something like that. Frankly, I forgot about the rest, said Shizune, to which Sakura kept staring at her with anger present in his eyes, and Tsunade to sigh, thinking that a Hokage shouldn't have to meddle on stuff like this. Sakura for her part actually intended for someone to do something about this, so she started with Shizune so the black-haired woman would side with her on this. Now since Shizune wouldn't like to do anything with this, Sakura decided to take it to the Hokage. Not to mention that Kurenai is twice his age, Tsunade-sama, this shouldn't be legal. Why can't she date one close to her age? Said Sakura, to which Tsunade sighed once again and tried to level with the pink-haired Kunoichi. Sakura, what Naruto does with his personal life is his business. If I recall, since he brought back the Uchiha, you didn't even want to hear about where he has been. Why the sudden interest, I ask? Asked Tsunade, to which Sakura looked at the Hokage while trying to make up an excuse for bringing up this issue. Sasuke-kun needed me to stay with him. That's why I didn't worry about him, but now that I saw him with Kurenai-san, I'm just concerned about him. Said Sakura, but failed miserably when she staggered, therefore proving to Tsunade and Shizune that Sakura's intention wasn't entirely pure. Sakura, Naruto already dated Kurenai before on his trip with Jiraiya. Sasuke, if I recall, much to my surprise, dismissed you with respect, and now you want to take Naruto away from Kurenai so that you can be with him. I saw them as well, and I say Kurenai and Naruto are the perfect match. Me, Jiraiya, Shizune, and I bet that everyone is okay with them being together. Said Tsunade, to which Sakura was taken aback since she didn't know her sensei would see right through her, so she did the only thing she could at the moment. She lowered her head and left. With Sakura leaving, Shizune and Tsunade stayed looking at each other. Both of them knew that Sakura was developing a bit of a possessive personality towards others. Tsunade-sama, I'm worried about Sakura. Lately, she's been rather possessive lately. I'm worried that being the Hokage's apprentice went a little over her head. Said Shizune, making Tsunade wonder if her old apprentice was right. Yeah, I guess you're right. During the time we trained her, she seemed to be bossing around, using her position as my apprentice. I should have figured that giving her this position would be way over what she could deal with, especially since Sasuke was brought back by Naruto. Sakura is just a chunin, and goes around bossing Jounin, and even some Anbus, thinking that she has my authority to do such a thing. Said Tsunade while still in deep thinking. Maybe, it would be best a little lesson of humility for her is in order. Said Shizune, to which Tsunade looked at Shizune in wonder. Go on. What do you have in mind? Asked Tsunade, showing interest towards the idea. Lately our medic Nins has been doing missions at villages near Konoha, and both of us know that Sakura was due to take this kind of mission someday. Maybe if she sees how it is to treat an entire city, then she could create some senses. Said Shizune before seeing the devious look from Tsunade, who by this time was searching for a mission request from a village 10 miles from Konoha, requesting the assistance of a medic nin in order since their medic was sick and couldn't attend the village's population. That's a great idea, Shizune. I'll be sure to send Sakura to attend. This mission is a B ranked, and will be a 2-month-long mission. The next day minus. When Naruto woke up, he turned to see a peaceful Kurenai sleeping close to him. Naruto wondered about the time that passed since he returned with Jiraiya and how much stronger he became after joining the Anbu. Of course, Naruto wasn't what most would think, arrogant about his abilities to think that no one could beat him. He knew that even though he was much stronger than before, he wasn't sure if he could last against Akatsuki or Orochimaru. He knew that Kakuzu was only beaten because he had Kakashi, Yamato and the rest of Team 10 to back him up, but next time he met even Itachi or his partner Kasami, Naruto knew for certain that he would lose. Still worried about the organization eventually coming for him, Naruto got up and put on his Anbu armor since he had only 20 minutes to arrive at Anbu HQ. Before putting his mask, he looked once again at Kurenai and smiled, seeing that his girlfriend wasn't such a morning person. So, before he left, he went closer to Kurenai and gave her a soft kiss on her lips, while whispering sweet words close to her ear, making Kurenai smile and embrace her body, showing Naruto that she was having a dream. I hope that I'm in it. However, unknown to his knowledge, he was being watched. Yougao was passing by Kurenai's apartment on her way to the Anbu HQ, and when she saw Naruto there approaching a sleeping Kurenai, she felt even more jealous of Kurenai. But whether it was because it was Naruto who was showing the red-eyed Kunoichi affection or the fact that she wanted someone to do that to her, she couldn't know. Suddenly, when Naruto kissed Kurenai softly, Yougao's heart began to crush her deeply and somehow wanted for that kiss to be for her. She then knew it. She was jealous of Kurenai because of Naruto, and for as much as she would like to deny it, she couldn't. Naruto, for his part, while oblivious to the fact that Yougao was watching him, left the apartment and summoned Ace in order for them to go to Anbu HQ. Upon appearance, the wolf greeted Naruto, now with his black mask, and went towards their destination. "So, Black Wolf, any reason as to why you didn't come home last night?" asked Ace while jumping through rooftops. "I never figured you'd the one asking rhetorical questions, Ace. You know sometimes I sleep in Kurena's house," said Naruto without even bothering to look at his friend, making the wolf snicker at the remark. "Ah, yes, your mate. Sorry, I forgot about her," said Ace, to which Naruto lifted an eyebrow at Ace's word for Kurena. "Mate? Oh yes, I forgot. That's how animals address, right? No, I don't consider her a mate. She's my girlfriend," said Naruto, to which Ace smiled since he got Naruto cornered. "Just a girlfriend, huh?" asked Ace, making Naruto look at him and sigh, since he knew teasing when he heard one, and he came to know that the scarred wolf actually enjoyed teasing him quite often. "Yeah, well, in the future, maybe even my wife." "Okay, so you like to tease, so tell me, what about the time I caught you sniffing around the Inuzuka compound, searching one of Inuzuka Hana's huskies? Care to enlighten me a little bit?" asked Naruto, to which Ace became red. "That's none of your business," scowled Ace, turning his head a little, not giving Naruto any response, to which Naruto smiled deviously. "Remember this, Ace. You don't tease a born prankster and expect to walk away," said Naruto before seeing that they arrived at HQ. Suddenly, Kat arrived as well right before him, and both Ace and Black Wolf looked at her in suspicion. "Black Wolf, I believe that the kitten followed us," said Ace, receiving a snarl from the Anbu kunoichi, to which Naruto was even more suspicious that something happened and that his second-in-command was nervous about. "Black Wolf, you control your mutt there, before I do. Now, let's head inside," said Kat, actually expecting a reply from Black Wolf or Ace, but never came. Actually, Naruto never actually showed that kind of respect to anyone except the Hokage and the Anbu chief, but seeing Naruto and his wolf calmly walk inside along with her showed that even though he was loyal, he would never bow to anyone. Once inside, Yougao chose to walk behind Black Wolf and Ace, which made Naruto on edge, but shrugged it off, since he wasn't in the mood of questioning her from her act. Yougao, for her part, did this with the intent of checking Naruto out from head to toe. "Nicely done, Kir-chan. Great ass, well-toned abs. A whole package, huh?" thought Yougao as she saw Naruto walking. However, she couldn't do so much to Naruto without his partner knowing about it. Ace could sniff Yougao's pheromones rising and knew she was looking at his partner. He wondered about how humans tend to behave when they wanted what they couldn't have, and how pathetic this was. Upon looking at Naruto's black mask, he sighed, since because of the mask, he couldn't read Naruto's feelings or his expressions. However, Naruto's perception has improved the last couple of months, and now he could catch glimpses of movement from behind him with the corner of his eyes, and although he couldn't sense Yougao's hormones, he was wondering why she was looking at him so intently like that. After a while, they reached Hawk and Bear, waiting for them to arrive. Since his team arrived in time, Hawk turned to address their mission. "Good morning, team. Now I received news for Hokage-sama that some Chunin would be taking a day off because of some B-ranked missions across Earth Country. Therefore, she requested us to do an advanced guard duty all around Konoha. Since we're Anbiz, we're going to do the following. We'll divide in groups of twos. Black Wolf and Cat, you will take the south part, being that involving the southeast and southwest regions of the village, while me and Bear will take the northeast and northwest regions. That way, we'll be ready in case someone happens to threat Konoha. Our mission will initiate in an hour. Go to your stations and good luck," said Hawk before shining away, as well as everyone. Kurena's apartment. -2 hours after Naruto left his apartment, Kurena woke up. When she turned, she knew that Naruto wouldn't be there anymore. She knew how tight-scheduled Anbu was, and also knew that punctuality was a must between them. After she turned and saw a note near her lamp, she already knew that it was from Naruto's. "Kir-chan, sorry I couldn't stay with you for breakfast. I had to leave to HQ. However, I couldn't leave without giving you a kiss on the lips. Let me say that you look very beautiful when sleeping peacefully like you do. Can't wait for next time we'll see each other. Love, Naruto." After reading the note, Kurena smiled, remembering about a specific part in her dream when Naruto softly kissed her on the lips. Still smiling, she went to the bathroom for a little shower without even knowing another set of eyes watching her smile. Sakura was furious at the genjutsu mistress for stealing Naruto from her and behaving like she always did. She thought that people were supposed to obey her orders without questions. Therefore, she went to Kurena's door and knocked once. After about 5 minutes, she knocked once again, now fuming that Kurena was making her wait. On her third time, the door almost broke and Kurena opened, about to cause someone a great deal of pain for lack of patience. But when she saw the Hokage's apprentice with her arms crossed, she knew that the teenager was behaving once again like she was expecting Kurena to bow for her, therefore pissing her off already. However, Kurena was polite and turned to ask nicely. "Sakura-san, what can I do for you?" asked Kurena, though with a serious tone which indicated that someone just ruined her happy day. "Can I enter, Kurena-san? I wish to speak with you," said Sakura and entered the apartment without even waiting for an authorization, pissing the genjutsu mistress up to a point where she would like to call for Anko to teach this girl a lesson. "Kurena-san, it came to my attention that you're dating a teammate of mine, isn't it right?" asked Sakura, not even waiting for a response, but was slightly taken aback when Kurena didn't even bother to answer, instead just stand there studying Sakura's intentions. "Which teammate are you talking about, Sakura-san? You're a chunin now, not a genin," asked Kurena, already aware of what Sakura was intending to do. "I'd refrain to such a tone with me, Kurena-san. I happen to be the Hokage's apprentice. You'd do well not to use it with me," said Sakura, making Kurena raise her eyebrow, while trying not to laugh at this chunin's attempt of outranking her. "Oh, so you think you outrank a jounin, then?" said Kurena, not even wanting to lift a finger in order to teach Sakura a lesson, making Sakura flinch since her only weapon was rendered useless against the red-eyed kunoichi. "Naruto is half your age. Why don't we look for someone your age?" shouted Sakura, now on the verge of despair, to which Kurena at first wanted to take pity on the girl to whom she knew got dumped by the Uchiha. However, she knew better than doing that, since the girl needed a lesson, and needed fast. "What Naruto and I do is our problem. I don't understand your problem, girl. First you scowl him for bringing your little boyfriend back, which by the way I was very happy that Naruto caused him a great deal of pain before doing so, and now that the Uchiha dumped you, you actually think that he would gladly be with you, now that you are available," said Kurena without even waiting for Sakura to respond before continuing with the assault. "You keep telling that you're his teammate, however you know little to nothing about Naruto. And now you come here, almost breaking my door, trying to use your position as Hokage's apprentice so to outrank me. And worst of all, you think that you have the right to meddle with mine and Naruto's personal lives," said Kurena, though still serious, not even displaying any hint of emotions, showing to Sakura how outclassed she was against the red-eyed kunoichi. Sakura, for her part, while listening to the onslaught, wanted nothing more than finding a place to hide, or someone to protect her against Kurena. She never saw anyone not fazed by her position as the Hokage's apprentice, and to see that Kurena, a jounin, literally diminish her like a regular chunin, made her wonder if perhaps every jounin she ever bossed around simply chose not to deal with her. After concluding that Sakura behaved like a total bitch, she started looking down right in front of Kurena, who after seeing this, still held her ground with the whole sympathy issue. And without even a whisper, Sakura just walked away from the jounin and closed her door, leaving Kurena alone in her apartment. "Man, wait until I tell Anko what happened. She'll flip," said Kurena, still smiling since her day turned out to be even better. First for her love-making with Naruto, then his note, and then teaching a little lesson to the Hokage's precious apprentice. Yep, Anko should hear this. Kurena then went out towards the library where she would meet her team for knowledge in elemental ninjutsu, with Naruto and Yogao minus. Right now, Black Wolf, Ace and Yogao was shifting between guarding the southeast and southwest regions of Konoha, and Naruto was even more suspicious of the fact that Yogao continued to look at him in a very strange way. Of course, it didn't help that he could hear Ace laughing at his predicament right now. After being around Naruto for as long as he did, the wolf started having similarities toward Naruto up to a point that a little prankster side of him was already visible. Ace for his part was trying hard not to laugh about Naruto's situation. It seemed that the cat-masked Anbu was looking at Naruto with second intentions, and the fact that Ace knew that the woman has a relationship didn't help control his amusement not even a little bit. It was already mid-afternoon and yet no sign of trouble of any kind. Black Wolf and Cat were currently taking a break from constantly searching throughout the south region. Well, more like Cat was taking a break and Black Wolf standing there, because of his massive reserves. Yo-Gao continued to look at Naruto for a while. She knew why he wasn't tired, but that wasn't the reason why she was looking at him, well, other than admiring his looks. She was looking at him while wondering if she could have someone like him one day. As Naruto posed there with his arms crossed, Yo-Gao admitted she was becoming attracted to him, and that was a very bad signal for her, for two reasons: one, because of her friendship with Kurenai and Naruto being her boyfriend, and second, being Yo-Gao's boyfriend Hayate, even though she barely saw him this couple of days. However, oblivious to the Anbu pair, Hayate was inside of a bar nearby, nearly drunk from so much sake. Hayate, ever since his friend Genma gave him the whole speech about enjoying life since it could be their last day, made up his mind to let go of his girlfriend Yo-Gao and go party with his Genma and some other of his peers from their year. Right now, Hayate was enjoying himself drinking and flirting with all the women present in the room. Back to Naruto and Yo-Gao, Ace was sniffing when he sensed a strange amount of alcohol being consumed close by. Black Wolf, it seems that there are a few drunks causing quite a fuss at that bar. Do you think some damage control is in order? Asked Ace, to which Naruto looked at the bar and noticed a familiar person on the horizon shoving sake down his throat and annoying some of the ladies present. I don't know, we're guarding the borders, not inside the village, said Black Wolf. If this gets out of control, we'll need to step in. We're Anbu, therefore protecting the village and the Hokage is our prime objective, said Yo-Gao, to which Naruto nodded, but suddenly remembered the guy's name. Shit. That's Hayate, Yo-Gao's girlfriend. No wonder she was having second thoughts about him. I must take her away from here, thought Naruto as he turned to address his second-in-command. Cat-senpai, we need to scout the perimeter. We left it quite a while unprotected, said Naruto, to which Yo-Gao nodded and got up. However, when she was about to jump, she noticed what Naruto was afraid for. There he was, her boyfriend, already drunk and kissing some girl, clearly against the girl's compliance. After she saw, a single tear fell on the ground. Yo-Gao was already in emotional turmoil from having thoughts about Naruto, but now she squeezed the area where her heart was located and turned around so that Naruto would not see this, however, to no avail. The black-masked Anbu did see the tears and sighed, seeing that his plan backfired. He wasn't counting on her turning once before jumping, therefore she saw her boyfriend making out with another girl right in front of her. Suddenly, Yo-Gao jumped towards their next rooftop fiercely, and Naruto had no other alternative and followed suit, knowing that she wouldn't be able to swallow this for long. True to his suspicions, Yo-Gao landed on the rooftop and stopped there, wanting for Naruto to stop. After he did, Yo-Gao simply took off her mask and looked at him. Naruto, for his part, was wondering what he could do to lessen the situation without endangering his own, since he was consoling his girlfriend's best friend and also the one that kept staring at him all day and now is looking at him with sad eyes. Naruto, why? Why would he do this to me? Asked Yo-Gao, now on the verge of tears, not even being able to control her emotions as per what was her position as second in command of an Anbu team. However, Naruto gave no response, since he knew that she was just trying to let it out. Ace, could you do me a favor and go look for Kurenai-chan? She is at the library, asked Naruto, to which Ace complied and vanished, while Yo-Gao looked at him while trying to understand why he wanted Kurenai here. Naruto, for his part, knew Yo-Gao would ask him, so he beat her with the answer. I called her since she will better able to help you. We have a mission to be doing, so I'll cover for you, said Naruto before hearing Ace arriving with Kurenai next to him. Nar. I mean, Black Wolf, what did you call me for? Ace told me that Cat was hurt, but, said Kurenai, but stopped when she saw the sad look of her best friend, which told her that something must have happened and wasn't in any way related to whatever mission. Naruto, for his part, whispered close to Kurenai's ear, since he didn't want to say it out loud. Kure-chan, Yo-Gao saw Hayate kissing another girl, and then she began to cry. Could you take her to your apartment or something? Whispered Naruto, to which Kurenai nodded and went over to Yo-Gao, who was still crying. When Kurenai looked back to Naruto, while nodding in appreciation for the way he handled this situation, she was then confused as to why there was two black wolves. However, when one of them hinged into Yo-Gao in her Anbu uniform, She knew what Naruto was doing and waste no more time. I understand, Black Wolf, I'll take care of her. And you take care as well, said Kurenai before seeing Naruto, Yogao, Naruto clone in Henge and Ace vanishing. Still, I wonder why Naruto called me instead of trying to comfort her himself. Could it be? When I told the story of me and Naruto together, Yogao was acting strange. Could it be that she may be infatuated with my boyfriend? In that case, summoning me was in fact the best course of action. Wow, you're good. However, it seems that I have to summon Anko as well for an intervention. I have to end my team's training for the day, though, thought Kurenai before vanishing with Yogao. With Naruto minus. While Naruto was jumping around as to scout the area for anything unusual, he was thanking Kami for having the idea to summon Kurenai to help Yogao. If Kurenai was to be away on a mission, he would be afraid that something would happen and endanger his relation with Kurenai. However, when Naruto looked to the west, he literally panicked. Right there on the horizon, two fellows with black robes and red clouds were approaching the southwest gate. Ace, come here. This is an emergency. Call for Hawk and Bear to come meet me at the southwest gate immediately. Tell them Akatsuki is here. I'll send a clone to alert the Hokage. Damn it, okay, I'll go. Stay put and hide, we can't take them out alone, said Ace before vanishing. Naruto for his part complied and turned to hide on top of the building he was on top of. Itachi and Kasami entered the gate supposedly undetected and started searching for Naruto's presence nearby. After a while, Naruto lifted his head cautiously only to see that Itachi and Kasami walking on a path below him while looking for him. Since Naruto learned how to hide his chakra presence, he was a little safe, but he knew that Itachi was an ex-Anbu captain before he left, therefore he could have known that someone was hiding his presence. However, true to Naruto's luck, Itachi didn't seem to sense his presence. After a while, Ace arrived with Hawk and Bear, and the look of their eyes showed that they were dead serious about their current threat. Hawk was a junior Anbu when Itachi was an Anbu captain, and even though Bear was a jounin at the time, he knew how strong Itachi was. Also, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist was there as well, which could complicate things. At the Hokage's office minus. Tsunade was doing some paperwork when Naruto's clone popped inside. Tsunade-sama, we have an emergency. Uchiha Itachi and Kasami just entered the village looking for me. The real me has already summoned his Anbu team. Requesting more backup, said the clone, to which Tsunade got serious all of a sudden and shouted to summon Kakashi and another team of Anbu to meet them. Good job, Naruto. Wait until backup arrives and then we'll attack them. They won't be leaving this area, shouted Tsunade. Back with Naruto minus. After the clone dispelled, the real Naruto got the information and passed to his peers, who nodded as well. Naruto was now a little bit relaxed knowing that backup would be arriving soon. However, he still held his stance since S-ranked criminals were not to be taken lightly. Even though 2 teams of Anbu, Kakashi and Tsunade were there, they could still win and capture him. Itachi and Kasami were already aware that they would be surrounded soon, and yet there was no sign of Naruto's presence at all. Little to both Akatsuki members, however, they were searching for a chakra half normal half demonic, which until Naruto managed to separate his flows of chakra was how his chakra was described. Suddenly, a wide fog of smoke appeared, and 9 figures appeared around the 2 missing nins, entrapping them. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshikage Kasami, you're not welcomed here in Konoha, and because of the crimes both of you committed, your sentence is death, said Tsunade, being one of the closest to the duo, forcing the 2 to fall into a battle stance while mentally cursing themselves from underestimating Konoha's defenses since last time. Itachi, how did they know we're here? Asked Kasami, to which Itachi responded while focused at Kakashi, who seemed to be strongest of the bunch after the Hokage. I don't know, Kasami. However, one of the Anbus must have seen us arriving. I wonder who did, though. I was not aware of any Anbu being this good besides Hitaki, said Itachi, to which Naruto smiled upon hearing such praise, but he would kill himself before he voiced his satisfaction. Kasami, we'll divide. I'll take Kakashi and some of the Anbus here. You take the Hokage. These 2 are the toughest opponent here, said Itachi, to which Kasami smiled, immediately charging against the Hokage, who defended and aimed a kick at Kaizam's side, but to no avail since Kasami jumped and evaded the attack. Tsunade for her part acted quickly like a commander and ushered orders. I want two Anbus here with me, Black Wolf and Hawk, the rest 8 Kakashi against Itachi, go! Shouted the Hokage before seeing the Anbu quickly maneuvering. After that, Tsunade, Black Wolf, Ace and Hawk were standing, they're facing Kasami. Black Wolf, we need to take him away from the village, would you be so kind? Asked Tsunade, still focus on Kasami, while Naruto went with the hand seals for Photon Chakra Daitapa, Wind Style, Enhanced Breakthrough Jutsu. Instantly, a huge gust of wind charged against Kasami, who had no other alternative other than to place same Hada in front of him, but to no avail. Because of the wind's force, the giant shark was sent traveling away from the village with Tsunade and everyone tailing behind him. Tsunade for her part, even though she knew of what Naruto could do, was amazed at the force of the wind. Hawk, could you explain this to me? Asked Tsunade while trailing up to where Kasami would land. Tsunade-sama, Black Wolf has a natural affinity for wind, therefore his jutsu was an improved version of the normal Daitapa, hence what you saw right now. After a while, Kasami landed and got right up, as if he was not even fazed by the attack. Quite strong that little breeze, wasn't it? Said Kasami as he began to stretch a little bit for the battle. Tsunade-sama, be aware of his sword, it eats our chakra. We need to attack him with caution, said Black Wolf, to which Tsunade nodded, still amazed since this was the first time she actually fought together with Naruto, and quite frankly it was scaring her a little bit. Kasami, however, became wary of the black-masked Anbu that happened to know his sword's secret. How the hell do you know that same Hada eats chakra? Have we met before? Asked Kasami, to which Tsunade flinched a little bit, however they were once again lucky that Kasami didn't notice Tsunade's momentary giveaway. Naruto, however, had to answer the question. No, this is the first time we met, however as an Anbu, I'm required to know everything Konoha's enemies, and your file is the most interesting one. Said Naruto before seeing Kasami smile at such praise. How thoughtful of you guys, well since you all know a lot about me, why don't attack and test what you've learned? Asked Kasami, already making hand seals for the Suton Suryuden, no Jutsu Water Style, Water Dragon Jutsu. Instantly, a huge water dragon attacked the Konoha trio, who by this time jumped through different sides. However, far from Kaizam's view, Hawk made some hand seals. Katan Housenka no Jutsu, Fire Style, Mythical Fire Phoenix Jutsu, and instantly 5 small fireballs charged against Kasami, who after seeing the incoming attack, grinned because of such a weak attack. However, Kasami was taken aback when Black Wolf appeared behind the incoming fireballs, flipping through hand seals of his own, saying Photon Itama no Jutsu, Wind Style, Air Bullet Jutsu. When Naruto's air bullets mixed with Hawk's, his fire ones nearly doubled in size and speed, making Kasami curse them and try to avoid the incoming projectiles, which now resembled a low-level grand fireball. Even though Kasami was big, he had some skills with agility, therefore he was able to dodge 4 of the incoming fireballs. However, one of them hit him on his right leg, burning it. Not even waiting to attack, Hawk and Black Wolf threw a barrage of shurikens at Kasami, who used his sword to stop them all. Tsunade, however, could do nothing but watch at Hawk and Black Wolf's well-coordinated attacks until Ace appeared. They are good, aren't they? Those two have been practicing together for some time now, and their combined attacks proved to be fearful. Together they burned that Iwa S-classed, missing Nin, and even though this guy is a little bit stronger, I know that he won't last against these two. Said Ace, to which Tsunade smiled after hearing Ace's words. You seem quite fond of him, don't you? Asked Tsunade, while seeing Hawk and Black Wolf dodging a Suton attack from Kasami, who by now was becoming furious since he couldn't land a hit at the two with his sword. Black Wolf and I shared similar pasts, therefore it's only logical that we managed to bond. Just like him, I was treated poorly by my clan and eventually, they expelled me from their order. After a while, I kept training up to exhaustion, therefore learning some Photon jutsus from my clan. When I was wandering around this forest, I sensed Black Wolf's strength and I looked directly through his eyes. I can tell that, even though he could be even stronger, there is something no one, no matter how tough the enemy may be, will defeat Naruto's will to protect those he cares for. Said Ace. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever get to know the real him, though. He can be very secretive at times. Said Tsunade, before seeing Naruto make some hand seals and attack Kasami with Reitan Kusari Reiku, Lightning Style, Lightning Chain Jutsu. Suddenly, a cloud was formed on top of them and started firing lightning bolts, after Kasami, who barely managed to dodge. Then out of nowhere, Hawk appeared behind Kasami and bind him with the Kanashibarai no Jutsu, paralyzing Kasami. Seeing his opportunity, Naruto made more hand seals, this time for his final attack. Reiton Denkau Hukao, Lightning Style, Lightning Roar Jutsu. Because of Hawk's binding technique, Kasami could only watch the sudden appearance of a lightning lion roaring towards him and shocked the shark man to his very core. As a result of the attack, Kasami was screaming as thousands of bolts came crashing down upon him, almost killing the shark man. Had same Hada didn't absorb part of the jutsu, before shattering as a result. After Naruto's jutsu, Kasami was struggling to stand still, and upon seeing his sword broken, he realized that his defeat was upon him. After all, Kasami was a swordsman, therefore he lived by the sword. When he lost his sword, he lost his battle. Hawk, seeing the opportunity to take one of the Akatsuki, took off his ninjato and aimed to pierce the blue man's heart, however Tsunade stopped him. Hawk, that's enough. This man already admitted defeat. Even though he is a missing nin, once a samurai's sword is useless, he or she loses the battle, isn't it right? Kasami said Tsunade as she approached the beaten shinobi, who not only lost his sword, but his chakra was extremely depleted by now. I'm afraid so. However, seeing that you value our honor, I have a humble request from the black-masked Anbu, said Kasami, to which Naruto nodded his head for Kasami to tell him. I admit my defeat to you, brat. You sure are a tough one. However, you need to finish my life with your sword since you were the one who defeated me, said Kasami, and then looked at Naruto. Very well, I shall grant your wish, Hoshikage Kasami. And I want to say that apart from the crimes you committed, from the people you killed, yet you managed to die with honor, I happen to respect that, said Naruto before yielding his ninjato and moved for the swift kill. Kasami for his part acknowledged Naruto's words and smiled, since he did die with honor after all. After Naruto's thrust at Kaisam's heart, Naruto left his sword there as a sign of respect for fellow Kenjutsu users out there to know that Kasami was killed by a sword, earning nods of admiration from Tsunade and Hawk, who stood beside him as he looked at the body of Kasami. Just like Zabuza, you Kasami died with honor. May Kami take care of your soul, prayed Naruto, before hearing signs of battle coming towards them, instantly making Naruto remember that Itachi was still alive and happens to be the biggest threat. Suddenly, Kakashi with a broken arm appeared along with the rest of the Anbu members and Itachi as well, but he landed on top of a tree. As he looked, he spotted Kasami there on the ground. Shit, they got Kasami. I'm more outmatched now than before. I have to flee and I still can't find Naruto anywhere. I see you managed to take Kasami. Seeing that I'm outmatched, I can't stay here any longer, said Itachi before vanishing in a swirl of leaves. Anbu, scour the village. See if there's any presence of Itachi searching around. Hawk, Bear and Black Wolf, stay with me, I need to speak with you. Where's Cat? Asked Tsunade, to which Black Wolf turned to answer. Excuse me, Tsunade-sama. Me and Cat were guarding the south regions of Konoha when a sudden pain reached her stomach for training too much. I sent word for Kurenai to take care of her. They are at her apartment right now, said Naruto, to which the rest of them doesn't seem to bought the excuse, but shrugged it off, seeing that they just beat a S-ranked missing nin and a little information was in order. Okay. She will be briefed later then. Hawk and Bear, the reason why I hold you guys here is for you to know the reason of Itachi and Kaisam's presence here in Konoha, said Tsunade, to which Naruto and Kakashi looked at her with surprise, which didn't go unnoticed by Hawk and Bear. What is it, Tsunade-sama? Asked Hawk, since he was the captain. Well, as you know, both of them belong to an organization called Akatsuki, and their objective is to hunt all the Bajuas. For what purpose, we still not sure about. The reason why they are in Konoha is because they are after the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, said Tsunade, only waiting so that they could digest the information before continuing. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki is well known only to you both and Cat, said Tsunade, making Hawk and Bear almost break their necks from looking at Black Wolf. You're the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Black Wolf? That's not possible, said Hawk, as he now knew that his new friend housed the Kyuubi inside of him. Since he was away on a mission at the time, he didn't see the monster, but he was well aware of what he did at Konoha. However, Hawk didn't think the same way as those that mistreated the boy. Wait a minute. You're that boy that I saved 13 years ago, aren't you, Black Wolf? asked Hawk, to which Naruto took off his mask and smiled at Hawk for acknowledging his presence as a proud member of Anbu instead of demon. Yes, I was Hawk Takeout, and I never got to appreciate you for saving me that day, said Naruto, smiling towards his captain. However, Bear's history was quite different. Having lost his family because of the Kyuubi, he was visibly fuming because of the news. Bear for his part didn't actually attack Naruto, but he never appreciated that the boy wasn't killed at that time. Now seeing his partner in crime, his buddy in Anbu, the only one worthy of his admiration, was the whole reason that his family was killed. Naruto, however, sensed a bit of raise in chakra coming from Bear and knew that the man would eventually attack him because of it. True to Naruto's wonderings, Bear suddenly channeled chakra through his fists and turned to attack Naruto, quite to the surprise of all present except Naruto, who just closed his eyes waiting for the blow, which hit him full force, and it would have broken his jaw had the Kyuubi didn't fixed right away. Bear, what's the meaning of this? He is our teammate, shouted Hawk, trying to level with the big guy. He is the reason why my family was killed that day. He is the reason why I grew up alone, and now I'm avenging my family once and for all, screamed Bear, not even able to control himself anymore. Naruto for his part was once again saddened by this, but not surprised. Hawk Takeout, please leave him be. Bear, if you truly believe that I'm the one who murdered your parents, then by all means avenge them. I won't even try to defend myself, said Naruto before seeing everyone lower their heads after seeing what Naruto intended to do. Kakashi-senpai, we've got to stop this, Bear will kill him, said Hawk to Kakashi, who was now being attended by Tsunade. I'm afraid the only one that can stop him is Naruto, said Kakashi, to which Hawk was taken aback and voiced his question. Before Naruto was enlisted as an Anbu, he said to me that the Kyuubi's burden is his and his alone to carry. Even though he is not the beast itself, he is aware of all the destruction that the beast caused to Konoha and is prepared for situations such as these, said Kakashi, to which Hawk turned to look at Naruto, now being beaten by Bear repeatedly. I wasn't kidding when I said that Naruto and I shared similar pasts. Even though he has some precious people, Naruto carries his burden alone with no one to help him. Just like me, Naruto is a lone wolf just like me, said Ace. Tsunade and Kakashi, after hearing Ace's story, now understood why Naruto chose his black wolf mask, and upon hearing what Ace told them, their respect for Naruto rose even more. Minato-sensei did thrust Konoha's safety to him after all, and it's just like Naruto said. Only he could carry such a burden, said Kakashi, and then smiled at the how much Naruto grew without him even knowing. Jiraiya once told me that Sarutobi-sensei praised Naruto from inheriting the will of fire. I see that now, said Tsunade. Back to Naruto, he was sent to a nearby tree after receiving another punch from Bear, who by now was beginning to tire since he fought against Itachi. Why don't you defend yourself, demon? Shouted Bear, to which Naruto barely lifted while mumbling. It's because I know what's like to lose everything because of the Kyuubi. Because of him, I lost everything. I was born without knowing my parents. I grew up without knowing if they left me because they couldn't be around me or not. I spent my entire life searching for acceptance only to be spitted on and beaten constantly. The Yondaime Hokage was right for choosing me to seal the beast. Even though I don't like it, I was chosen to bear this burden. Therefore, if you want to avenge your family, go ahead, said Naruto, to which Bear stopped and turned to look at Naruto's eyes for any deception, and was taken aback after seeing that Naruto didn't even blink after saying what he said. Bear now was in turmoil. He didn't know what to do. For years, he bottled up his hate for the demon who took away his family, and now that he had the chance to avenge them, he was suddenly having second thoughts about what exactly meant to be a Jinchuriki. As he looked at the guy in front of him with serious bruises on his body from Bear's beatings, he didn't know if he was the demon or his always reliable Anbu teammate. He always found Black Wolf to be mysterious, but now that he knew his secret, it came clear to him just how dangerous it would be for him to simply take off his mask inside Anbu HQ. Apart from Bear, a large number of Anbu members hate the Kyuubi for what he had done to Konoha. Naruto for his part was studying his teammates' reactions right now. Up until now, Naruto was being beaten severely from something he didn't committed. However, he knew better than people coming with this conclusion out of the blue. However, Bear seemed to be in deep thinking right now, which came as a blessing to Naruto since one more hit and he didn't know if he would be left standing. Now he knew why Bear was feared for. Bear-san, I don't wait to handle this another time, please release all that you've holding up now. Said Naruto, to which Bear started looking at him wondering how much beating he can endure. He was being beaten non-stop for over 10 minutes and still has the strength to stand. Back from the stands, Kakashi approached Bear seeing that he was in deep wondering and decided to aid the big guy. Bear-san, I want to ask you something if I may. Asked Kakashi, reverting the man's attention towards him. What is it, Kakashi-san? Questioned Bear, showing signs of near chakra depletion and exhaustion. When you look at Naruto's eyes, what do you see? Asked Kakashi, making Bear turn to see Naruto only to see two ocean blue ones, filled with determination and sorrow. I can see a lot of determination, but a small hint of sorrow into his eyes. But why? Said Bear, but was stopped by Kakashi, who started talking. Naruto is Jinchuriki, by definition, the Kyuubi's jail. And even though he didn't do anything to deserve the treatment he endured since he was born, he is standing there receiving what would be Kyuubi's sentence, by your fists, because he acknowledged what he is. Said Kakashi before seeing Bear's shoulder relaxing a bit. If what you say is true, then he is. Said Bear, now realizing what he did to the guy. He is anything but the Kyuubi inside of him. Ace, could you bring Naruto's mask for us? Asked Kakashi, to which the wolf complied and handed the mask to Kakashi. Thanks, now Bear-san, do you want to know who Naruto is? Then let's put his mask back on. Said Kakashi before he appeared in front of Naruto and placed his mask on Naruto. Bear for his part remembered now when Naruto appeared in front of him, testing to enter Anbu and also their missions together as well as their interaction, and to say that Bear was ashamed was an understatement. Black Wolf, I'm sorry for what I've done. Said Bear, but was stopped by Black Wolf. Bear-san, do not worry about it, I accepted a long time ago what I have inside of me, and therefore I became responsible for what happened to Konoha because of the beast. This was the main reason as to why I joined the force. Because of the mask, people no longer have to see the demon walking alongside them. Also, Akatsuki is openly hunting me in order to take the Kyuubi away. Said Naruto, to which Bear nodded and came forward with his hand in an attempt for truce. Black Wolf, I'll help you defeat them. Those bastards won't even know what hit them, said Bear, to which Naruto nodded and held Bear's hands along with Hawk, who also appeared next to them. Count me in as well, Black Wolf. We already have 2 S-ranked criminals in our tab, adding a couple more wouldn't be bad at all. Said Hawk, to which Naruto turned to laugh so hard that his body began to hurt a lot because of it. Damn it, Hawk Takeout, don't make me laugh, my ribs are still aching from Bear's beatings. Note to self, never engage in a taijutsu match with a guy twice your size. Mumbled Naruto that last part, making his team laugh at him as well as Kakashi and Tsunade, who smiled seeing Naruto's Anbu team interact as if they grew up together. Kakashi, Naruto made some tough friends, wouldn't you say? Asked Tsunade now with her arms crossed, to which Kakashi smiled and answered. He and Hawk managed to defeat Kasami, and Bear was able to land some serious hits on Itachi. Also, their 4th member, Yougao, is one of Konoha's best kenjutsu users. I'm sure that this team is one of Konoha's best, and I'm proud to say that I was the one who taught the legendary Konoha's Shippua Kami. Said Kakashi as his eyes were locked at the sight of Naruto, holding his ribs while laughing along with his peers. Speaking of Yougao, I'll pay Kurenai a visit to see if she's feeling better. Said Tsunade before vanishing in a swirl of leaves, leaving Kakashi there with Naruto's team. At Kurenai's house After Kurenai left Naruto, she ushered for Yougao to rest so that they could talk in the morning. She thought best than bombard the woman with questions on what happened, even though she was quite intrigued as to why Naruto called for her instead of trying to comfort her himself. She was in deep wondering when she heard someone knocking on her door. When he opened, she was greeted by Tsunade, who was crossing her arms. Greetings Kurenai-san, can I get in? How is Yougao? Asked Tsunade, to which Kurenai made way for her to enter, and said that Yougao was resting. Kurenai-san, first of all I'm sure that Naruto will tell you, but just for you to know, minutes after you left, Akatsuki arrived coming for Naruto. Said Tsunade, to which Kurenai paled after remembering her encounter with Itachi and Kasami. "Oh my god, Tsunade-sama, what happened to him, is he okay?" asked Kurena, now almost on the verge of desperation. "Do not worry, Kurena-san, nothing happened to him, he and Hawk managed to defeat Kasami and Itachi had to run," said Tsunade, making Kurena relax, but not to the point of stop, wondering how strong Naruto and this Hawk guy are for beating someone neither her nor Asuma managed to defeat. Tsunade, however, saw that this subject would dwell even further, moved to stop it. "Yes, you can get the details with Naruto later. Now I came here to see Yogao. Naruto told me she was feeling bad, but I could tell he was covering for her." "What happened?" asked Tsunade, to which Kurena turned to answer. According to Naruto, Yogao saw her boyfriend kissing another woman and collapsed. "He then summoned me with Ace's assistance and I brought her here," said Kurena, to which Tsunade nodded in sympathy for the girl. "Hayate was indeed behaving weird lately. I've been receiving some complaints that he was causing a few havocs, but now Yogao witnessed it. When she wake up, tell her she has 2 days to deal with this. Her team won't be doing any more missions since Naruto's Jounin exam is tomorrow," said Tsunade, to which Kurena nodded, and then saw Tsunade turn and walk away. Next day at Anbu HQ-. The next day, Naruto was looking at his mask while waiting for his turn to attend his Jounin exam. He was well rested and already healed thanks to the Anbu medics and QB and was just waiting to apply the test. Having already memorized his objective, Naruto was going through number of strategies inside his head. Naruto's objective was to infiltrate a fake house that was built just for his test and retrieve an object inside. However, the object's exact location wasn't listed in the map, therefore he had to find it. However, not being detected was his main objective, and it didn't help that around the place there would be 4 to 5 Chunin level ninjas and 2 Jounins near the object. First, Naruto had to find a way to get inside. Once inside, he had to choose whether to take the enemy before or go straight for the object. Either way, he had to get past them undetected. "Black Wolf, you're up. Good luck on the exam," said one of the proctors, before seeing Naruto already with his mask, nodding and walking towards the place with calm and determination. Upon arrival, he took his time to study the place a bit. The place resembled a mid-sized clan house with several houses, varying from storage houses to main clan houses. Upon close inspection, Naruto managed to find one of the Chunin standing behind one of the storage houses. Therefore, Naruto jumped towards the rooftop and stayed low as to avoid detection. While there, he was studying the man's guard pattern before moving to strike. Naruto chose to take care of all enemies before moving for the object, since then he wouldn't need to worry about an escape plan. When he looked further ahead, he spotted what looked like one of the Jounin standing on top of the rooftop close to his own, and since he couldn't spot other presences, Naruto proceeded for his first kill. Inside the HQ-. While Naruto was performing his exercise, Tsunade, Ino, Sakura, Shizune, Kakashi, Asuma, Kurena, some of the Rookie 9 and the rest of Naruto's Anbu team was watching Black Wolf standing on top of the rooftop. "It has begun," said Tsunade, opening the discussion with Sakura being next. "Tsunade-sama, is this guy any good?" asked Sakura, receiving glares from everyone present who by this point wanted nothing more than scowl at Sakura from downsizing an Anbu's abilities. However, before Tsunade answered, Hawk answered for her. "I'd refrain from underestimating Black Wolf, little girl. He may be a Chunin, however he's one of the best in the force," said Hawk, to which Sakura mentally punched him from the little girl comment. "During our missions, Black Wolf was successful in infiltrations such as these one. His calm and ability to hide his presence makes it nearly impossible for anyone to detect his presence. To today, the only one who managed to catch him was our commander, but not without struggling a little bit," said Bear. Others in the room, however, either chose not to speak or already knew of the man's abilities, in Kurena, Shizune and Tsunade's case. Shikamaru, however, chose to speak, since the guy's strategy was taking a little bit of time to initiate. "Even as this exercise does not have a time limit, would it be best if he moved already? Others could detect him eventually," said Shikamaru, to which Asuma turned to answer to his student. "Rashness is unacceptable to a Jounin. Black Wolf is studying the man's pattern to see the best form of attack. Since the main objective is not being detected by the enemy, he has to be certain that the enemy will not detect him before he moves for the strike. said Asuma while smiling at the sight of Naruto doing something like this. Shikamaru for his part caught the smile, but decided to let it go, since it would be very troublesome to do such a thing. With Naruto minus already understanding the man's pattern, Naruto yielded his ninjato and dropped when the Chunin turned backwards from him, thus getting himself killed, well the Bunshin's death, but a death nonetheless. After Naruto's swift kill, he turned to hide behind the storage house and walk cautiously towards his next target, the Jounin. With this one, Naruto knew that the guy would not only walk around, but also tune his senses for any chakra presence near him, so Naruto approached the guy with his chakra concealed. Since he couldn't use chakra in order to take the Jounin by surprise, Naruto used a grappling hook, propelling him up until he used his hands to hold onto the border so that he could then study this guy's pattern for a while. For a while, Naruto stood there just watching the guy who seemed to be slightly alert. After the guy shrugged it off dismissing the alert, he turned and met with Naruto's ninjato, which impaled the area close to his heart, therefore making the clone vanish. 2 down, 4 or 5 left, I must be cautious. The exam banishes my chakra usage, but the enemy can use it freely, meaning that genjutsu is open. I have to be aware of my surroundings and watch out for flaws of any kind, thought Naruto as he kneeled down at the next rooftop and turned to observe a lone Chunin wandering around near the main house. However, his suspicions only rose when he saw what appeared to be the shape of another person there with him standing there. The reason of Naruto's suspicions was because this opponent was using a genjutsu around him, since when Naruto looked at his direction, it was different than any other direction. Quietly and quickly reaching for a single kunai, Naruto stood for a while to see if the guy would move at all, since if he missed, he would be detected. After a while, seeing that the enemy just stood there, Naruto threw the kunai and it lodged right behind the man's head, making him disappear before the other realized. However, Naruto needed to take care of the one remaining, since he would know if the other guy was killed. Therefore Naruto looked around quickly and then dashed forward the Chunin, slicing him up just moments before he turned and then jumped towards the next rooftop. With the others minus. After Naruto's quick display at infiltration, some claps could be heard from his fellow Anbu members. Sakura was already looking intently at the guy, also dumbstruck by his agility. That genjutsu was a dirty trick, Tsunade-sama, said Kakashi, to which Tsunade nodded and looked to Kurenai for explanations. I happen to add a thing or two in this exam, Kakashi-san. Black Wolf's knowledge isn't limited to ninjutsu alone. However, in order to be called a genjutsu specialist, one should be able to detect one even without the use of chakra. As you all know, genjutsu attacks the ninja's senses, therefore it's safe to assume to what appear to be may or may not be real, said Kurenai before smiling proudly of her boyfriend who was able to detect her B-level genjutsu. Who is this guy anyway? Also, if this is a regular Jounin exam, then it's safe to say that I'll never be able to advance to Jounin, said Ino, actually worried about her ninja career, to which Tsunade snickered and turned to answer to her humble apprentice. No, Ino, this is an Anbu Jounin exam. However, this particular one was devised by myself, Kurenai-san, and the Anbu commander himself. You see, we have quite an interest in seeing what Black Wolf can do, said Tsunade before seeing her apprentice nod and turn to study the man's actions. Unknown to Rookie 9, all the Jounin knew who Black Wolf was and were amazed by everything so far. Kurenai, however, turned to look at the cat-masked Anbu who, even though was given 2 days to rest, appeared to see Naruto's test. Kurenai was suspicious of her friend, since because of her actions. This morning, Yogao didn't even want to talk about what happened, but when Kurenai said that she would be attending to Naruto's test, Yogao suddenly came with her, literally transforming from sad to happy in a second. Something is very wrong here. I know Naruto wouldn't do anything, but I'm not sure if Yogao would. Now I understand why he summoned me to comfort her. He is suspicious as well. Aren't you, Naru-kun? Thought Kurenai. With Naruto minus. Now was the hard time, since Naruto would have to enter the main house in order to take care of the rest of the enemies and reach for the object. On top of the rooftop, Naruto managed to see a little window but big enough for him to enter the house. Once inside, Naruto hid inside one of the house's pillars. When he scanned the house, he began to curse the sadistic person who thought it was a good idea to install some cameras inside the place. Silently planning for a little prank, once he learned who did this, he waited for the camera's range to pass by him and dashed quickly away from the camera's view. As he stopped right below the camera, he literally stopped breathing when he heard footsteps coming his way from the other side of the wall. Right when he was about to strike, Naruto wondered about the true objective of this exam, which was to not be detected. If he took this guy out, the camera would be aware of his presence. Therefore, he took some steps back so not only the camera couldn't detect him, but the enemy as well. After the guy passed, Naruto dashed quickly across the living room, using pure speed since chakra once again was prohibited. After he was able to pass this guy, he sighed seeing that things just got complicated. At first, he wanted to eliminate the enemy so that his escape route would be easy, but now seeing that cameras were installed inside the house, he couldn't eliminate the enemy anymore, he had to evade them. Man, if Tsunade is in on this, I'll be sure to teach her a lesson, thought Naruto as he began to move for the next room. With the other guys minus. After Naruto entered the house, no one could see him anymore. It's like he wasn't even there. Tsunade-sama, where is him? We can't see him, said Neji and Tenten all together, now more curious than ever to learn the identity of this man. Be calm, you two. The images that you see before you are a part of his test. And if you're not seeing him, that means he understood our little game, said Tsunade, to which all the rookie 9 turned to Tsunade with the same question. What little game? The camera shows our Chunin there, waiting for Black Wolf, therefore if he eliminates the Chunin, the camera would see that something happened, therefore spotting his presence inside the house, said Tsunade, to which once again Kakashi labeled it as dirty trick, making Tsunade smile. You can thank Yamato for this. It was his idea, said Tsunade. Back with Naruto minus. After seeing some empty rooms, Naruto found himself wondering where the other 2 enemies are. Naruto had to congratulate the creator of this exam though. This was far from what he expected it to be, and surprisingly enough, he was enjoying every minute of it. Since he didn't find the object yet, Naruto was sure that the object would be inside the last room. One more thing, he noticed that the chakra seals were off, meaning that chakra was available. However, the rule of being undetected was still on, so he couldn't use too much. Quickly making a cage bunshin and transforming him into an ant, the clone went under the door and spied inside. After a while, the ant got out and was dispelled, telling Naruto that inside it was a camera and the 2 enemies were on each side of the door. After seeing what's inside, Naruto devised a plan since now, he could stop and think more clearly. He wasn't stupid to take the camera away and then strike, because there was one more opponent at the living room who could become alert, ruining Naruto's plan. However, he now could cast any jutsu, and he remembered Ace teaching him one that he learned from Ace. However, he would need to escape rather quickly, but he had a very handy technique in hand for that. Oh yes, victory is upon us, now I just need to perform the jutsu correctly. Then, Naruto opened the door, just a little bit in order to cast the jutsu inside. With some hand seals, Naruto mentally said Okami Hijutsu, Suke Kurigari Wolf Secret Style, Total Darkness Jutsu. After that, the room went dark, while Naruto took the object and shined away before anyone could come to the rescue. Meanwhile, everyone at the stands was watching intently at the last camera that went dark out of a sudden, and no one except Ace knew that Naruto was already outside again, walking peacefully to the exit. With the other guys minus. As the black started to fade and a little light began to appear, everyone saw the Chunin and Jounin, looking at the missing object that was located at the center of the room, as well as the ones looking from above. Suddenly, the booth was black as well and no one could understand what the hell was going on. From out of nowhere, a sudden voice appeared. If it's me you're looking for, then you're looking at the wrong way, said Naruto. Moments before the darkness disappeared and Black Wolf stood there next to Ace, who already knew what Naruto intended to do. After his sudden appearance in the room, everyone got shivers up their spines. Chapter 10 Trouble in Suna. When the light suddenly enlightened the place, everyone was dumbfounded to see that Black Wolf, the one who was doing the exam downstairs, suddenly appeared behind them without no one noticing. Well, no one except his own team, who was already accustomed to the wolf-masked Anbu appearing out of nowhere. Tsunade, for one, was watching Naruto with a sort of pride and both fear, since she figured that with his Okami, wolf, jutsu, he could enter pretty much anywhere and leave unnoticed, hence his performance both at the Anbu Jounin exams and getting inside this booth. While Tsunade was gauging the possibilities of assassination and document retrieval missions for Naruto, The other people present in the room was studying the Anbu member with fear and strange sense of familiarity. Apart from Asuma, Kurenai and Naruto's Anbu team, none of the Chunins present knew Black Wolf's identity. In fact, the only familiarity was caused by the members' blonde hair, since they didn't know anyone with blonde hair other than Naruto, however could very well be a henge for not being caught. Back to Tsunade, she wanted to just stare and say nothing, but because of her position, she had to say something to break the silence. "Where is the document, Black Wolf?" asked Tsunade, to which Naruto simply tossed the scroll towards the Hokage, to which she caught with ease. "Very well, mission accomplished, Black Wolf. Since neither the guards below nor the hidden cameras caught your movements, you passed the examination with flying colors. Congratulations, you've been promoted to Jounin," said Tsunade, smiling deeply at her surrogate brother. Meanwhile, the Jounins present, who knew all about Naruto growing up, were sharing little cries of happiness for the blonde, but from different reasons. Kakashi was happy since his once Genin team was developing nicely with 2 Chunins and 1 recently promoted Anbu Jounin. Kurenai was happy because of her relationship with Black Wolf aka Uzumaki Naruto, but sad since she wouldn't be able to taunt him because of his ninja rank. Asuma for his part smiled at seeing the first of Naruto's generation to become Jounin, since Neji was 1 year older than him. Naruto for his part bowed to Tsunade in tone of appreciation for the promotion and then manifested. "I appreciate the promotion, Tsunade-sama, however I'm due to ask who thought of the idea of placing hidden cameras inside the compound." "Those are very tricky to pass by," asked Black Wolf, just for a tall man in a lion Anbu mask with a huge coat enter the place. "It was my idea, Black Wolf. I was the one who put the cameras inside." "Any problem with that?" asked Tenzao, trying to become serious with the situation, despite the fact that Naruto was promoted. Black Wolf, after hearing the Anbu chief manifest, turned and kneeled in front of him, showing the respect for the man. "Not at all, sir. I was just curious, since none of the old Anbu Jounin exams contained other means of guarding places other than shinobis," said Naruto. "The reasons as to why I set those cameras inside served for 2 reasons, Black Wolf. 1, to surely test your infiltration abilities, as well as be able to make sudden choices that could endanger the completion of the mission. I have to give it to you, though. I thought I went overboard when I put the last camera, but you managed to get past by it, using a strange jutsu. 2nd, from Anbu reports I've been reading, it seems that some of the missions were endangered because of the usage of cameras inside the place of infiltrations. This test was to gauge if you were prepared in case such a thing actually happens while on a mission. So, congratulations on becoming an Anbu Jounin, Black Wolf. Now your team is completed," said Yamato before giving his back and walk away, to which Black Wolf got up and turned to the others present in the room. "So Tsunade-sama, can I take my leave now? Suppressing my chakra like that takes a lot out of me and I'd like to take a little rest to recover," said Naruto, to which Tsunade nodded. Just as Naruto was about to leave, Tsunade smiled upon seeing the ones from Naruto's graduation class look slightly dejected from not knowing who is the mystery Anbu, so she decided to break the Anbu's identity protocol. "Black Wolf, one more thing before you leave, there is one more thing I need for you to do," said Tsunade, to which Naruto turned and bowed so that Tsunade could speak. "May I ask you to take off your mask, Black Wolf?" asked Tsunade, earning shocks of surprise from Kakashi, Asuma and Kurenai, who thought at the same time how crazy it was to do a thing like that. Naruto for his part turned to gauge the old hag's pretension with this. For 1 year, now, Naruto was operating behind the curtains using the Black Wolf mask as he went through missions and protected his home. After hearing this, he remembered the Hokage, wanting to give a name for him so that other villages would be wary of the Black Wolf mask Anbu from Konoha. Now she wanted to expose him in front of everyone. However, as an Anbu, he was supposed to follow orders from the Hokage, since Anbu reported only to her and the Anbu chief, so Naruto complied and took off his mask. To say everyone in the room was surprised, it would be an understatement. Their jaws were sent to the ground after remembering everything that the Anbu did, and now they saw that the Anbu was in fact Uzumaki Naruto, once obnoxious, knucklehead incompetent ninja, to now being promoted to Anbu Jounin at the age of 16. Because of his sudden disappearance, none of the Chunins could understand what happened to the blonde. Of course, Sakura was the one who initiated the conversation. "Naruto, is that really you?" Asked Sakura before seeing the blonde not even fazed upon looking at her. Why did you abandon our team? Asked Sakura now on the verge of tears, but not because of Naruto became an Anbu, but the fact that she was alone and memories from Kurena's conversation with her filled her mind. Naruto, however, chose to not mutter a single word to the pink-haired Chunin. He wondered where those tears lied, since in close to 1 year, he didn't even hear of her asking of him, not that he was waiting for, that's for sure. And now here she is, voicing her frustrations on him. Tsunade for her part was surprised to see Naruto not even wanting to open his mouth in protest, however she knew that Sakura's tears wasn't towards Naruto, but rather her choices in life. Nonetheless, she was surprised to see Naruto, not trying to comfort her at all. The other Chunins present wanted nothing to do with comforting Sakura. They all knew that Sakura blamed Naruto from hurting the precious Sasuke 1 year ago, however none of them expected to see that Naruto's face was void with any kind of emotion. After a while, Kurena stopped towards Naruto and asked if he was okay, to which Naruto smiled at her and nodded in affirmative. Do not worry, Kure-chan. I've done trying to become her friend when she blamed me from hurting the Uchiha. Sakura only thinks of herself, and seeing her like this could only mean that the Uchiha rejected her, said Naruto, to which Sakura looked at him and cried even more, proving his point. Naruto, while I share your thoughts of Sakura, why you disappeared for a year? Asked Shikamaru, making Naruto look at him still unfazed by everything. Sorry Shikamaru, other than a few personal reasons of my own, I'm forbidden to tell. If you wish to learn about my personal reasons, I can tell you some other time. Now I really have to rest for a while. Because of my high chakra capacity, suppressing it takes a lot of my control, said Naruto before he put the black masked Anbu mask and shunshined away within a small tornado, leaving everyone inside. After a while, Sakura calmed down and left with Tsunade, who wanted to speak to her. The Jounins and Anbu all vanished as well. However, the Chunins chose to stay a while to talk about the sudden revelations about the blonde enigma. Who would have guessed that Naruto was all this time doing missions as an Anbu? I remember Asuma-sensei telling me about him getting a lot stronger, but this was surreal, said Shikamaru, to which Ino nodded. Although, I'm happy for him, I happened to see him and Kurena-sensei having the most wonderful date in the park. He surpassed us all in no time, Shika, said Ino, to which Shikamaru smiled and nodded. Come on, Ino. We have to meet our team at the barbecue place in 30 minutes, let's go, said Shikamaru, to which Ino nodded and left together with the pineapple head ninja. Shikamaru, however, was wondering of what Naruto said about the reasons for him becoming a part of Anbu. Naruto, just when I thought you showed who you truly are, you do something like this. I wouldn't be surprised if you wanted to play with my mind a little bit, thought Shikamaru, already out of the Anbu HQ. With Tsunade minus. After arriving at her office, Tsunade went to her chair. Staring at sad Sakura and the resolved face of Shizune, she was more than certain of what to do next. Sakura, I have a long-term mission for you, said Tsunade, making Sakura lifts her head to pay attention. I have a request here by a village 10 miles from here. It seems that the village's doctor caught a deadly virus and won't be able to attend the community for at least 2 months' time. You are to go there and replace his position as well as try to heal the man. In there, you'll receive all the necessary medical supplies, even being able to request from us should the need arise. You are to leave tomorrow, understood? Asked Tsunade, to which Sakura lifted her head and nodded. This will be good for you, Sakura. Give your mind some freedom to think of the future. When you arrive at the village, talks to the mayor for him to fix you an apartment for you to stay. He'll be happy to supply you with one, said Tsunade, earning another nod from Sakura, who then got up and left the office, still sad about seeing Naruto moving on in life. After she left, Tsunade and Shizune were surprised that she didn't show resistance towards the mission and wondered if the girl was finally waking up from her delusional dream. Do you think she'll be alright on her own? Asked Shizune, who, although liked to teach some lesson to the girl personally, was worried for her learning on her own. She needs to see what the world really is. Here she has my protection, because of my foolish act of labeling her as my apprentice. She was too young to understand such a position. There, she will have to fetch for herself, thus, growing up. Just like Naruto had to fetch for himself while on Anbu, said Tsunade, to which Shizune nodded and smiled while knowing of his promotion to Anbu Jounin. I'm surprised that he managed to grow so much in so little time, said Shizune, to which Tsunade smiled and nodded. I know. I remembered when he came asking for the Anbu position a year ago. The Anbu commander thinks high of him and his Anbu team. He's thinking of creating a special Anbu unit out of them. Together, they were able to take Akatsuki member and former member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist Hoshikage Kasami, said Tsunade while looking at some documents pertaining Sakura's long-term mission. However, upon thinking further, she remembered the other Uchiha being in Konoha and was happy to know that Sasuke was on a mission towards Iwa. Thinking of the last original member of Old Gen in Team 7, Tsunade considered the last Uchiha to be doing quite well, under the tutelage of a more direct jounin like Aoba, who didn't treat him better, just because he is the last of his kind. If everything goes well, Sasuke could become a jounin in a year, and Sakura could as well if she wasn't blinded by her position of authority, thought Tsunade as she ran through the documentation. In Naruto's house minus. After Naruto left, he went straight to his apartment. He was happy that now he is a jounin, but he couldn't see why the Hokage wanted to expose him so much. He thought he was quite clear when he told them he wanted to operate behind the curtains, and now the Rookie 9 will know that he is an Anbu, including Sasuke. Naruto wasn't stupid as to believe that the traitor would just sit around and throw his revenge out of the window. Naruto knew that Sasuke wanted power more than anything. Now that he will know of Naruto's position, Sasuke may very well seek him out to battle, and the blonde didn't want to look at his face. After a while, Kurenai appeared slightly worried for her boyfriend. Truth be told, she knew that he didn't want to show his face to his old peers just like that. She knew how collected he was, and it was plainly visible that he was angry at the Hokage for making him do this. "Naru-kun, are you okay?" asked Kurenai, to which Naruto looked at her and smiled. "I'm fine, it's just that I've been wondering why Tsunade-sama keeps exposing me like that." "First is the bingo book and now the order inside Anbu HQ," replied Naruto, confirming Kurenai's worries. "It took me by surprise as well, and I for one can't figure out why she's doing such a thing," said Kurenai, to which Naruto nodded. "Now that some knows my identity, it wouldn't take long for word reaches my enemies. After Akatsuki knows about my identity, they will come here with 3 instead of 2 S-ranked missing nin," said Naruto. Kurenai for her part knew about all of this, but sadly all she could do is comfort Naruto. "I know, we'll need to think of something to change that. Until you stopped becoming an Anbu, your identity needs to be kept in total secrecy," said Kurenai, to which Naruto smiled. "A simple henge on my hair color would suffice to my enemies, I guess. But other than this, I suppose I can't change anything else. My black wolf mask is a symbol to me, I can't just use another one," said Naruto, to which Kurenai nodded and smiled. "This mask defines who you are, Naruto-kun. It defines your spirit. Of course it wouldn't be fair to use another one. Not only that, but I think Ace would be very disappointed because of that," said Kurenai, to which Naruto smiled. "Yeah, and where is that old fur anyway? I can't believe he is chasing one of Hana's dogs again," mumbled Naruto, to which Kurenai giggled at the prospect of seeing a 200-year-old wolf being attracted to a husky. In Tsunade's office minus. After Shizune left, Tsunade was dealing with the paperwork. She absolutely hated the damn paperwork, since almost half of it consisted of council and diplomacy issues with villages and other countries. However, when she sensed a familiar presence, she relaxed and let the presence enter the room. Ataki Kakashi smiled and entered the room from the window. "Kakashi, what can I do for you?" asked Tsunade, to which Kakashi just sighed and putted both his hands inside his pockets. "Tsunade-sama, forgive about my rudeness here, but I don't understand your intentions as to why you made Naruto take off his mask in front of the Rookie 9, said Kakashi, to which Tsunade smiled, seeing that she got caught. Naruto was downsized his entire life, just because of others' hatred towards him. I just thought that showing how people like him could be able to rise in rank if he or she applied hard enough, said Tsunade, not even being able to sense the seriousness of what she did. "I see, so you sacrificed the only thing we had against Akatsuki coming here to hunt him, just because you wanted to show his friends that he was an Anbu," said Kakashi, before seeing Tsunade going wide-eyed at the implications of a few knowing his identity. The news of his identity will eventually fall at the wrong people's hand, and when that time comes, he'll be at a very tough spot. We have to make amends to this, Tsunade-sama. The reason as to why we could take Kasami was because they didn't know where Naruto was. If they know that he is an Anbu, they'll be prepared to take him, and worse, they will use his precious person to make him come to them, if necessary," said Kakashi, to which Tsunade sighed, realizing the outcome of what she did. "Damn it. I didn't think it like that. We need to summon everyone present who saw him and tell them not to share this information," said Tsunade, to which Kakashi nodded. "I'll go alert Asuma and Guy, they will inform the rest," said Kakashi before shining away. Tsunade, after being left alone, got up from her chair and looked at the village behind her. She didn't think that her actions would cause him damage. She just never wanted for him to become an Anbu, thus having to hide from everyone. She wanted for him to become a regular jounin and eventually take on a genin team. Nonetheless, Kakashi was right. Right now, the only reason as to why Akatsuki haven't bothered us until 2 days ago was because they didn't know of the blonde's whereabouts and probably was sent here for reconnaissance. With Akatsuki minus. After Itachi reported Kaisam's death to the leader, Pine was in deep thought. According to Itachi, they were caught and had to engage against Konoha's Anbu force and the Hokage. Itachi told him that one Anbu with a black wolf mask delivered the killing blow at Kaisam's heart, thus killing him instantly. It was a mistake to send someone they were expecting. Next time I'll send Zetsu, he should do the job as well. Itachi, I'm releasing you from the QB, your presence in Konoha will alert everyone and we can't afford another loss like Kasami, Sasurai, Deidara, Kakuzu and Haiden, said Pine, to which Itachi nodded. At a moment, though, Sharingan eyes were locked with Rinnegan eyes. Truth be told, Pine didn't like Itachi. He suspected that Itachi was playing both sides, so he needed to take him away from Konoha. Itachi for one didn't want to go back to Konoha anyway. He saw the level of the Anbu force there and wondered how much stronger they've gotten since he went away. However, Itachi was thinking of the one wearing a black wolf mask. Itachi couldn't look into his eyes with the Sharingan, because he wasn't able to look into the man's eyes, but he found the man vaguely familiar. After a while, he shrugged it off since he wouldn't be sent to Konoha anymore. Back with Pine, he called for the member he was thinking of. Zetsu, I need you to find out where the QB Jinchuriki is. I sent Kasami and Itachi to Konoha and Itachi returned with Kaisam's corpse. I don't want you to engage, simply try to gauge information of Uzumaki Naruto's whereabouts, said Pine, to which Zetsu nodded and disappeared. In Konoha, the next day minus. After Naruto woke up, he looked at his companion with a smile. Kurenai chose to sleep with him to keep him company, and that alone made Naruto's day even more amazing. He is in love with her, period, and the thought of Akatsuki capturing her just to get to him was unnerving to say the least. He wondered if such a thing happened and he lost control of himself while trying to rescue her at all costs. The damn fox could take advantage of his fragile state and take over his body in an instant. When Kurenai opened her eyes, she suddenly felt her boyfriend's lips locked with her own in a deep kiss. She loved such a wake-up call from Naruto. After opening her eyes fully, her eyes were locked with her lover's smile upon looking at her and felt peace. She loved to wake up with him still, there with her. However, because of his Anbu schedule, he had often to present to Anbu HQ pretty early. Since the Hokage gave him a day off in recognition for his promotion, he could be with Kurenai all day long. Well, all afternoon, since she would have to train her team in elemental manipulation. I'm so glad to wake up with you, Naru-kun. It's been forever since your last vacation and every day I wake up, you already left to Anbu HQ. Said Kurenai, to which Naruto responded by giving her a deep kiss. I'm sorry, my Haim, I wanted for so long to just wake up and have breakfast with you, but being an Anbu means having to get up real early, said Naruto, to which Kurenai dismissed it, saying it was okay and that she understood. So how about that breakfast? Asked Kurenai, to which Naruto smiled and got up from the bed. Just wait right here, Haim. I'll prepare it for us and bring it here, said Naruto, while heading for the kitchen, leaving a smiling Kurenai, since she never had anyone bring her breakfast in bed before. After the most wonderful breakfast, Kurenai and Naruto got ready to relax at the park for a while before Kurenai had to go to her team for training. However, they were interrupted by a knock on the door. When Naruto went to open, he was afraid that the Hokage postponed his vacation because of a mission. However, he relaxed upon seeing Shikamaru and Ino at the door smiling at him, to which Naruto found extremely odd, since the last thing he remembered Shikamaru doing was muttering troublesome all the time. Say, Shikamaru, did Ino-san forced you to wear that smile on your face? Asked Naruto, to which Shikamaru muttered troublesome, and Ino rolled her eyes. After a moment, the group heard a giggle coming from inside the apartment. Kurenai was laughing at Naruto's comment and then Shikamaru's face after hearing it. Of course, the pineapple head Chunin knew that and muttered more troublesome words, wondering if they prepared this to mock him. Naruto, I was wondering if we could talk for a while. Kurenai-sensei is welcome to come as well, said Shikamaru, to which Naruto and Kurenai nodded. Suddenly, a puff of smoke appeared next to Naruto and Ace appeared. Can I come as well? I'd like to stretch my legs in Naruto's couch is damn uncomfortable, said Ace, to which Naruto sighed. You're just tired from playing with that husky, shouted Naruto, earning sweat drops from Ino and Shikamaru and a laughing Kurenai. After Naruto's exchange with Ace, to which Shikamaru and Ino were still gauging why the wolf could speak, the five headed to Konoha's public park. When they arrived, the group separated, with Kurenai and Ino going closer to the lake while Shikamaru, Ace, and Naruto picked up a tree to hang out a bit. While walking, though, Shikamaru was trying to understand why the blonde was acting so peaceful and quiet. Shikamaru himself was all in favor of not muttering even a single word. However, when he saw the once hyperactive stamina freak Genin now behaving like he didn't have a care in the world, kind of unnerved the Chunin. So, how's life been treating you? Asked Shikamaru while watching Ino and Kurenai resting their feet on the cool water while enjoying the conversation. Naruto, for his part, smiled upon remembering what happened until today. Can't complain, Shikamaru, you know. I'm with the girl I'm in love with, just promoted to Anbu Jounin, and I'm able to learn a lot from other Anbu comrades. The only downside of it all is lack of sleep and lack of time to pass some time with Kurenai-chan. But apart from that, life's been great. How about you? Said Naruto, earning nods from Shikamaru, who seems to have the urge to smile all of a sudden. Can't complain so much, I'm afraid. Team 10 is doing pretty great under Asuma-sensei's tutelage, and we're getting tougher missions. Ino is not so troublesome anymore and Chuji is still Chuji, however in his case I don't think he'll ever change. My mother is still troublesome, but I can't complain, though, since Ino has been able to calm her nerves a lot. Said Shikamaru, before turning to the blonde, which didn't get unnoticed by the blonde. So, Shikamaru, I understand you're starting to like Ino. Said Naruto, catching Shikamaru off guard, to which Naruto chose to elaborate. You never seem to take your eyes off her, always talking about her, and according to you, she saved you countless times from your mother's wrath. Sounds like the beginning of a relationship to me. Said Naruto, to which Shikamaru at first rolled his eyes but then smiled, and once again looked at the blonde Yamanaka. You know what? I guess this relationship that you're talking about isn't so troublesome as I first thought it was. Tell me, I'm curious about something. How did you and Kurenai-sensei get together? Asked Shikamaru, to which Naruto smiled, and took a look at the smiling Kurenai before telling the story to when they met. While Naruto was relaying what happened, Shikamaru was surprised that Naruto had to close his heart once he saw Kurenai together with Asuma. Shikamaru also learned that on his first year as an Anbu, he had to rescue Kurenai from Kumo's clutches, and the fact that Naruto was so cold towards her at the time. According to Naruto, at that time, Naruto couldn't look at Kurenai without remembering what it was like to hold her on his arms and kiss her with passion. However, when Naruto finished the story with the encounter at the forest near the river, Shikamaru was flabbergasted. Of course, he wasn't a romantic kind of guy, but upon hearing the story, he smiled at the prospect of something like that happening to him. With Ino and Kurenai minus. After they separated from the guys, the girls initiated a heated conversation about intimate details and how their respective men treated them. Ino was jealous of what the older woman was telling of what Naruto had done for her, and she wished that Shikamaru returned her love for him. Ino was dumbfounded by the Jounin's ability to tell the story in a way as to hook Ino's attention until the very end. You're kidding, Kurenai-sensei. Don't tell me you yanked Naruto's mask off and kissed him while he was on a mission? Asked Ino, still didn't believing that such passion even existed. I wasn't thinking back then, of course, Ino-san. It was just this drive to simply kiss him fiercely, showing to Naruto-kun that I wanted to be with him, despite our differences. I can tell he was surprised as hell, however when he returned the kiss, it was nothing short of amazing. I heard Naruto-kun then compare that kiss to a painting that happened to show us kissing, while the full moon, illuminating the river and the forest said Kurenai, to which Ino saw hearts all over the place. Ino always were into fairy tales, even though in her world, such a thing never did happen. However, she found that Kurenai and Naruto's story got pretty close to one. So tell me Ino, did Shikamaru return your affections yet? Asked Kurenai smiling, catching Ino by surprise since she never said anything. Little did she know that Kurenai saw her trying to take a glimpse at the pineapple head Chunin for quite some time. How do you know that I like him, Kurenai-sensei? I didn't say anything, asked Ino, to which Kurenai smiled. I'm a jounin, remember that, and the fact that you've been looking at him on occasions pretty much gave me the hint, said Kurenai, to which Ino blushed and looked down in defeat from being caught. Don't be like this, Ino-san. It's no shame to like someone. Have you told him yet? Asked Kurenai, before receiving a negative response from Ino. No, however I've been trying to send him signals on occasions, however I don't know if he likes me or not. Shikamaru is very smart and I can tell he understood my signals, so that means that maybe he's not interested in me. Mumbled Ino in sadness, to which Kurenai sighed, remembering trying to have the strength to tell Naruto how she felt, but then when she gathered the courage to do it, it all worked rather well, to say the least. Ino-san, trust me, I've been in this situation before, and I can tell it isn't going to end until you tell him. The reason as to why I wasn't together with Naruto for a while was because I didn't have the courage to face the situation, however when I chose to face it, it all worked well in the end, and me and Naruto-kun are together happier than ever, said Kurenai, to which Ino smiled and nodded while regaining her confidence on earning the love of Shikamaru in the near future. With Naruto and Shikamaru minus. Back to Naruto and Shikamaru, both of them were relaxing below a tree, when suddenly an Anbu arrived with orders from the Hokage to Naruto. Black Wolf, collect your gear, your team has been summoned to the Hokage's presence at once, said the Anbu, to which Naruto nodded, and got up from his nap, earning a troublesome reply from Shikamaru. I see now what you said about the downfalls of being an Anbu, said Shikamaru, to which Naruto nodded and then vanished towards Kurenai in order to tell her the sad news of his sudden mission calling. Shikamaru found strange that Naruto's face turned from peaceful to angry, but shrugged it off, since he would be like that if he got called on his day off. Truth be told, he hated doing this to Kurenai. This was his day off and he wanted so much to spend with his lover. However, he couldn't do anything, since Anbu were obligated to respond to the Hokage's orders right away. When he appeared near Kurenai to tell her the sad news, however he didn't need to, since Kurenai already saw his sad face and knew the reason of that Anbu's appearance. Kure-chan, I'm sorry but, said Naruto, but was interrupted by his lover's smile dismissing the apologies. Don't need to apologize, Naruto-kun. I understand your position and I understand the Hokage wouldn't call you on your day off unless it was utterly important, said Kurenai, to which Naruto nodded and gave her a little kiss and then vanished. Ino, seeing Kurenai sigh and look down to the ground, became worried about her new friend. She was surprised to see that the Hokage's consideration of Naruto's abilities to summon him on his day off, but seeing Kurenai look down, she realized that the couple had plans today and that was ruined by Naruto's call for a mission. Kurenai-sensei, are you okay? Asked Ino, to which Kurenai, still looking down, said, No, I'm not Ino. I love Naruto to death, but his job as an Anbu has been reducing our time together to almost none. It's not his fault, it's just that the Hokage worships Naruto's Anbu team as one of the best since Kakashi's and Itachi's, said Kurenai, almost on the verge of tears since she couldn't be with her boyfriend even in his day off from work. At some point, Shikamaru arrived only to see Kurenai almost on the verge of tears. Looking at Ino, she smiled and turned to look at the jounin whose tears were beginning to fall. I'm sorry, I wasn't supposed to be like this, but I can't help it, said Kurenai, to which Ino and Shikamaru kneeled next to her to comfort her. Kurenai-sensei, if it helps any, Naruto was almost on the verge of ripping the messenger's guts from doing this. I'm sure he'll let the Hokage know of his frustrations, said Shikamaru, to which Kurenai smiled at the sight of Naruto talking to the Hokage. Thanks, Shikamaru. I know he will. Naruto doesn't behave well to people who treat him unfairly. He's a strong shinobi, therefore I have to be strong for him," said Kurenai, earning smiles from Ino and Shikamaru, whose thoughts were pretty much similar. "I wonder if I'll have that with Ino Shika as well," thought both of them at the same time, while looking at the fierce kunoichi in front of them. "Naruto-kun, please come back safe to me," thought Kurenai as she left the park together with Ino and Shikamaru. With Naruto minus. While going towards his apartment in order to collect his gear, Naruto was furious at Tsunade for doing this to him and Kurenai. He wanted so much to spend some time with her, and he knew that his lover wanted to be with him as well. Upon arrival, he concluded that he'll request at least 2 days off after this mission for compensation. After gathering everything, Naruto stopped for a while and looked at his black wolf mask. This mask has been his companion for almost 2 years now. He remembered what Kurenai said to him about the mask being his spirit, and therefore giving it up wouldn't be fair to him and for Ace. Speaking of his wolf partner, he was looking at the wondering Naruto with a heavy sigh on his face. He understood how much Naruto loved this Kurenai person and how he must be feeling right now. He knew by looking to Naruto's eyes that doubt was all over the place, and Ace found it plainly reasonable to be in doubt right now. He dedicated his life to protecting Konoha as an Anbu, but by doing so, his team ended up being one of the best along the Anbu teams, therefore they're called more times than the others. Back to Naruto, he put his mask and charged towards the Hokage's office with speeds peculiar to Ace, to which the wolf smiled, since he knew the blonde would like to have a word with the Hokage before his team arrived. At the Hokage's office minus. After issuing the order to call Naruto's team for a mission towards Suna, Tsunade knew that Naruto would show his discontent towards being called on his day off, but she had no choice. This mission was considered S-class, and out of all of Konoha's teams, only Anbu Team 5 had the abilities to deal with this situation. Suddenly, she was caught from her wonderings when someone shunshined inside her office. Recognizing the mask, the blonde Hokage knew who the person was and was a little surprised to see him 30 minutes early. Clearly not a good sign, thought the Hokage. "Tsunade-sama, may I have a word with you?" asked Naruto, not even bothering to take off his mask, to which Tsunade turned to speak. "Naruto, before you say anything, I know that you're displeased about being called on your day off, and I promise that once you arrive, I'll give you 3 days off. However, this mission requires your team's abilities to deal with," said Tsunade, to which Naruto nodded, but spoke anyway. "I understand. However, I'm not displeased simply because it was my day off. I don't care about having time to rest. I care about spending time with Kurenai, and it kills me to tell her that I'm not able to spend time with her," whispered Naruto, to which Tsunade smiled at the boy's first emotion display in nearly 2 years. "I understand, Naruto, and I'll assure her that you'll have your 3-day off after your return. However, let's wait for your team to arrive before giving the mission's details," said Tsunade, to which Naruto nodded and went towards the nearest wall to wait there for his team, to which Tsunade smiled and returned to her paperwork duty. After a while, Baron Hawk arrived, followed closely by Yogao, who upon arrival, turned to look at Naruto, seizing him up once more, making Naruto very angry since he wouldn't be able to be with his girlfriend, plus having to stand Yoga's flirting with him. "Since Team 5 is present, we can begin with the mission. This morning I received a request from the Kasuke for us to send a Jounin level team for assist them with some high-level, missing nins that are terrorizing one of Wind Country's villages. According to the Kasuke, some of the missing nins were from Konoha, so you'll be doing a hunter nins mission. Team 5 is to leave right away towards Suna to meet with the Kasuke. Hawk will be the leader of this mission," dismissed, said Tsunade, to which the team nodded and vanished towards the respective gate. With Team 8-. Kurenai, after regaining her composure, went to meet her team for elemental ninjutsu practice. Together with her was Kakashi, since the silver-haired Jounin practically knew all forms of elemental ninjutsu. At the moment, Minato was already able to manipulate Suton chakra. Because of her excellent chakra control, Kiba was already able to make a little earthquake, and Shino already managed to channel Raiton chakra through his chakra coils. All in all, Kakashi and Kurenai were amazed by Team 8's ability to learn that fast. However, they weren't surprised when the answer for that was to surpass their Anbu peer Uzumaki Naruto. After hearing that, Kurenai and Kakashi smiled upon seeing that Naruto could cause that on people. Suddenly, both Jounins turned to see 5 presences arriving very fast. However, only Kakashi knew who they were simply because of the way they moved. As the team of Anbu approached, Kurenai recognized one chakra signature and smiled. Truth to her senses, Naruto looked at her and waved her goodbye as well as showing her 3 fingers to Kurenai, making her smile more than anything. Kurenai understood Anbu's signals and recognized Naruto's message to her. 3 days, Naruto-kun. I'll be waiting for your return. We'll travel to a hotel together, thought Kurenai before turning to her team. Back to Anbu's team, Bear was using all the blackmail he could against Black Wolf, making Hawk laugh. However, Yogao was furiously jealous at Kurenai for dating Naruto. Back to Naruto, he was glad that he was able to tell Kurenai the good news, so now he could focus on the mission in hand. He smiled at the prospect of meeting Gaara once again. Because of their inner demons, both of them shared a brotherly relationship. With Zetsu -10 miles from Konoha's border, Zetsu was approaching the village in order to gauge Uzumaki Naruto's whereabouts. So far, the only method of searching a Jinchuriki was to sense demonic chakra. However, after some time, they couldn't sense any trace of Kyuubi's chakra inside of Konoha, which could only mean that either the Jinchuriki is dead or he left the village. It seems that the demonic chakra is not in the village. Also, I can't sense any trail of where he's been, thought Zetsu as he began to gauge his options regarding the mission. Since he couldn't sense the Jinchuriki, the next alternative would be entering the village and interrogate someone, but that would endanger his position and therefore ruining the mission. Reaching a conclusion, he closed his eyes and made the astral projection technique to report to the leader. Yes, Zetsu, report, said Pine, to which Zetsu began his report. Pine-sama, so far I haven't sensed any presence of demonic chakra in Konoha or near Konoha for that matter. Therefore, either he's dead or left the village, said Zetsu, leaving time for the leader to think about the report. He being dead is not a possibility since we'd be aware of that the minute it happens. However, the possibility of him being a missing nin is not impossible. Konoha treated him like they would treat the Kyuubi, therefore he could have left. Nonetheless, you cannot risk entering the village. Return to your old duties, Zetsu, find the Hachibai 8 tails. With Team 5 One day later, Team 5 was already running along the desert to reach Suna hidden village. Along the way, the group rested each for 2 hours with guarding rotation between the members. From Hawk's calculations, the team should be arriving to Suna in 2 hours. At one time, during the travel, the team were chatting about who were the Konoha missing nins that they would be facing. Of course, Naruto wouldn't be able to know since none of the ones from his age ran from the village except for the Uchiha. Hawk and Bear knew of 2 brothers that were causing a lot of commotion 10 years ago, but they wasn't sure if the brothers were still alive or not. However, they were known for being very strong and could easily beat a team of 4 chunins each. Yogao for her part couldn't remember one missing nin that was still alive, because Anko one time killed the guy. After 2 hours, the village was visible and the team arrived in front of the gates. Halt! State your reason for being her, Anbu, said one Suna chunin, to which Hawk presented the order from the Kasuke, while saying that Team 5 was sent here to assist Suna in dealing with some missing nins. After the chunin revised the order, he authorized entry to the village, and proceeded to escort the Anbu team to meet the Kasuke after leaving the other chunin to guard the gates for a while. The Kasuke's office Sabaku no Gaara was a very busy man. Being appointed to Kasuke at the age of 15, the ex-Jinchuriki had to get accustomed to the busy and strenuous life of dealing with paperwork. Nevertheless, Gaara was doing a much better job than the Hokage when dealing with the paperwork. If one would look into his office, stacks of scrolls deeply organized from mission ranks and village documents. Right now, Gaara was reading the report of an information gathering mission on the village which was attacked by missing nins. According to the report, close to 20 missing nins formed a group called Red Dragon and were terrorizing a village 5 miles west from the hidden village. However, Gaara heard a knocking on the door. Kasuke-sama, a team sent by Konoha, arrived, sir, said the guard chunin, to which Gaara simply issued a come in and the door was opened. When the door opened, Gaara was surprised that Konoha sent a team of Anbu to deal with the problem in hand. However, when he looked at one with the black mask, he was suspicious of the apparently blonde man kneeling in front of him. However, his musings were cut short when the one with the hawk mask turned to speak. Konoha's Anbu Team 5 presenting for assistance. Keisuke-sama presented Hawk, to which Gaara nodded, but first he needed 2 more people present. Izumo, call Temari and Kankuro here, immediately shouted Gaara, to which Izumo nodded and vanished in order to find the rest of the Hokage's siblings. After Temari and Kankuro arrived, mumbling words like being interrupted while performing their duties at the village. Temari and Kankuro took up to both of them to teach Soon's next generation of shinobi, so that no one would sneak on them in the future. However, when both of them were interrupted by the Keisuke for a meeting, they weren't very pleased about it. However, both of them as well as Gaara were suspicious of the Black Wolf masked Anbu from seeing his blonde hair. So, now that the team is completed, I'll relate the mission, said Gaara as he began to tell the team the details. When the report was over, Gaara dismissed the Anbu team and handed to each of them a key for a hotel room to sleep and begin the mission tomorrow. Now at the hotel, each member of the team entered their respective rooms and took off their respective gears. Naruto at least appreciated the rest because of the travel. Man, I wished Kurenai was here with me to rest, wondered Naruto as he entered the bathroom for a little bath. As the water reached Naruto's body, he was relieving all the tension he pretty much bottled up since leaving Konoha. It wouldn't make sense to dwell on it. After one very long bath, Naruto exchanged for some comfortable clothes and decided to just lie down a bit. After seeing the Sabaku siblings again, Naruto didn't want to make his presence known. Naruto knew that should he show himself, there would be a long questionnaire about his life, since the Ichibi, one-tailed demon, withdraw, and truth be told, he didn't want to tell. Little did he know, however, that the Keisuke planned to make a visit to him soon. With Yougao minus. After a long shower, her mind wondered about having shower with the blonde, and that thought alone made her shiver in delight. She blamed Kurenai from being such a good storyteller, and now she was imagining every bit of the story, however replacing herself with Kurenai on top of Naruto. She was imagining Naruto taking advantage of her the most savage way possible, and thus she began to pleasure herself. However, the good part of her remembered that Naruto was her best friend's boyfriend, therefore, trying to get her way with him would be wrong. Yougao was devastated upon seeing her ex kiss another woman, and truth be told, she couldn't do the same thing with Naruto and Kurenai. She was totally supportive of their relationship to break them up like that. However, she realized now that she already tried to make a passing at the blonde while on their trip, but he never cared, or chose not to, in preservation of her friendship with his girlfriend. But while her good side was preoccupied of what could happen, her bad side almost had an orgasm while imagining the blonde doing to her like how he did to Kurenai. Damn it, I can't be like this, but Naruto is so hot, I can't take this much longer, thought Yougao, already on the verge of losing her mind because of Uzumaki Naruto. With Naruto minus. Back when Naruto was about to sleep for the day, a knock was heard, to which Naruto snarled since no one would let him have 1 minute of rest. When Naruto asked who it was, he was surprised to hear Gaara's voice asking for permission to enter. Seeing that his plan backfired, he opened the door and let the Keisuke enter his room. So, hello Naruto, long time no see, said Gaara, to which Naruto responded with a nod and went back to bed, this time just to sit. Seeing the blonde giving his back to Gaara, the Sabaku Hokage wondered what was wrong with the always cheerful blonde. Gaara, sorry for not presenting myself back at your office, I was just tired a bit, said Naruto, to which Gaara once again became worried. Since when do you even get tired? Asked the Keisuke, afraid that the Kyuubi was out of Naruto's body just like Shukaku was out of his. Before you think Kyuubi isn't inside me anymore, don't, the bastard is still there. Being an Anbu means doing missions almost 24/7. I don't have enough time to recover, nowadays, said Naruto, earning a nod from the Keisuke. So, I take it you don't want to talk about it, then, concluded Gaara, earning an apologizing nod from Naruto, who mumbled that he was so damn tired that he deserved one good night's sleep, to which Gaara understood and left the room. Oh, and Gaara, please don't tell Temari-san and Kankuro that I'm here, okay? At least not until the end of the mission, said Naruto, to which Gaara shrugged it off and nodded in affirmative before leaving the blonde. After the Keisuke left, Naruto literally jumped towards the comfy bed of the hotel and just let gravity close his eyes, since he was already sleeping, which proved to be one bad mistake. While he was sleeping peacefully, the Fox were preparing one big headache for him to overcome. Get ready, Naruto. You seem to be holding up my killing intent for quite some time, but this time you'll not be able to overcome it. Kuku laughed QB as he began to gather his chakra for one good demonstration to the blonde. Needless to say, Naruto would not be able to have his well-deserved rest after all. That's it for this part. If you enjoyed it, then like, share and subscribe for the next video, as it's going to be more interesting, and also check out my other playlists. Hope you would like them too.